Oh, yeah. I am awake and alive.
I'm so great I gotta say it twice and cut it out once. My head's a syrup bottle that's getting tipped over every Wednesday. You're a storyteller in a storytelling podcast, and the only story you're telling now is a story about stories you don't want to tell! What the fuck? Hey, what's happening? Mike Schmidt, 40-Year-Old Boy Podcast. Take two, folks. I won't lie. This is the second attempt at starting this show. Lily makes fun of me whenever I tell you guys that, but I tell you everything, for fuck's sake. Why not? Why shouldn't I let you know? I actually recorded 45 minutes of the show and then decided to scale it back. I throttled down. I said, you know what? I don't like the way that this show is progressing. And she said, you want to start over? I said, absolutely I do. Because it's a Tuesday record, folks. I don't like recording on a Tuesday, especially because I had a short week last week, and then I was out of town, and then I flew back to town, and now I've only had a couple of days to gather stuff up. And in my head, I'm just like, well, it shouldn't be a problem tomorrow. Everything will be fine. That's what I said yesterday. I didn't say it today. If I was saying it today, it'd be much better, because then I could say that there's not a problem tomorrow because I'm recording tomorrow. That would be great. I wish I was recording this tomorrow, but I can't. You know why? Bang, bang, fireworks, 4th of July. Couldn't do it. There'd be too much noise. You wouldn't be able to hear me. Because when I record this, I record right in the center of an ammo dump. Did I mention that to you, folks? In July, unfortunately, Lily's Kitchen is not available, so we have to go ahead and record right in the center of an ammo dump. By the way, let's go ahead and start this right now. I'm having a contest right now. I'm going to have an essay contest, and you have to write 100 words of why you want to come and visit Lily's house, and then you can actually come here. I'll buy you lunch, and you can sit in while I record the show. How's that grab you? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That's a contest that we should have. People are screaming for contests.
No.
People out there are clamoring. Every other podcast, I'm sure, is having some sort of giveaway or contest.
Not here.
Why not? I don't understand.
I don't even like you in my house. I don't want your listeners.
Well, again, it's July. We'll be at the ammo dump. It won't even be here in your house. It'll be at the ammo dump, which again, we'll try to. Again, I can't do it on the 4th of July and the ammo dump because bang bang, as I've mentioned, fireworks. What? You've got a face.
What if you get somebody to be the winning guest to sit on the thing with you during the podcast convention?
The LA Podfest.
Sit next to you while you record it.
That's not a bad idea, folks. Everybody from this point on, everybody who donates $10 or more to the show, their name gets thrown into a hat, and then that person, the winner, will be selected, and will get to have Katsuya sushi dinner with me and sit on stage at the LA Podfest as I record my show. How does that sound? Is that a fun contest? That's what you do when you have nothing to talk about, folks. And you got no content at all. You reach out and you grab your listeners by the lapels and you go, here's a contest. Pay attention to me, for fuck's sake. I don't know what led me into that. I don't even know why. That's it. It sounds, you know what? But unfortunately, it sounds like a fun idea. Like, it actually sounds okay. It sounds fun for me. It doesn't sound fun for any other person. Although now, I will tell you this, and as we'll learn later in the show, people are starting to get more comfortable around me, which is a little creepy and weird. I don't like that. I don't want people comfortable around me. You know what, though? They can't help but be comfortable around me because I am a great fucking guy. Folks, that can't be denied. Because people are tenuous around me. They're all just like, I don't know if he's somebody that we should even go near. He seems weird. Whenever I do any stupid shit, and then people will write me and they're like, look, I'm really sorry to bother you again. You're not bothering me. I don't care. I mean, I might not answer your email for 9 months, but still, you're not bothering me. Nobody's bothering me. Well, I mean, it depends. You can bother me with certain things. Folks, I'm an enigma. I can't be figured out. I mean, because sometimes I say you're bothering me. Sometimes I say you're not. I still want you to contact me. I still want you to be involved in listening. But at the same fucking time, I don't want anything to do with any of you. I don't. But I do. Oh my God, do I? I have to. I must. That's how I'm paid. I'm paid in your praise and kudos. I have an awkward thing. Whoa, hold on a second. What happened? No, what happened? This is not even a joke. Lily just took her shirt off. Like
I did not take it
she's
off.
wearing, all right, she's wearing like a sling, like a tit sling, like a tank top tit sling, and she pulled it.
Top.
Right, and you pulled it over your neck. So it's like seconds away from falling. I can't. Yes, but how am I supposed to fucking concentrate on the show now? Lily is essentially, she's naked from areola up. And I mean, it's like, yes, you are. You are.
From areola up. My areolas are here.
Where?
4 inches away.
I can't see. Pull the shirt down.
Shut up.
Folks, I'm serious. All right, from cleavage up. Because she had like a strap that went over her neck and it like pulled her shirt up and stuff. But now because her neck hurts, right, whatever, vague. Seems very vague to me. Ow, my neck hurts. Here are my tits. I mean, that just doesn't. That's the kind of shit that used to happen to me on the road. That would happen on the road. I'd be like, oh my gosh, my neck hurts. And hey, look at my breasts. All right, good. Is there anything I can do about your neck? So yeah, I can't. And now you go singlet. You throw it over your shoulder, folks. I can't concentrate. I'm sorry. She was like, "Yeah, but you're one Butterfingers move away from this entire thing changing, our entire relationship changing." You are essentially one slip of the finger away from us having a completely much more intimate relationship. Wow. Because there's no way you're wearing pasties. I know that you're not having you don't have pasties on now. I've seen that. I've seen the pasties, folks. I've actually this is horrible. I'll be sitting here sometimes and I'll pick something up and I'll be flipping it like in my fingers or looking at it. She's like, "That's a pasty. You might want to put that down." I'm like, "Yeah, probably. I shouldn't be monkeying around with this, huh?" But the thing is because Lily is she's prodigious. All right, does that make sense to you guys? So I mean, when I pick up her pasties, they're fucking dinner plates. I mean, it's like because her boobs are so big, she got big tits, so she has giant pasties. So when I pick it up, I just think, "Oh, look, what's this frisbee doing here?" She's like, "That's a pasty. Put it down." I'm like, "Oh my God, sorry." And then I stare at it the whole night, thinking that was right on her tit at one point. And I just can't stop staring at it. But then I get that thought out of my head, and I think I got to talk to people. I've got to do a show. Even on a Tuesday, I've got to go ahead and bring you guys some information, some sort of knowledge. And then she takes her goddamn shirt off, sitting right here.
Take my shirt off.
But you haven't put it back on either, for fuck's sake. Well, stand up and bend over. I think that'll help your neck. Yeah, stretch your neck. That helps. That helps you stretch your neck. I think it does. All right. I don't even know how I'm supposed to fucking talk now, honestly. Because that was not even a like, hold on a second or like, wait a minute. She just pulled her shirt off, like took it like off.
It's not off.
It's off enough. Yeah, but you know what? I have a cock. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's off enough for me. Seriously, you think I need the rest of it off? I don't need the rest of it off. I didn't even need you to do that, quite frankly. A halter top was enough. But then you actually pull the halter top halfway off over your head, and I'm like, what? I'm supposed to just sit here and just like, well, that's great. Fuck that. I'm not a fucking eunuch.
Right.
Well, seriously, I mean, look, we know each other a long time, but I don't care. You got tits. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it.
There, are you happy?
Now it looks like a shirt.
Now my neck hurts.
No, you can. I didn't say you couldn't take it off. I just be prepared for me to talk about it for 40 minutes.
Taking it off. It's not coming off.
It would have.
No, it wouldn't.
It would have if I would have had to get over there and do something about it. It would have. Your neck hurts. Hold on. Let me go over. You need a neck rub or something? Or here, let's move this pesky shirt out of the way. Jesus Christ! You just 70s backed on yourself.
Did, you're right.
Like that was the equivalent of the yawn with the arm around in the theater. You did it to you. Oh, your neck hurts? Well, let me get this halter strap out of the way. Wow. Well, yeah, it's fine. Go ahead and do it. I don't mind.
I'm fine.
Yeah, sure you are. No, because we're in for the long haul here. I can't have you in neck pain.
Taking my shirt off.
I'm not saying you. No, do the thing you were doing.
No, now I'm not.
But you already did it. So what's the point if you do it again?
You are so uncomfortable right now.
I'm not uncomfortable at all. I'm fine. No, let's go. I'll play Lily Chicken all you fucking want. Go ahead. I'm not uncomfortable at all. I've seen you with no shirt on. I just, I thought I was going to get to see what I hadn't seen. All right. So anyway, folks, hi. Folks, if you're just joining us, you missed it. Oh my God, you missed it. We had a halter extravaganza.
Why would anyone just be...
They are. They just leaped in. Some people do that. Some podcast people just go ahead and surf through right away and they go, let's find a good starting point. Well, right now, folks, if you're just joining us, we had a halter holocaust right here in the kitchen, right here at the ammo dump, as Lily dumped her ammo all over me. And I almost dumped my ammo all over the goddamn ammo dump floor. Wow. All right, so, folks, how are you? I'm good. See, but that's the kind of I look. You're mad for me. You're not mad, right? You can't be mad. I mean, if you would have been here, you would have said and done the same things, right, folks? Of course you would have. Well, but you know why? Because what am I supposed to do? Play it cool? Oh well, there's your breasts. I mean, it's like you can't. Like if on the air, let's put it this way: while we're talking, I can't play it cool because it becomes me. I have to mention it. But it's like if we were like just in a bar or something like that, and you did that, I'd just be like, well, yeah, all right, yeah, because I do actually I could pull that off. Whatever the fuck, who cares? Why do I have to prove that I have non-tit noticing game?
Noticing.
Yeah, I have not noticed him. Oh, well, she wants to take her shirt off. Well, I guess that's fine. Who wants a gin fizz? Because this happened to me a lot in the 20s when I was hanging out at Steve Buscemi's place in fucking Boardwalk Empire. Me and my haircut. I walked in with the Domity, and everybody's like, "Oh, check that dude out!" And then her breasts, and I went, I don't even notice. Bring me a Rob Roy. All right, oh my gosh, you're pointing. Hi, sorry, folks. There's a show. Stick around. There's going to be a show. I promise. As soon as I can get the slow motion imagery of Lily removing her shirt out of my head. And here's the thing: that's always in my head. I mean, it's always. I always have slow motion imagery of Lily taking her clothes off to, of course, moving in stereo by the cars. Lily is my Phoebe Cates, but very rarely have I ever seen it come almost to life like that. That was pretty wild. So wild, in fact, that apparently I turned into Bob Hope. I don't know why I did that. They're just that was wild. Let me tell you, I can't do Bob Hope. Nobody can. Very few people can. Dave Thomas can do Bob Hope, and Family Guy has a guy who does Bob Hope. That's not bad. It's funny, when I was a kid, there was a disc jockey named Steve Dahl in Chicago, and Steve and Gary were like, they were younger, so it was so different to hear them because they were kind of like close to our age, so we were able to listen to them, and they were funnier and hipper and meaner. And then they had Rich Little on their show, and Rich Little came in with his old person shtick, thinking he was just going to come in and do some voices, whatever, and that was not the kind of radio that Steve and Gary did, so they kind of busted his balls, and then they asked him if he could do Bob Hope, and he basically tried to cop out of it, and they were like, "No, come on," and they basically bullied him into doing a Bob Hope that was awful, and then told him how awful it was, like to his face. It was brutal. I mean, it was just, and I can even remember now how uncomfortable it was on the radio, and even though it was like, oh, because Steve and Gary were the heroes of Chicago, so it was funny that they did it, and it was, haha, our generation against their generation, and but it was uncomfortable. It made me feel bad for Rich Little, and that's not a sentence that's ever been uttered in a million years. No one has ever felt bad for Rich Little. Never. In a million years. The fuck was I talking about? I had something. I'm sure I had something before you got naked. In my head you did. But again, that happens every week. Oh, I'll tell you this. I got a new Bluetooth. Did I tell you I got my new Bluetooth? Everybody out there in the world who's listening? All right. Last time I got a Bluetooth, it was a gift from a friend. And because I never would have even known what to pick out or what to get or whatever, but it was silver and awesome, and it went right in my ear, and I was like, this is amazing. And this is my friend. At the time, my friend bought this product, and he decided, it's so good, I've got to give one to everybody I know. So he bought like 10 of them, I think, and he gave them to a bunch of different people. So I was excited, and it worked great. It worked great for 4 years, but now it has stopped working. It won't take a charge. So I plug it into the wall, it doesn't happen, it'll charge up, and then I go to use it, and it makes some weird noise, and then that's it. So I needed a new Bluetooth, so I went to the Apple store to pick one up, and as I was there, I used my phone, of course, and I Googled looking for the best Bluetooths, and they happened to have one on the shelf, so I grabbed it. I grabbed the Jawbone Era, and I took it home, and I fixed it. And it's been, like I said, it's about 4 years, I think. 4 or 5 years since I got that. Lily knows. She was there the day I got it. I am astonished at the advancements in the field of Bluetooth technology. The thing I bought now it's only like 2 inches long. It's tiny. It goes right in my ear. And it has a lady who talks to me who lives in the phone. She's just like, you have 5 hours of talk time left. You could do. She tells me all these different things. Plus, it syncs up with an app. I can actually download an app with this Bluetooth, and it does all these things where it can keep track of, like if I go on a run, it can keep track of the time that I run. I mean, it's like this amazing, because that was the thing when I read about it. It was the number 2 ranked Bluetooth on the list from Consumer Reports and somebody else. Well, the number 1 was like $165. This one was only $140. So I went ahead and grabbed the $140 one. It might have actually been number 1. Might have been. I don't remember. Who cares? It was the best one available. Why are you busting my balls? Now I got to go return it and get the number 1 one. I bought it because it looked nice, and the reason I bought it is that it had a military level noise assassination system. Like it had this like the weirdest language of all time. It had military technology for noise canceling. And dudes, I'm in the car calling mechs. What the fuck do I need military technology for? In case, yeah. Well, of course, because because I actually took it off the shelf, read that phrase, and I went, ha ha, like that. And the Apple guy looked at me like, what? And I'm like, nothing. It just because he would never think it was funny. But I just, just in case, folks, if I'm ever heading over to 7-Eleven with SEAL Team 6, please know that I'm covered. I have the Bluetooth that'll cancel out the noise. But yeah, and it talks to me and stuff. So I'm getting used to it. It's weird. Like you put it in your ear and it makes a little song, and then the chick talks to you and tells you a bunch of different things about whether because it'll also sync with your phone to tell you if you have voicemails and things like that. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's like having a person. I don't understand these people who keep putting things into technology. Bill Burr had the funniest fucking tweet of all time because there's the commercials for the Apple iPhone for Siri. 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 Oh yeah, Siri's Kate. Well, I'll get to that in a second. All right, I'll do. Poor Siri. I just it's so terrible that her fucking mom went crazy and ran away from their dad, their loving father. Her loving father, Suri's gonna be now. She's got to go ahead and live with her mom in some hovel, some shitty apartment, on the run from David Miscavige and Tom Cruise and all of their foot soldiers. Look, man, Tom Cruise is a good guy, and I'm sure he's a good dad, and I can't believe that Katie Holmes would betray him like this. That's all I'm going to say to you folks. And all of you people out there who claim to know what's going on, and you're Team Katie and Team Siri or Suri, whoever the fuck that little kid is, I don't give a fuck. You people are crazy. Here's two choices. Life with Tom Cruise, life without Tom Cruise. Nobody takes the latter. Nobody takes the latter and lives to tell the tale. How sad would your life be if you didn't have Tom Cruise in it? Think about it. Think about yourself. Think about the many times you sat there and watched The Outsiders. Think about it. Think about the first time you ever saw Taps. It formulated your life. It made you the person you are today. Katie Holmes saw Taps when she was 4 months old and said, I'm going to marry that guy someday, and did, and now has betrayed him. Betrayed him. He's out, stuck to the side of a skyscraper in Dubai, making money for her and the kid. She's in a 1,000-room mansion that she could decorate all fucking day long if she wanted. What's she going to do, Dawson's Creek the movie? Fuck you, Katie Holmes. Take care of that kid. Wash the Thetan machine or whatever the fuck you got in the... Do it. You signed a contract. Right? That's what everybody says. She signed a contract. And she signed she signed a bearding contract with Tom Cruise because he might be gay, but he's also a Scientologist. And then they had her and they brought her in to improve his image, but she didn't really help his image because he jumped on a fucking couch like a lunatic. Fine. So you know what? So honestly, you dock her pay at that point because that's her fault. That's not Tom's fault. Because she probably said, hey, why don't you go ahead and tell him how much you love me and jump up and down a couch and then take me out and hold my hand and I'll look frightened as fuck. And so that's on Katie Holmes. You got to dock her pay at that point. But everybody's saying she signed a contract. So if she really signed a contract, folks, don't you think that in the contract there was an exit clause where at the end of it, they would do everything they could to make her look like she was running away and reasserting herself so then she could have a career again after Tom Cruise? Because if she just bailed and said, oh yeah, Tom and I, we loved each other, they would never stop asking her fucking questions about him and his life and their arrangement. But now, if she pretends that she's got a new security detail and she might have had a secret apartment and she's getting away from Scientology and she's getting this high-powered lawyer, dude, it's all a fucking game. It's all a goof. That's in the contract. It was all the exit strategy so they can make Katie look like she's somewhat of a strong person so she can go back to her acting career. Don't you get it, folks? Don't you understand everything that I understand because I'm smarter than everyone in the world? I understand the inner workings of Scientology and contracts and Siri. Fuck, I don't even know that kid's name. Siri, whichever one it is. I don't know. All I know is Katie Holmes has betrayed Tom Cruise, and this world is that much worse off. And I can't invest the energy. I worry about Tom, but he'll call me if he needs me. I just can't invest the energy that the rest of the world has apparently decided they need to invest. Twitter exploded. Everybody else talking about it on TMZ and the news and gossip. And it's a cottage industry, folks. You recognize that, right? It's all money. It's all about money and thetans. Got my own problems. Folks, I love my wife. You know that, right? I love my wife. But my wife has stopped washing my Thetan machine. And don't take that to sound like anything more than what I just said. Now that I realize it, that doesn't sound good at all. Hold on. Let me double clutch on that. I don't understand arguments. Like, all right, look, if you've been with somebody for a long time, you should just be able to not argue ever. You should just be able to look at each other and just go, this is stupid, right? And just stop arguing and then have a beverage, right? I mean, shouldn't that be okay? Here's the thing that's going on that I don't get, that I don't understand. It just, there's oh, fuck. Why am I even going into this? This is stupid. You know what? Because she didn't sign a contract. So if she wants to, she can grab our Siri and disappear into the night. And there's nothing I can do about it. But things will happen, and I see them unfolding. And I'm waiting to just go, this is dumb. You know this is dumb, right? We had this fight. This is a fight we actually had. And it's not even a fight. It's just we were talking about something offhand, and the subject of having sex in an office came up. Because once, when she and I first started dating, we had sex in her office at her job in Chicago. We went after hours she worked for, I can't say where, but then we went in after hours into her office building, and I don't remember, it was somebody else's office or in a conference room, but we went off. I mean, it was just like, it wasn't like, there was no secret about it. Like, we were like naked on a table. I mean, it was like that crazy. Okay. And so we were talking about that. That came up today, and she said, she goes, well, it's a good thing they didn't have cameras back then. And I said, well, how do you know? I said, they might have. I said, you have no idea. I said, that your boss, Dan, could be spanking that fucking video to this day. And she just goes, well, no, they didn't have those little cameras that you could put into an office. And I said, you don't know that. I said, they might have. I said, you have no idea what they had. And she goes, no, Michael, I know for sure that they did not have those cameras. All right? She goes, they might have had big clunky cameras, but there were no cameras in our office. I said, you don't know that for sure. I said, you can say that, and that's fine because you believe that, but you can't say with absolute certainty that that's true. And I'm joking. Like, I'm having fun. I kind of poking the bear, but at the same time, but she's getting mad, like really mad. And she goes, Michael, I'm not stupid. I know that they didn't have like those tiny cameras and they couldn't have possibly filmed it back then. I go, so you're guaranteeing me that in the world, the technology did not exist in 1994, military, any other country on the planet did not have the fucking technology to have a lipstick-sized camera? You're guaranteeing that. She goes, yeah, I'm telling you that. I go, you don't know that for sure. All you got to do is just say you don't know it for sure. If that's your opinion, I'm down with it, but don't try to tell me that for sure there were no cameras. And she goes, why are you being a know-it-all? I said, I am being the exact opposite of a know-it-all. I am being a know-nothing. I'm not sure if they had those cameras. You're guaranteeing me we didn't have those cameras. You know who does that? A know-it-all. That's who does it. But I'm still being funny. Like, I thought we were still kind of having fun. And she's pissed. And she's like, she goes, Michael, I'm not stupid. I go, I didn't say you were stupid. How did we make the leap to you're stupid? I said, you're asserting that you know everything. I'm asserting you don't. That doesn't mean that you're stupid. It just means that there might be some window of knowledge that you don't possess. I don't. And she was furious, and she wouldn't fucking drop it. She's just like, I'm telling you, they didn't have these cameras. She goes, I'll look it up. I go, what are you going to look up? She goes, I'll look up the technology in 1993. I go, dude, go ahead. I go, but here's the thing. I go, even if you look up the technology in 1994 about little tiny lipstick cameras, that doesn't prove they had them in the offices at Humana. All right? It doesn't prove it. I don't give a fuck. She hasn't worked there in 20 years. That's what I'm saying. I go, there are things that are known and things that are unknown, and we cannot know if we were filmed that night. We have no idea. We cannot know if they had cameras. We don't know this. And she's like, I know it. They didn't have the technology. There was no way they could have had it. I'm like, fine. I go, but you're wrong. I mean, it's like, I go, the thing is, this is what makes me mad. You think I'm stupid, that I should just take at face value that they didn't have cameras. I go, you can't prove that that's true. Like, and it became this stupid argument. And I thought we were having fun, but we weren't. I don't understand the fighting aspect. You've been with me, and I said to her, I go, you've been with me for 20 years. 20, what the fuck are you doing? But maybe that's part of being with someone for 20 years, that you just fight about stupid shit and you try to assert territory. It's all about territory. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. This happened to me the other day. I got this dropped on me in the car. I was telling her something about some girl I know or something that happened that I did. It's a long story. And she looked at me and she goes, why don't you just fuck her already and get it over with? And meant it. dropped that right in my lap and meant it. And I was bracing. It was almost as like she slapped me in the face. I looked at her and I saw that she was mad because she was white knuckling the steering wheel. And I'm looking at her in my head. I'm like, I can't believe that she would say something to me like that, particularly just before we were getting ready for prom. Because that is a serious high school bullshit thing to say, right? And I looked at her. I said, "You're serious? You don't really mean?" And she's just like, "No, seriously. If you want to keep talking about it, why don't you just fuck her and get it over with?" Oh my! And I meant it. So I asked for my class ring back. What else could I fucking do, folks? At that point, she was driving. I said, "You know what? Drop me off with the guys at the baseball field and give me my class ring back. We're finished." Motherfucker. And yes, you're right, folks. You've guessed it. This was a long way getting there, but this is my way of telling Tom Cruise that I am available for prom. You're listening to The 40-Year-Old Boy, and coming up later, Cassandra.
What about like 80s?
Okay.
You know? Here I go. I have a picture pinned to my wall.
An image of you and of me and John Freeman and his son Quinn's along for the ride. Because John Freeman is cheap and contributed once and said, "Hey, mention my son too. Did your son give any money, Freeman?" I don't fucking think he did. I have a picture. I just ripped Freeman and his son, and then I tried to bring it back.
Hold me now. Dad, I'm all alone.
That was a Kickstarter reward, I think. I haven't picked out what it is just yet, but I'll figure it out. And there's a promo coming up later that you haven't heard, folks.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Stick around for that. Believe me, that's the only reason to stick around at this point. Stick around for the promo that you have not heard. It's coming up eventually. It's locked. It's loaded. I'm going to actually say it's locked and loaded. I don't want to go separate. I don't want to say it's locked. It's loaded. I throw an and in there. That's what conjunction junction does. That's its function. It's hooking up words and phrases and clauses, folks. All right. And button or. So, folks, it sure does. I was in Canada. Last week at this time. No, not at this time. Last week at this time, I was here recording. Fucking Tuesday Records, ruining everything, ruining my life, ruining Lily's. She's got fittings to go to, and places to go pick up candy and naked pictures of herself. She brought. I was like, I needed something to eat, and she's like, I have candy in the living room, and then she had a little I Spy glass with a naked picture of her in it. But it's a picture that I've seen. You don't care. Why the fuck do you care? Why am I telling you all about what just happened? We take a break for a reason, so you don't have to hear about those things. Otherwise, I would just walk around her house with a microphone and go, "What's this? A box of candy? Yeah, I'm gonna have a little mini baby Ruth." And oh my God, look, a naked picture of you in a spyglass. That's not really a spyglass. I guess a spyglass is like a.
Peekers.
It's a peeker. A peeker. That's like in Canada, they call the strip bars peeler bars.
Yes.
I found out. I'll get to that in a second. That's what I heard. That's all I heard. I was in Canada last week. I went to Toronto, Canada, to do a show. I have been on the road doing shows. I'm not on the road. I occasionally leave town to go into a show and then I come back. On the road would indicate that you're on the road actually doing a string of shows, which I'd love to do. But unfortunately, the demand is not there. And also, I have to be in town to work my security job so I can pay for my credit cards. That's right. That's the saddest sentence ever uttered, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a stand-up comedian for over 20 years. I need to stay in Los Angeles so I can work security and pay my bills. Oh, my fucking God. Where did I go wrong? I'm sure some of you are thinking, well, right there with the blaspheme. That's exactly where you went wrong, son. Because apparently there's Baptist preachers who get together and listen to the show and then wait to criticize. Because that's what they do. Baptist preachers, they criticize and they dunk people in a lake. That's all that they do, for fuck's sake. Do they even have a Bible? Baptists, do they use the regular Bible, the Jesus Bible? Or do they have a special Bible?
They use the Quran.
Really? For kindling, maybe. I don't know. Baptist preachers do, because I know there's Catholics, and Catholics have the Bible. But I don't know if like Episcopalians and preachers and Baptists and what else is there? Ecumenicals? Is that a thing? I don't know.
No idea.
Eucalyptus? No, Eucharist? What am I thinking? The Eucharists. Those people, I don't know if they all use the same Bible, or if there's like, passages torn out, or they got like an extra thing in there. Because don't Mormons use a Bible, but like in the middle of it, it's like, oh, by the way, we found this in a woods. Right?
They don't use a Bible. They use the Bible translated by...
The book of Brigham Young.
Yeah.
Right?
Not really, but yeah.
Joe Morton. What the fuck's his name? No, actually, it was not Joe Morton. I'm sorry. It was not the black guy from Terminator 2. It was. I thought it was. He. No, the Mormons were not interested in that.
Joe Mormon was his name.
Joe Mormon. Joe Mormon. One of my favorite TV shows when I was a kid. Joe Mormon. He hung out with Johnny Appleseed and he planted Bibles from here to there. Not Bibles. Underwear. He planted underwear. He dug up holes and put underwear in there. Because they have the magic underpants, right? Yes? Don't they? Yes, they do. All right. So, folks. Welcome to the... It's not even intolerance of religion. It's ignorance. Complete and straight ignorance of religion. Because I can't be bothered to learn everybody's fucking magic tricks. You know what I mean? Everyone's got their own thing going on, and good for you. That's fine. Some people like puppets. I'm glad you all enjoy your puppets. You know why I say this? Because I was in godless Canada. Oh, those people, they do not enjoy the Lord at all. They're not fans. That's the first thing they ask you when you get into the country. You're not bringing any Jesus in here on your shoes, are you? Scrape them off. They actually have a curb. You have to scrape your shoes off, and they hose you down to make sure you're not bringing any Jesus into their country. They don't want it mucked up there. Folks, I went to Canada. I flew to Canada. I was going to walk, but I thought that would not make sense because I was here Tuesday. There's no way I get there. If I leave on a Tuesday, I maybe get there by Saturday, but the show's Friday. That helps nobody. So I flew to Canada last week, to Toronto, Canada. Why is that funny? I need to make sure people know where I was, just in case. I was not in Kamloops. I have like 3 go-to cities that I always talk about in Canada, and Kamloops would be one of them. Moose Jaw, another. Flin Flon the third. By the way, that's my other baby, Flin Flon the third. Bomb Pop Chinese reckon Flin Flon the third. Folks, I went to Canada. I don't even want to do this. I'm not going to lie to you, folks. I am so fucking drunk on the sound of my own voice that I just want to lie down and sober up. I don't want to talk. I want to take some weird vow of silence and hide behind a curtain. I have just talked myself sick. And again, we're only a half hour into the fucking show. I recognize that. But for some reason, this week it just leaped out at me because I did a show Friday and I lived life in Canada, and then all of a sudden it was Tuesday and it's time to record a fucking show. And last week I did an hour and then we brought in a clip, and this week I got to tell you about Toronto, which I want to tell you about Toronto. I want to talk, but Jesus fuck, I don't want to talk. I wish, you know what I wish? I wish I had that fucking War Game speak and spell thing, and it would just be like, I could just type shit. I wish I could Stephen Hawking the show. I would actually type it, and then you could listen to a fucking robot tell you the show. You know what? We got to do that sometime. Actually, that's part of the drawing at the LA Podfest. All right. Anybody who donates $100 or more to the show, it's gone up. That's right. It's gone up in half an hour, folks. It was $10 earlier. Now it's $100 because I have to pay for the equipment to make the fucking robot noises. I can't just get a Simon. Or no, Simon's, that doesn't even make any noise. It just makes noises. That doesn't speak. Speak and spell, right? Yeah, that's the one that talks. Yes. Dog, or whatever. I would hope it would say more than that. I hate me right now. I fucking hate me. Seriously, I want to put my head through a fucking window. I don't know what it is. This weird, funky cloud just is hanging over me, and I was excited. I was actually like, I'll get here and it'll be fine. And Lily's shaking her head at me, but I don't fucking care. I hate me right now. I'm trying to snap out of it. I'm trying to back, because it's now like it's 8:00. I just sat here for an hour. It's not even a fucking joke. We took a break. I sat here for a fucking hour trying to to become me, trying to just grab some of me and bring it to the party because I hated the first half hour and I feel like I'm forcing shit and I got stuff to talk about. That's the weird thing. I have show to discuss. I had a life. Normally this shit happens to me when I haven't done anything, when I've just sat in my fucking house or worked and then I got to try to dredge something up from the past. But now I actually lived and there's things to tell you about that I'm excited about. I had a fucking fantastic time in Canada, but I can't wrap my head around talking. And what's stupid, I know you're like, well, dude, you're talking to tell us how much you fucking hate it. Well, I don't hate it, all right? I hate me. Fuck. All right. Lily just threw in that like token laugh, like, ha, I hope this stops you from killing yourself. Ha. Well, I appreciate you helping me out there. I will not kill myself on the air, as I've mentioned, because I do not have a gun. I can't slit my wrists on a podcast. There's nothing good about that. I'd have to shoot myself for the fucking, you got to have the bang.
Do you want me to get the gun?
How many guns do you have again?
One.
Just one? Is it yours or Eddie's?
We have two.
Well, Eddie's got one and you got one, right? Okay. Get them both. Holy shit, how great. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take two guns and put one to each side of my head and then shoot, and maybe the bullets will hit each other and bounce back out and I'll live. Oh my God, let's do it. That sounds like a plan.
They'll hit each other and explode because they have gunpowder.
No, they'll repel themselves out.
Bullets don't generally bounce.
My head is completely different than another head. Other people's skulls might work differently, but my head, my skull, it's bulletproof. Not bulletproof because it'll still penetrate, but then it'll bounce them right the fuck back out. Yeah, because I don't have a true brain. I have like, you know what I have? I have like 100 brains, but they're all smaller than a normal brain. Like I have a brain cluster. Everybody else has a brain. I have a head like a ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese full of tiny colored brains. All right. That's my speculation. That's not medical. Please don't take me. Hold on. I got something in my throat. Jesus. Hold on. What happened?
I'm not stopping. I like this.
Really? We're recording? Nobody wants to hear that. I just had a discussion with somebody. They're like, I'm glad you don't eat on your show. That's nice. That was my question. Who the fuck eats on a show? And then she told me like there's like 9 podcasts where everybody eats, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Reviewing food?
One show will do it where there'll be like a contest or a taste test or something, and then they will do that. But then there's another show where the host or whoever eats, and I guess people complained about it, and he was like, "Fuck you. There's food here. I'm going to eat." Because Steve Dahl used to eat on the air when I was a kid, as I mentioned, Steve Dahl, and it's just, I don't get it. I would never even think to eat. I didn't want to drink water on the show, but sometimes my throat gets all fucked up, so I have to. But are you really recording all this? Did you record me breaking and coughing for the thing in my throat? Why not? Let's just fill time, because I sat here long enough. Lily just wants me to get the fuck out of her house, honestly, because during that hour break, we came from the ammo dump and actually came into her house, and now she's like, I don't know why you're here, and then she took her shirt off, and I'm like, what the hell? So now she's just recording. She's even recording the breaks where I step aside and I got to clear my throat. She's like, I'm just fucking going. I'm not pushing the buttons anymore. She's on Facebook. All right. So
How's Canada?
I was there last week. I was in Toronto last week. I should tell you folks about that, right? Shouldn't I? I should probably tell you that rather than sitting here and telling you how much I want to fucking leap out of a fucking window, right? You don't care about that. Nobody cares that for some reason, I don't know why, I can't fucking solve the mystery of who I am and why the fuck I feel like this. Why there's this fucking head full of gray. I can't explain it. And it's not all the time. It's just for some reason today. I don't know if I'm trying to talk it out. I'm trying to talk myself out of this fog. I'm trying to talk myself out of this fucking horseshit. I am talking. That's what I'm doing. But I'm not talking about Canada. No, because if I talk about Canada, that doesn't deal with what I'm dealing with right now. I'm fucking dealing with, I don't want to be anywhere. Like it's like I don't want to. It's like I don't want to be here. I'm sometimes I'll be like, oh, I don't want to be here. I want to do a show. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be right now. I don't even know how to fucking explain it. I just, for some reason, it hit me today where I didn't even want to get out from under the covers, and I'm like, I got a show to do, and I was still okay. Grabbed a shower, threw shit in my hair, fucking went outside, got in the car. But then by the time I fucking got here, I was like, God damn it, I don't know what to do. And then I felt like I was forcing the entire beginning of the fucking show. Dudes, I've done a show. Okay, let me tell you that. I've done a show today, and we scrapped it. We fucking scrapped it because I'm forcing it. It's terrible. And I fucking whacked it. And you guys don't care. This behind the curtain fucking bullshit you don't care about. And yet I'm sitting here pouring it on. Let's cut this out. Dude, I cut out stuff from the beginning. I was there last week. Flew to Toronto, Canada, just last week. And again, fucking amazing time. Such a great trip. Great stories. And yet, it's like I just want to write a blog entry and make you read it this week. Like, you don't want to hear my voice. I don't want to hear my fucking voice. And I can't, and you guys, you're great because you support me and you listen and all that stuff. And I can't imagine how fucking as painful as this is for me, I can't imagine how fucking painful it is for you to have to listen to me fucking savage myself and tell you what a mistake you're making listening. You're not making a mistake listening. You're just listening to me get through some stuff. You're there for me, folks. I'm lying down right the fuck now. You've got, you know what you've got? You got fucking like wire rim glasses and a goddamn notepad and a pen and a pipe in your mouth and some fucking tweed shoes and a herringbone something. God damn it. You're my help, folks. You're there for me. You're my sounding board. You're backing me up. I just don't know. I don't know why. I feel like this. I felt like it since I got here. We talked and I scrapped fucking swaths of show. Huge fucking swaths of show. Because I put some weird arbitrary clock on myself and then I was forcing it. It just wasn't working for me. And then I found some stuff that I was happy with and I'm like, all right, let's take a break. And then I took a break and I went away. And now I'm back, and you're pissed. How pissed are you that I'm back? Folks, if you're just joining us, you've missed, quite frankly, a guy just ready to claw his own skin off his face. I feel like that dude in Poltergeist, the dude who saw himself in the mirror and his skin was kind of flaking and he just tore it off and you saw a skull. That's what I feel like right now. God damn it. All right.
How was Canada?
I was just there last week. I was in Toronto, Canada, and it went so well. I cannot explain to you. Words cannot possibly express to you how well it went, how good it went, how great it went. I loved it. I want to move there. That's how good it was. And yet you would think that I would be able to joyfully recap it for everyone, and I got no interest in it. None. I mean, I have some. I mean, I want to tell people about it because it was so fantastic. I want to share it with people. But at the same fucking time, I don't want to talk. I don't want to say my fucking name. I don't want to say hello. Like, I just want to walk past strangers with earbuds in. I want to go away. I want to tunnel away into the fucking center of the earth like a mole guy. I want to be a mole person and not talk to anybody or make eye contact with anybody again, ever. And I don't know where this came from. Like, I was fine. Everything was fine. I was good yesterday. I was really good Friday and Saturday. Again, Canada was good. But now I'm back in the fucking States and I'm just like, man, because you know what? Because life inexorably marches on. Like, and it's good. I'm glad. I don't want to die. I don't want to be somebody who disappears. But it just turns into that thing where you're like, wow. Again, my favorite line in Kingpin is when Woody Harrelson walks out and there's that dude sitting on the porch and Woody Harrelson goes, "How's life, Earl?" And Earl goes, "Taking forever." Yeah. And again, I'm not one of these idiots who's like, "Oh, Jesus, I wish I was somewhere else," or "I want to die," or "boo-hoo," or "fuck." No, I'm not. I love being alive and talking to you guys. I love having a good time. I love being awake and alive. I love going out and experiencing things and being. I went to the movies yesterday. I've been doing things, but for some reason today I walked right into a fucking storm front. I don't know what the fuck it did. It just and it took me to my knees. Like, I mean, I tried to get out of it. I'm trying. I'm just furiously paddling right now. And it's so funny because normally they'll say that thing where it's like, I'm cool on the surface, but underneath I'm furiously paddling. You guys are just under the surface because all you're seeing is furiously paddling. All you're seeing is me just clutching for purchase and trying to get to the fucking top and breathe. Just breathe. Just be a person, for fuck's sake. Just open up your lungs and fill them with air and breathe the life that you're living. God damn it.
How was Canada?
I was just there last week. Toronto, Canada. Oh, Jesus. I can't explain it. I don't know why. And again, this is useless for you guys. You're pissed. I get it. I'm not trolling you. I'm not trying to get a reaction. I'm just trying to share with you right now who I am. At this moment. This isn't who I am all the time. A lot of times I'm fun, I'm gregarious, but for some reason, man, I just want to put a stake through my fucking heart, but not really. Like, I mean, I still want to live and stuff, but maybe I just want to tune myself up. Maybe I just want to fucking, punch myself in the face a couple times. I don't fucking know. Right now, I hate me. I shouldn't. I don't really, I guess. Maybe I do. I can tell you this, I don't hate me as much as you hate me at this moment.
Hey, Mike, how was Canada?
I was just there last week. I told Mex, I was like, I tried to tell Mex about, I tried to give him an idea for the artwork because I didn't think I'd get to talk to him. So I'm like, hey, dude, here's some ideas and all this other stuff. And he contacted me back. He's like, no, I'd like to talk to you about, after the show. So I got to talk to him. I can't talk to him tonight. I'll probably talk to him tomorrow. But the thing is, I'm literally, right now, the picture for this show should just be me trying to pull start a lawnmower. That's it. And it's not catching. It's just not catching. Just.
How was Canada?
I was just there last week. Folks, I was in Canada last week. I did the show last Tuesday. Split from Lily's house. And she was going out of town. She was all excited because so I was like, thank you for doing the show. She goes, well, I'm going to edit it all tonight. I'm going to get it all squared up and be ready to fire up tomorrow. And then we had to talk to Max, and he had to get us the artwork, which he was going to get on Wednesday, and blah, blah, blah. So I said, all right, thanks for all your help. I took off. Saw Lily, bailed, went home, went to work, and then had to go to the airport real early on Wednesday, get to LAX. And I should tell you this. I might have talked about it last week. I wasn't prepared for Canada. I was prepared to go. I got my passport, and I'm like, yay, I can go. But I forgot about the money and all that bullshit. And so I called B of A on Monday. Did I talk about this on last week's show? I called to try to get Canadian money from my bank. And they said, well, it takes us 2 days to get our hands on it. I'm like, well, I leave tomorrow on a plane. And they said, well, we're not going to have it by then. We got to get it shipped to us. I'm like, from where? Canada? What the fuck? Give me my... You're a bank. You got money? So they said there was a bank on Wilshire that I could call. So I called them, and they only had yen and euros. And I said, whatever. So nobody had Canadian money for me. So, and then I asked people on Facebook. I said, hey, what's the deal with the money? Where do I get it? And everybody said, well, you're really better off bringing the money in from America, but you can get it at the airports while you're there, but the exchange rate is going to rape you. I mean, it's just going to be bad. So I went and looked at the exchange rate. The money was basically even. Like the Canadian dollar was worth $1.01 of the United States dollar. So I thought I was okay. But then people said, no, you won't be able to use American money in Toronto. It's too far from the border. So make sure you get some money before you come in. I said, okay. So I knew I could exchange it at the airport in LAX. So I got to the airport super early. My flight was at 7, I think, to Toronto. Got there about 6. So at 5:30. I thought it was 5:30. And I walked through, and I saw the currency exchange. So I go over, and there's nobody in it. It's closed. There's people milling about. So I try to find a pamphlet that tells me the procedure. Here's the procedure for getting money, folks. You give them your money. They give you money back. No pamphlet necessary. But I thought for some reason there was some elaborate set of directions that I had to grab. And it's Canada, so it could be on a scroll or some parchment from the Queen. I don't know how you fucking handle it. So I walk up, it's closed. They start milling around like everybody else. I'm looking for this paperwork, and a guy is leaning on the counter. And he goes, you exchanging money? And I just looked at him, said, well, they're closed. And he goes, where are you going? And I mean, he didn't have a fedora or a toothpick in his mouth, but he literally, he wasn't flipping a quarter. And if he was, I don't know what country it was from. But I mean, he's just leaning there on the currency exchange. And he goes, where are you going? And I said, I'm going to Canada. He goes, oh, I can help you with that. You want to exchange money? I got some Canada money right here. And he reaches in his pocket and pulls out what I would only describe as a handful of money from the game Payday. It's orange, like this crazy, like blue. It's like, bright blue. And he fishes it out of his pocket, and it's not neatly bound with a rubber band or in a wallet. It's just this handful of money. It looks like, you ever see a magician when he pulls those bad flowers out of his sleeve? That's what it looked like. He just pulled out this multicolored handful of bullshit out of his... It looked like my brains, actually. That's what it looked like. It looked like he reached in and took a handful scoop of my multicolored ball pit Chuck E. Cheese brains and just held them in front of me and asked me to pay for them. Because he's like, well, how much you taking? And I'm not going to tell this guy because then I'm giving this shady asshole how much I got in my pocket. I mean, I don't, look, I want nothing to do with it. And I didn't know if the money, it could have been Canadian money. I've never seen it. I don't know. The only Canadian money I've seen of like, you get that one random quarter from like a fast food place and you're fucking furious because you're like, I'll never be able to use this. And, so it could have been that money, could not have been that money. I have no idea, but I'm not going to fucking deal with this guy. The guy's name was Lucky, probably. Fuck that. You know what it was? Lucky Pierre. That's who it was. Lucky Pierre. All right. And he was fighting Savoir-Faire. All right. Well, you know where Savoir-Faire is. He's everywhere. All right. So, I should tell you. Fuck, I forgot this, folks. As I forgot to say. Cause, all right. I will tell you. I'll be honest with you. We're just coming back. Through the magic of editing, I was distracted by a spider. As if the show wasn't horrible enough, I'm sitting here and I looked up and there's a spider above me on the ceiling and he's walking and then Lily's like, well, do you want me to get rid of him? And I'm like, well, no, you're not my date. I mean, it's fine. Just let him walk away. And then she said, well, I think I want to get rid of him. And I'm like, all right, well then if you're going to do it for you, that's fine, but don't do it on my account. Because I don't want to appear to be that much of a pussy. But I couldn't stop looking at him. She's like, you're never going to be able to concentrate. You're just going to look at him the whole time. And I go, no, as long as he walks away from me and I know he's not going to drop on my head. But then part of me is like, you know what? I wish he would. I wish he would have dropped on me and bitten me. And then I would have had the radioactive strength of a goddamn spider. I would have been.
Why do spiders have radioactive?
Well, he does. That's why he was sent. He was sent to save me from myself. Spider-Man the movie opened today, and you're telling me it's coincidence that a spider would walk directly above me in your house?
That never ever happened.
No, never. I've never seen a spider in here. And then Lily's got up and she's got a broom, and I go, "Are you going to smash him?" And she's like, "No." And I go, "You're never going to see where he's going to land." She goes, "No, I'm fine." So she puts the broom on him, and he was hanging from his web, and I'm like, "Ah!" She's like, "I'm going to wash him down the sink," not knowing that there was a night gallery where the guy washed a spider down the sink, and it kept coming back bigger and bigger. So, folks, if you hear like a squeaking noise and then I die. It was a spider coming out of the drain that Lily couldn't kill with her broom. She tried to save me and didn't work. And then she washed him down the sink, and then she's spraying soap down the sink. She's like, if the water doesn't come, the soap will. And I said, or it will just make him super clean and more angry.
I don't see him coming back.
Not yet, but it's early.
How is Canada?
I was just there last week. They don't have spiders in Canada. They don't. All right. So, I should tell you this, folks. I went through security before I went to the currency exchange, and they again belt off and pants down, pants fell down, and I'm not wearing Spider-Man pants when I travel now, so now it's boxer briefs. And they went down to about my knees, and I grabbed them. And it's so funny now. I'm wondering if it's happening more often because they don't really overreact to it anymore. Like they don't do anything. Because I'll say to them, I go, look, if I take my belt off, my pants are going to fall down. And there's like, gotta take your belt off, sir. I'm like, all right. And I just let my pants fall down. They went down to my knees and I grabbed them. And then I just hoisted them up. I held them up like fucking alfalfa with a rope belt. Terrible. And then sure enough, that same day or the day before, Shatner had it happen. Did you see that? It happened to William Shatner at LAX. His pants fell down. And there's an article about it, and they're like, he's like, I'm so embarrassed. And I'm like, fuck you, Shatner. Quit stealing my bit. Because he did. He totally hacked me. He listens to this fucking show. In 2 weeks, you're going to hear he got bit by a spider. Trust me. But Shatner's like, I wore loose pants, and then my pants fell down, and I've never been more embarrassed in my entire life. I'm like, well, then you are not watching enough of your performances. You are not tuning in to see yourself acting often enough if that was the most embarrassing thing that happened in your fucking life. What about when you hit your wife over the head and drowned her in her pool so you can get all the Priceline money for yourself? What about that? Was that embarrassing? I'm not sure if that's true. Allegedly. How about that? We'll throw that in so I don't get sued by Shatner. And buy a fucking belt. You're a millionaire. A billionaire. That guy's got so much fucking money, it's ridiculous. You're 85. Use your balls and tie them around your waist to hold your fucking pants up. I know they're hanging down to ankles at this point. All right, so I get in, I walk through, I pull up my pants, I go to currency exchange, Lucky Pierre is there, I refuse to play his games, and I continue to walk. Get on the plane. Unfortunately, I was talking a couple of weeks ago, I thought I had a nonstop to Toronto. Nope. No, I remember trying to find a flight, I was going to fly into Buffalo and then drive, I had all sorts of bullshit planned, but it didn't matter, it was all expensive. So this time I flew, and I had to fly to Chicago, where I'm from, and then I was going to stay there for an hour or so and then get on the plane to Toronto, continuing to Toronto. And when I say flew out of Chicago, I had to fly from LA to Chicago and then from Chicago to Toronto, continuing to Toronto. So I checked in and there was nobody sitting next to me. I get to the airport. I go through all the stuff I just told you about. I get to the gate, and I found a thing now where you can go up to the little stewardess lady and say, hey, can you do me a favor? The gate attendant. And say, can you see if there's anybody? I'm in a window on the right-hand side of the plane. Can you make sure no one is still sitting next to me? And if they are, can you move me to a seat where there's no middle occupant next to me? That seems convoluted. I think I just said, hey, is there a seat where nobody's sitting in the middle next to me? So she looked and said, you know what? You're fine right now. There's still nobody sitting next to you. I said, good. So we get on the plane, and they start boarding everybody, and everybody's waiting, and they start doing the cross-check, and I'm excited because it means I'm going to get to go to sleep, and everything's fine. And finally, they announced that they're waiting for one international flight, and there's supposed to be people coming over, and then it lands, and one person gets on the plane, and she walks all the way to the back, because I'm way in the back. I think I was in 35F, and she comes walking toward the back, and she stops at 35 and looks, and she's probably 5 feet tall. I mean, she's tiny. Like, she looks like if she slipped into my row, she probably could have slipped into that little kangaroo pouch that's on the back of the seat and slept very comfortably. She's that small. Like, she could have slipped into the vomit bag, like a little sleeping bag, and just, like Cindy Lou Who, I would have put an apple under her fucking arms or taken a candy cane, whatever. She's tiny. So she stops and she looks and she sees the middle seat and she sees, fucking giant me. And she literally goes, exhales in the middle of the aisle. And they start going, well, ma'am, you need to grab your seat or whatever. And she goes, excuse me. And she calls a sky waitress over and she's like, is there anywhere else on the plane that you can seat me other than here? And looking right at, I mean, there's no doubt it's about me. Okay. And she, in front of everybody, calls the stewardess, is there anywhere else on the plane that you can seat me? And the woman says, ma'am, I'm very sorry. You fly standby. You have to take kind of what's left on the plane, and this is what's left. And she says, I understand that, but is there any way you can switch me with someone or you can check with someone? I'm like, and now I'm like, who are you, fucking Miss America? Because it's American Airlines. You must be Miss America if you think they will switch people and give you your own fucking seat. You're the last person on the fucking plane, and there's one seat available. Sorry, you're finished. That's it. Sit in the middle and shut the fuck up. So she gets the speech again. The stewardess very politely but firmly says, ma'am, you need to sit down because we are already late and we're taking off. We accommodated you. You're flying standby. So, let's go. So, which was weird. Like, she's flying standby, but she was on an international flight. How the fuck did they make that work? Like, did she call ahead to the gate? I have no idea. But so she squeezes in and she sits down next to me and I give her the standard, look, I'm a big guy, kind of a giant. I'll fly as small as I possibly can. I'll lean. She goes, that's fine, but we need to do this right now. And she grabs the armrest and fucking jams it down to make sure that I am now wedged into a cage, a window seat cage. And again, I hate to be this guy, but I absorb the armrest. I mean, I'm a fat dude, you know what I mean? So you put it down and it still disappears. It just means that it's disappeared into me and it's fucking digging into my hip. That's just it. But she doesn't fucking care. She wedges it down. And so fine, she's just being a bitch and I don't fucking care. And she's like exhaling and doing that. She's all mean and she's putting shit in the pouch and she's getting her iPad out. And I'm just like, fuck this, I'm going to sleep. So I put on my fucking earbuds. I put on my hood. We take off. I go to sleep. And I keep kind of getting shaken by turbulence, but I don't give a fuck. I sleep right through it. I wake up, I hear what song's playing, I go back to sleep. I'm in and out of sleep. But I keep getting shaken and bumped. And then it gets progressively kind of worse. But I'm noticing it's, I'll wake up and it's only on the left side of my body. Like it's this weird turbulence. I don't know what's happening. I kind of wake up and I don't wake up and sit up. I do that thing. You ever wake up but you just keep your eyes closed? Okay, so I wake up. And I realize that something's happening on the left side of my body. And I think it's turbulence because I'm shaking. And then I kind of like look, I turn my head and I look out of the corner of my eye. It's this woman elbowing me in my body. Like basically she's hitting me in the gut trying to get to the armrest. Like she's tunneling under me. She's having a fight with inanimate me. I mean, look, and the thing is, this is all loose meat. All right, I get that. But it's still fucking me. I'm still a guy. All right, I'm a fat guy. If you prick me, do I not bleed? If you tickle me, do I not laugh? If you elbow me while I'm asleep just to get at the fucking armrest, do I not want to lift the armrest and shift all of my weight to the fucking left for the rest of the flight and bury you in a fucking fatalanche? Yes, I do. So she's fucking elbowing me, and I'm feeling it, and she's hitting me, and I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not going to confront her or yell at her because she's tiny. I don't know what the fuck. So finally, I open my eyes, and I turn my head slowly, and I look at her, and she's elbowing. She's not even looking at my head. She's just, and she's really, and she's tiny. She's not doing real damage, but she's hitting me. And she's elbowing, trying to get, almost as if she's entitled. And finally, she looks up, and she sees that I'm looking at her, and I just go, hi. And I'm kind of half smiling, but also like squinting, like, well, I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing, but I mean that's attached to me. That's fucking attached to me. And she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get to the armrest." I said, "I understand that. I'm trying to sleep." And she goes, "I know, but I it's not fair. I think I should get to the armrest." And I go, "You fly standby, you get what you get. I think someone else told you that earlier on the flight." And she just goes, "Yeah, all right." And I went back to sleep. I didn't fucking care.
Wow.
Hitting me, because again, figuring 6'2", 330 is not gonna. I'm not gonna hit her back, obviously.
I would've.
Well, you can, all right, yeah, absolutely. And if it was a dude, it would have been a completely different story. But it was enough for her to look up at me, and I just went, "Hi." So, rest of the flight continues. I sleep, in and out of sleep. Land in Chicago. She leaps to her feet. She cannot get out of the plane fast enough because she doesn't want to ever make eye contact with me again. I wait. People file off. I'm like the last guy off the plane, and we had landed at 12:45. So we were early, but by the time we taxied and got to the front, it was like 1:05. By the time I get off, it's 10 after 1, quarter after 1, and I'm catching a 1:45 flight to Toronto. So I get off the plane. We're walking, and in O'Hare, when I come home, sometimes it's Chicago, you know what I mean? So maybe I'll get a piece of pizza, who knows what the fuck. But I'm walking, and I forgot Rick Bayless, who I've talked about on here before. He's a famous chef out of Chicago. He has a place called Tortas Frontera, and it's in the American terminal. And I go walking, and I see it, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And it's just amazing homemade food in an airport. So I go to the front of the counter, and I'm like, they had cochinita pibil, which is a pork sandwich, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to order that." And she goes, "It takes 15 minutes. Is that okay?" And by now it's like 1:20, and I have to still walk to my gate, and my flight's at 1:50. Now I played this game in Long Beach or whatever the fucking Phoenix when the flight was in the air at 1:50. So I looked at her and I go, 15 minutes? She goes, "Yeah." And I go, "You know what? Yeah, do it. Make it." So she makes the sandwich. I'm standing there. I'm waiting. And it took exactly 15 minutes. The little buzzer goes off. I hand it to her. I get my sandwich, and I start to fucking hustle. And I don't run, but I'm still ahead of the game. It's only 1:30. Flight leaves at 1:50. And, it was 1:35. So I start walking, and then I have to walk, of course, twisty through hallways to get to my gate. I'm going, and I get to the gate, and, I'm expecting to be boarding because I'm in zone 2, and nobody's moving. Everybody's just kind of standing around. And I walk up to the front counter, and there's a guy standing there. And he goes, "You just getting here?" And I said, "Yeah, are we boarding?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "Oh, you're late." And I go, "Well, not late. The flight's at 1:50. He goes, "Well, we should be boarding." He goes, "You got lucky. There's a fuel leak." And I'm like, I got lucky that there's a fuel leak? So I'm lucky that quite possibly we could all die in a ball of flame in the middle of the sky? All right, thank you. I appreciate you for pointing that out. And I'm like, "What do you mean you got lucky? There's a fuel leak." He goes, "Yeah, they haven't boarded us because there's a fuel leak on the plane, so they're trying to repair it." And it turns out, so I'm like, fuck, whatever. So I wait, and then they let us get on the plane, and they announce there was no fuel leak. What it was they said the plane was over-serviced. So they had fueled it up and let it overflow, and then the fuel spilled on the ground, and then they went, "Oh, we must have a fuel leak," because some fucking knucklehead who runs the hose didn't tell them. Whatever. So I get on the plane, and honestly, I didn't give a shit. If there was a fuel leak, I would have risked blowing up in midair after the morning I had fucking had with that chick elbowing me. But I sit down, and I get a whole row to myself and a fucking pork sandwich. I'm like, this is the life. So I kick back, eat my pork sandwich, go to sleep. And then we get to Toronto. I'm continuing on to Toronto. Flight's only like an hour and a half from Chicago. Land in Toronto. And I had asked everybody for advice because I've never traveled internationally. I have my passport. That's all I know. So I said to people, I'd asked about money and I didn't know what the fuck that was, but then I asked about customs. Because I had been advised by people, they're like, well, you know what, you got to get a work visa. And then some people are like, don't say you need a work visa. You're only there for one night. It's not that big a deal. And other people are like, don't lie. And I'm like, well, I didn't plan on lying. We're like, no, tell them everything. Make sure you tell them everything. I'm like, well, there's nothing to tell. I mean, I'm coming to town. I'm doing a show, whatever the fuck. But I don't need a work visa. And they're like, well, if you tell them you're doing a show, you need a work visa. Everybody had different fucking opinions and advice. But also, I will tell you this. Everybody also said this. Don't sweat. And I'm like, what does that mean? And they're like, don't sweat at customs because they will pull you aside. This guy's like, I had one bead of sweat on my forehead. They basically strip searched me and took apart all my luggage. So I said, all right, so don't sweat. So I get out of the plane, and don't sweat is great advice on its face. Don't sweat is terrible advice for a fat guy who's been on 2 planes and is now humping 3 pieces of luggage 1.5 miles through the goddamn Toronto airport to get to customs. Oh, actually, I apologize. Not a kilometer. 1.5 kilometers, right? It might have been 1.5 kilometers. I don't know how you fucking people handle your numbers up there. I was there 3 days. I still have no fucking idea. But it's long. Basically, the point is it's long, and there's not a lot of walking, living sidewalks. Is that what they're called? Moving sidewalks. So I'm humping and I'm walking, and I was getting picked up by a listener who was picking me up. So I grabbed my phone because I'm going to let him know when I turn it on, and my phone goes on, and within 30 seconds I have a text message from AT&T. And it says, you are now international. You are in Canada. And it says, your phone calls are now 79 cents a minute. Texts are $1.50 each. And data is $16 a megabyte. If you want to change this, you need to go to AT&T/global. And so now I've got my phone in my hand. I was just going to text him to tell him that I'm there. But now I can't because that's $1.50, my money. I don't know what the fuck it is in Canada, $90. I have no fucking clue. But I'm holding my phone, and now my phone is the enemy because I want to. People have texted me and then Twittered me, and I just normally when you get off the plane, you turn the phone on, you start answering shit, and you walk. Well, now I didn't even want to touch it because $16 a megabyte. I use over 4 gigs of data a month on my phone, so that'll give you an idea of where I'm at. I mean, it's going to cost me $300 just in data for the weekend. So I put my phone away. I actually turned it off. So just I didn't want to pocket dial somebody and cost myself $80. So I walk and I head over to customs. And I'm hoping that the listener who's picking me up is not going to freak out. So I get to customs, and I will tell you it's very efficient. They've got all these little people, and they're like little Oompa Loompas, and they wave you. Because all of Canada is basically like Wonkaville. You know what I mean? It's all like Willy Wonka's factory. You don't know what's happening, and there's candy trees, and there's like chocolate rivers, and then there's these little Oompa Loompas who point you to the kiosks so you can tell people why you're coming to their country. So I'm sweating. I got a hoodie on, a fucking hooded sweatshirt, and dragging my stuff. I wait in line. I pick a window. There's all these different windows. There's all these like burly, rough old dudes, and then I picked a window with there was like an 18-year-old girl. It looked like. And also everybody told me, they go, do not tell them this is your first time in Canada. You can't fucking mention that. I'm like, yeah, okay, no problem. So I get to the front, and she was real friendly and nice, and she's sweet, and she's like, hey, how are you? I said, good, and I hand her my passport, and she goes, oh, what brings you to the country? And I go, oh, I'm on vacation. And she says, oh, on vacation, what are you going to do while you're in town? I said, I don't know. I'm going to be in Toronto, and I'm seeing my friend, Mark. And she's like, okay. And I'm not seeing a Mark. I don't even know why I made up the name Mark, but I said I was seeing Mark. Because I could have told her the name of the person that I was seeing. Whatever. So so now I've lied once. Don't lie. I lied once already. She's looking at the passport, and she's not even looking at me. She's just going through the numbers. And she goes, oh, what are you going to do while you're in town? I said, oh, we're going to the baseball game tomorrow night. She goes, who are you seeing? I said, Jay's game in Toronto. I said, they're playing the Angels. And it's that thing where just shut the fuck up, all right? But it's like when you buy beer as a kid and you just keep elaborating and talking, just shut the fuck up. And if they're going to sell you the beer and get the fuck out. But instead I'm making conversation with her for no reason. She's not asking me questions. Now I'm just talking. I'm the worst interrogated guy ever. So I go, I'm seeing the Blue Jays tomorrow. And she goes, yeah? I go, yeah, Blue Jays are playing the Angels. It's weird because I'm coming from Los Angeles, and it's my first time in Canada going to a baseball game, and I'm seeing the Angels. You think I could just stay in Los Angeles and see the Angels? And as I'm talking, I realize you just told her it's your first time in fucking Canada. So now I've lied, and I've told her it's my first time in fucking Canada. I've actually lied twice because I was there on vacation. So I've lied twice, and I fucking told her it's my first time in Canada. And now I'm sweating and because I'm freaking out, and she's talking, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like Brad Davis from Midnight Express. What the fuck? Calm down. Because I'm just going to do a show. It's like I'm not smuggling. So she didn't even look up, and she just banged, chunk, 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 and goes, thanks. And I'm like, that's it? And in my head, I'm like, why are you asking that's it? Just walk and get the fuck out of there. I said, that's it? She goes, yeah, that's it. I said, all right, great, thanks. Run. So now I'm officially in Canada. I guess I was really, but now I'm legally in Canada. I'm all stamped. Some 20-year-old approved of my presence in your country. So I walk through, and I have to go find the listener who's picking me up. So I walk through, and someone waves at me. There's two guys. They wave at me. Now, you're probably saying, why do you keep saying the listener who wanted to pick you up? Well, they wave at me, and I say hi to them. There's a guy named Scott, and Scott is this big, gregarious. He's like 6'4", and he's like a Saint Bernard in jeans, and he's just like, oh my God, so good to see you. And he's real nice, and he gives me a handshake, and then the other guy was there to pick me up, and I shake his hand, and we go out to the car. And he was very nice, and he's trying to organize stuff, and he puts my luggage in the car. And I sit down and I look at him and I go, hey, do you want any gas money or anything for the trip? I mean, I this is crazy. I don't know how far it is or whatever, but I want to be able to give you gas money. He goes, no, but I do want to ask a favor. And it's like, dude, I'm in town 9 minutes, and you want a favor out of me? Granted, you're picking me up, so I guess, but I didn't realize he was cashing in a favor. Whatever the fuck, that's fine. I guess you're picking me up at the airport. I owe you. So I said, okay, what do I owe you? And he goes, I would, and he was very shy, and and he puts his hand out, and he didn't know how to say it, but sure enough, he was able to spit it out. He goes, I don't want you to say my name. Or talk about me. And I said, like, on stage? He goes, nah, not at all. I go, wait, so you don't want me to talk about you on the podcast? And he goes, no, I don't want you to use my name. And I like, ha ha ha, like I kind of laughed. And he was looking at me with an earnest face. And I said, you're serious? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I hope you're not mad. Oh my gosh, I hope you're not mad. I go, no, dude, I don't care. That's fine. I go, it's going to be awkward me calling you that guy the entire time. And he goes, well, I'm sorry. I don't want to mess up your show, and I don't want to screw it up. And I go, you're not messing it up. I go, it's just, I'm going to call you that guy. That's literally going to be your name. Because I can't not talk about you. You're picking me up at the airport, for fuck's sake. I mean, I talked to you via Facebook notes and emails for a month about this show and about you coming to get me and all this. I go, and now you don't want to say your name. That's fine. And he's like, okay. So that guy and Scott picked me up, and we drive into town, and the airport is actually kind of far from Toronto. It's probably about 25, 30 miles, I would say. And I got to town right around 4:30. So we're driving, and it is traffic. It is crazy traffic. And that guy is a crazy driver. Like I think he was 2 foot in it. Like I think he had a foot on the gas and 1 foot on the brake, Sammy Hagar style. But it was fine. We were in traffic, but he would zoom up really close to a car and then hit the brakes really hard. And then I saw a speed limit. Speed limit sign was 90. And I went, speed limit is fucking 90. And they're like, yeah, that's kilometers. But that doesn't make any sense because their temperature is high but low. But then their speed limit is low but high. Like, why are your numbers all fucked up? Like, because temperature, it was 90 while I was there, but it was really 32. It's true. It would say on the plane, or on the paper, it would say 32 today, or on the news, they'd be like, 32 degrees. And I'm like, wow, but it's, but I know I know the difference between Celsius and Fahrenheit. I get that. But I don't understand why you would choose to have Celsius be lower for a high temperature, but then your kilometer bullshit is higher for a lower number. Fix it, Canada. That's what I'm saying. You're broken. Your fucking numbers are broken. Fix them. You know who hates you? The Count from Sesame Street. Furious at you guys. Because he's like, one, and you're like, I'm sorry, that's 1.6. What? Oh, he's furious. Blah, blah. That's what he says to you. He's very angry. So I'm in the car with Scott and that guy, and I go, and they're like, are we eating? What are we doing? And they said, well, it's up to you. And I go, look, I need to go check into my hotel because I have to talk to AT&T immediately. And I explained to them what's going on with the phone, and they said, all right. So we get to the hotel. I was staying in the Delta Chelsea Hotel. The Delta Chelsea Hotel it turns out it's a nice hotel. It just happens to be in an area that made everybody, when I told them where I was staying, flinch. Like they would say, hey, where are you staying? And I'd say the Delta Chelsea, and they'd be like, ee. And I go, what? It's a nice hotel. And they go, yeah, but that area, like they're basically like, don't go out at night. And I'm like, oh, great. Well, I'm glad that this happened. But we pull in, and it's gorgeous. Huge lobby, crazy. And I should tell you this, folks. Another thing that I was warned about by a few people, it was Pride Week in Toronto while I was there. And, Pride Week, they use rainbow symbolism. Okay. I got to be honest with you. If there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, the Delta Chelsea was absolutely the end of the rainbow of Pride Week. And if by pot of gold you mean jacuzzi full of hot dudes, because it was crazy. We walk into the lobby, there's rainbow flags and all these hot dudes in like tank tops and fucking like barbed wire tattoos and capri shorts or whatever the fuck, and like shirts, shoes, and all good looking, all really, really good looking. And like I said, jacuzzi full of hot dudes. There wasn't even a jacuzzi at the Delta Chelsea. They brought their own. Like they built their own jacuzzi, and then just gay men would leap in and leap out of it at all times and just get in there and be fabulous, because my lobby was fabulous. Just it was just a cologne tornado all over the fucking place. And just hot dudes. And I walked in, I'm like, oh boy, all right, this is going to be interesting. And the thing is, and look, I don't care. Everybody's great. Everybody has pride. I have pride in all of them. That's fine. But again, just like at customs, I wind up overcompensating. So I say hi to everybody. I make eye contact. Hi, how are you? Hi. And so I look like I fucking everybody in the goddamn place. When I'm not. I'm just trying to check in. I'm just trying to be a normal guy. It's me, Scott, and that guy as I'm walking through. And I'm like, hi, how are you? Excuse me, fellas. Good to see you. And hands on shoulders. Well, leave these people alone. But it's because I'm overcompensating, trying to prove how cool I am with Pride Week. So I check in. We go up to my room, and I immediately start an internet chat with AT&T. And I talk to Christian, and we go back and forth. And suffice to say, I had to add 3 new plans. I had to add a plan that lowered my rate from 79 cents a minute to 59 cents a minute for phone calls. I had to add a plan that gave me 200 text messages for $30. And then I had to add a plan that gave me 300 megabytes of data for $40. And then it was another $10 for global messaging, some bullshit. I don't know. It cost me $80. And we're chatting and we're doing all this stuff. And meanwhile, Scott's in my room and that guy's in my room. And that guy's walking around. He's got his phone and he keeps looking and he goes out on the balcony. I had a balcony, by the way, at the Delta Chelsea. I had a door that actually opened. I'm on the 22nd floor. And I had a door that opens and a balcony I can go stand on. And in my head, I thought to myself, boy, this show really needs to go well. Because if it doesn't, I actually have an avenue to leap off of a fucking balcony. Like everywhere else I've been in, the windows don't open. So it's like I just have to sit there and suffer whatever bad show. And none of the shows have been bad. Yes, I get it. Haha, I'm being funny. So I'm chatting with AT&T. I'm adding constant money. And I will tell you this, Christian was like, do you want an email of the changes? And I said, yes. And it said, do you want to print the transcript or email the transcript of the chat? I said, yes. They never sent either of them. Because they also told me, he said I can cancel them right when I get back to town. One of them I have to pay. I have to pay the $30, but the other 2 I guess were prorated, so I can cancel them. And the real reason I needed the chat was because I wrote to him, I have an unlimited data plan in America. I need to make sure that the changes I am making now do not change my unlimited data plan. And he's like, no, you're fine. He goes, these are just for international. I said, I need you to type that. Type that this will not change because AT&T is notorious where if you make a small change, they change your entire fucking bill. So Christian typed out, you will not lose your unlimited data plan by choosing to do these changes today. And but then he never sent me a transcript, and I never got the confirmation. So I have not called AT&T since I've been home. It's stupid. I know I should, but I haven't. Yeah, I know. I'm dumb. Because I forgot. I fucking forgot, which is what they're banking on me doing every month. Plus, I got to town Saturday night late, and then they're not open Sunday. So I had yesterday to call, and today. Fuck, but today I'm here. Banging my head into a fucking virtual wall. So, as I'm chatting with AT&T, I see Scotty sitting in a chair, and that guy disappears. And I'm looking around, and I don't see him. He's not on the balcony, and he's not in my room, and I didn't see him leave, so the only other place he could be is the bathroom. But he's in there. Like, he's in there for a while, and he's gone for a while, and I'm chatting with AT&T, and I turn around and look at Scott, and I'm dead serious because my brain went into panic mode. I don't know why, it just did. But I turn around, and I looked at Scott, and I go, where's that guy? And he looks at me, and I go, that guy is not shitting in my bathroom, is he? And he goes, no, oh my God, no, he's in the hallway. He's trying to get better reception for the phone. I go, you're sure? And he goes, yeah. And I go, all right, because that's a deal breaker. Like, literally everybody out, and I will fucking lose my mind if that guy is shitting in my bathroom. Because it's a hotel room. I mean, it's bad enough if I have to do that in there and deal with the aftermath. But some fucking stranger has to shit in my... And so I got worked up for nothing. But it was funny because Scott got to see a flash of me, like, losing my mind. Like, I'm like... that guy is not shitting in my bathroom. Like, I just like this weird ultimatum. And he's like, no, oh my God. But the best part is he listens to the show, so he knows how fucking ridiculous I am. So he's like, no, he's in the hallway. And it turned out that guy was in the hallway. So I was very happy about that. I finished my chat with AT&T, and the guys want to go to dinner. And I asked if they had plans on where we were going to go, and they said no. So I went on the internet, and I started to Google best restaurants in Toronto. I like to go to a nice place. I had already looked previously to find like any chefs or anybody that I'm interested in that would have been there, but I didn't really find anyone that jumped out at me. So instead, I just went looking for good restaurants. So there was a restaurant named Scaramouche that came up. And I pulled up their website, Scaramouche, and it had, this one website had the top 10 restaurants in Toronto. Scaramouche was on a few of them, and I looked, and it said dinner for two was only $285. So we were not going to Scaramouche. I knew that was happening. So that guy tells me that he was calling Sabrina. You may remember Sabrina from before. Sabrina came out to visit me in Los Angeles and defeated me in a street race. But then I defeated her in a street race. So we are 1-1 for eternity. She visited us out here, and she actually went to the Tees and saw Lily, our friend Sabrina. So she's from Canada, and she lives, I guess, close to where we were going to be. So she was texting with that guy, and he's like, hey, meet us at Yonge and College. Yonge Street is, I was on Gerrard and Yonge. That's where the hotel was. Yonge Street is the death street. That's the street where everybody's like, oh, dude, it's total filth there. I'm like, good, I'm in. So we go down to Yonge and College. We go walking. It's me, Scott, and that guy. And we get to College Street, and that guy walks away, and he glances at his phone, and he keeps looking at his phone. And I'm like, is Sabrina meeting us here? And he goes, I think so. I said, what do you mean you think so? And he goes, well, I told her to be here, and I just sent her a note that we're here. And I said, okay, is she here? And he holds his phone out, and the exchange is something like, hey, meet us at Yonge and College. And then Sabrina said, okay. And then that guy said, we're here. And then Sabrina, in all caps, texted back, what the fuck? Where are you guys? You say you're fucking there. Where are you? Like this weird, incredibly angry, rage-filled leap text. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? And then he then texted, we've only been here 30 seconds. We're here now. And she goes, fuck it. Have a good time at dinner. Like she was blowing us off, or I couldn't. And I looked at it. I'll be honest with you, folks. All right. I didn't fly to Toronto to get into a fight with anybody. I don't give a fuck. If you don't want to go, you don't have to fucking go. That's fine. So I said to him, I go, what did you do? And he goes, I didn't do anything. I don't know what. All of a sudden, she's like mad. And I look across the street, and I see her. And she waves, and I wave. And she comes across the street, and she goes, hey. And I go, why are you so angry at us? And she goes, what? And I go, well, the text, it's like, go to dinner. And she's like, well, I was trying to meet you guys, and I don't know where you are. I go, we've only been here like a minute. I don't even know what the problem is. And I just laughed. And I go, we're fine. Everybody's fine, right? We're all having a good time. Yeah. And she's like, yeah, okay. And we hugged. And we grabbed a cab. We decided we're going to go to the Rivoli for dinner, which I was told was a famous place. Not so much a restaurant, but above it, there's a space for theater stuff, which is where the kids in the hall got their start. So, like, you got to see the Rivoli. And we went down to this neighborhood. It was an awesome little neighborhood. We walked into the Rivoli. It was me, Sabrina, Scott, and that guy. And we ordered food. I ordered food for the table that nobody ate. I ordered a kale roasted beet and dried apricot salad, which was delicious that nobody wanted but me. And then I ordered these sticky rice balls covered in black sesame seeds, fried, and nobody wanted those. And I'm like, So then they ordered their food, and then I ordered, what did I order? I had a curry, like a chicken curry thing. It was good. Whatever. We hung out. We had a good time at this fucking restaurant, just talking, shooting the breeze. We hung out for like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And then it came time to pay, and I went to pay, and fucking Scott wouldn't let me pay, and he pulls out his money, and I got my first real look at Canadian money, and holy fuck, what are you doing up there, folks? What the hell? It looks like some little kid with a Denny's placemat and some crayons just drew somebody on a piece of paper. Holy God. It's weird, because on the 50, the moon's over my hammy, is actually on the 50 in Canada. So he goes to pay, which was amazing. I told him he didn't have to. We split. We go out. We grab another cab, and we get to Yonge Street in Girard. And now, again, I didn't really sleep. I slept on the Toronto flight, but not on the LA to Chicago flight. So I'm a little gassed, but that's okay. I'm awake. And there's a strip club right by my hotel called Zanzibar. So, of course, it's called Zanzibar. So I looked at everybody, and I go, well, first I need to get a notebook. And they go, all right, well, let's go over here to Shoppers. So we go to a store called Shoppers, and we start looking around for notebooks. Now, I get distracted because I go down one aisle, and they have cereal. And in the cereal aisle, they have Captain Crunch. But in Canada, he's Captain Crunch. Like he's got a French name. And it says Crunch c'est magnifique on the box. So I, of course, have to take a photo of that. And then, guess what they have in Canada, folks? Sugar Crisp. That's right. In America, they have Golden Crisp because they can't use sugar in the fucking title anymore. But right there on the box, there's the bear, and he's holding out a handful of fucking Sugar Crisp in Canada. Awesome. So I take a picture of him, and I take a picture of some Cinnamon Pops, which I've not, it's some cereal that's in Canada. And we start looking around. There's no Propel in Canada, by the way, I found out, unfortunately, the hard way. I should have smuggled it in. I should have, because, again, I got past that woman at the gate sweating, talking about baseball. Fuck, I should have brought heroin in. She didn't tackle me or anything. So I'm looking around. There's no Propel. And then I get into the Doritos section. And, dude, they had Doritos like Smoky Barbecue Fumar or whatever the fuck in French. And then they had Intense Pickle Doritos. Took a picture of that. You know what they didn't have in Shoppers? Notebooks. Not one shred of notebook paper. So we look around, and I get in the line. I had to buy a bottle of water. I get to the front, and I have no toy money on me, by the way, because fucking I didn't get the exchange it. So I get to the front, and I said, hey, I only have American money. She goes, oh, that's okay. We'll take it. I'm like, oh, my God, thanks. So I give her a 20, and I go, do you guys sell notebook paper? She goes, oh, that's only school supplies. We only do that around school time. And in my head, I'm like, well, so in summer, nobody writes at all? The fuck, Canada? No pens, no stationery, no school supplies, nothing. So I pay for my water. I give her a 20, and then she gives me back fucking toy money, like a 10 and a 5, and then a bunch of coins that I don't know what the fuck they are. And there's loonies and there's toonies, and that's fine. I don't know what any of it is. It's just a handful of clinking. So I throw it in my pocket. We walk outside, and Sabrina did not come into the store. She was outside on the phone. No doubt texting in all caps to everybody she knows. Furiously yelling at them, asking why they couldn't join us for dinner. And so the four of us are out there on Yonge Street, and I said, hey, who's up for Zanzibar? And they're like, really? And I said, yeah, who's up for the strip club? We can go to the strip club. And that guy and Scott are like, nah, probably not. And then I look at Sabrina, and Sabrina's like, well, I think me and you going there would be just kind of awkward. And I said, I don't think so, actually. I think it'll be fine. And she's like, well, I live close by. If you do want to go, just give me a call. Which I took as code of, I'm never going with you, don't call. So I was like, all right, that's fine. So she bailed. She went to her house, and we said, we'll walk you back. She's like, no, I'm tough. She's very tough. Because if anybody gets close to her, she'll just put out an all caps text and thrust it in their face and knock them on their ass. So we go walking down to my hotel, and then I go, look, I really need a notebook. And they're like, well, we can look in some shops. We'll walk up and down Yonge Street. That'll be fine. So there's a homeless guy, and as we approach him, the homeless guy looks at us, and then he does a double farmer blow onto the ground. You know what that is? It's like when you cover up one nostril, and you go, pff, and you blast a clam out of your nose with no Kleenex. Yeah, he does one for each nostril right onto the ground. And I was looking at him when he did it, and I'm just like, oh, boy. And we keep walking. And I look at Scott. I go, did you see that, Scott? He goes, I saw it. So we go looking, we go ducking in, looking for places to find a notebook, and nothing is open, and the places that are open do not have notebooks. Zanzibar's open. No notebooks. I also noticed like a couple like doors down from Zanzibar, there's the Love Shop, which is an adult bookstore. And right next to it, it has the Loft Cinemas. Very fancy. It shows adult movies in the Loft Cinemas. And it says it's got multiple screens. And I'm like, well, I make a note of that. And I say my goodbyes to Scott and that guy. And I go to my hotel and I go upstairs. Because now it's about 11:30. We've been out looking around, walking, eating. I get to my room. And again, I haven't slept. I get the air cranked up. I get in bed and I turn on the Food Network. That night I have to do, the show goes up, so I have to do all my Facebook stuff. So I'm watching the Food Network, but it's Canada Food Network, so it's got some funky show where they're like, they're making moose steak, whatever the fuck. I'm watching it, and then I just fall asleep. I crash out in the bed. About 1 o'clock I fall asleep. And then I wake up at 6:30, so I got about 5.5 hours. And I'm like, oh man, I got to throw some stuff on Facebook, and I got to do all that. So, and I know the show goes up at 2 a.m., at night, which is 5 a.m. my time. I'm like, well, I missed it by an hour. Who cares? I get up, I look, I hit download, and the show doesn't show up. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's fine because it's still only like 2:30 here or whatever. It was 5:30 when I got up, so it was 2:30 here. So I'm like, well, it was a longer show. She's probably taking some time because you had to put in the clip show. So I sit at the desk and I start doing emails and answering some stuff and Facebook and surfing the net and checking Twitter and answering people. And time goes by, an hour goes by and the show's not up, and another hour goes by and the show's not up. And so I send Lily a text and I'm like, hey, show going up tonight? And that text cost me whatever. It's one of my 200 texts. Like I'm marking them down in my head. And she didn't answer me. But that's okay. Again, she might have fallen asleep. She'll get it up. I don't care. I know it's going up. It was finished because I saw her when I left the house on Tuesday. So Thursday morning, people start writing me now and saying, hey, where's the show? When's the show going up? Oh, man, I can't believe it. My Thursday morning without the 40-year-old boy. And I'm just saying, look, there's a hassle at 40-year-old boy headquarters. I'm trying to be cute and funny. But there is still no show. And now it gets to be 10 o'clock my time, which is 7 o'clock here. So I'm like, well, she must have gone to bed. So then it becomes it's 10:30 my time, 7:30, and I text her again, and then I call her. I break down and I'm like, all right, this is gonna be 59 cents a minute or whatever the fuck, but I don't care. I call her, and I get a voicemail, and and people are still writing me, and I'm answering everybody, just going, oh, you know what? It'll be just a matter of time, I'm sure. But in my head, I'm starting to fucking freak out because this doesn't usually go this long, and then I go on Facebook, and Lily has not put anything on Facebook for an entire day and a half. The last time she was on was Tuesday, and that was when I left her house. So, no presence on social media, no Twitter, no Facebook. I knew she was heading for Vegas. Not answering the phone calls, not answering texts. So then I texted Eddie, the clown, her boyfriend, and he doesn't answer me back. And look, I've seen too many movies. So in my head, I figured that maybe they went to Vegas and had a fight or something happened and Eddie killed her.
That's what you mean.
I did. I'm not kidding you. My mind went right to that. Because the Facebook thing was the freak out for me. Because no text, no phone call, whatever. Maybe you don't have your phone. Maybe your phone died. The fact that you had not been on social media for over a day. Because you post everything. You post stuff like, I can't believe these people are jerks. I mean, I just got a guy fired. You're always on there. You're on there for business and for you. So the fact that you weren't on there for a fucking day and a half, that really freaked me out. So I called and texted Eddie, called and texted Lily. Then I called and texted a mutual acquaintance of ours, Red. I put it up because she posted on her wall, and I just wrote, you around? Because I wanted to call her. And then I knew Lily was visiting Angel, this 900-year-old burlesque woman. And so I find her on Facebook, and I write her a personal note saying, look, you don't know me. And it's ridiculous that I'm trying to get information on Lily, but I'm just trying to find out where she is or if you've seen her. And I try to be as nice as possible and sort of funny, but I was still worried because I was more like, again, fuck the show. I'm worried about her at this point because now I know this crazy clown Marine has murdered her and he's wearing his clown suit and playing with her blood. I mean, I know that's exactly what's happening. He's actually putting on the blood on his face as he's got a red nose, but it's red from her blood as he's painting his face up. I don't know. You had a fight. You got dumped in the desert. You crashed in the desert. You're being eaten by coyotes.
The desert is reasonable. Eddie
No.
killed me? Really?
That's where I went. So then I actually finally posted on Facebook on Lily's wall. I'm probably being really weird here. Does anybody know where Lily Bunched Up is? Have you heard from her? Have you talked to her? Because it's not like her. I mean, it's absolutely not like you did not return a text. A phone call maybe. So I now it's 11:30. Now it's noon by me, which is 9 here, and now I'm really starting to freak out. So I start looking for clues. I go to Eddie's page to see if he's posted anything on Facebook, and he checked in at the Rio, and that's when I really started to go with he killed her. Like I'm there. Because right now you're here at the Rio, and he's having one final day of spending money and doing everything before he's going to kill himself in the room.
Yeah, that's logical.
What's logical? You're never gone. So sure enough, I call the Rio, and I go, hi, I need the room of Lily Bunched Up, and they tell me to hold on. So that's good news. They've checked in, but I'm bracing myself for Eddie to answer with like a weird, ethereal, crazy voice. Hello, I'm waiting. Or just a horn. And then the phone rings, and sure enough, just like 3 rings, cling, hello, and it's Lily. And I go, hey, Lily, it's Mike. She goes, hey, Mike. I go, hey, it's like noon by me. Show hasn't gone up. Are you okay? And she immediately goes, oh my God, I'll get the show up in 10 minutes. I go, I don't care about the show at this point. Are you okay? I just need to make sure you're fine. You haven't been on Facebook. You haven't answered texts or phone calls. Well, our phones died in the middle of the night. I'm sorry. I go, I texted Eddie. I texted other people. I've called Angel. I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing or where you're at. I'm fine. I'll get the show up in 10 minutes. I promise. I go, all right. But again, I'm not calling about the show. I'm making sure you're fine. I'm fine. I'm so sorry. Okay, bye. Hangs up. And within 10 minutes, the show was up and downloading. But I really was freaked. And then you text me. I guess when you got your bearings, you text me and you're like, "Well, I'm glad you were worried or whatever. That's fine," and which is fine.
Very special.
Sure, I did.
No, I did. It was nice to know that I was missing off Facebook and someone cared.
Well, I mean, that was the weirdest thing. That was the thing that threw me. Like I said. So then, and this is a sidebar. Okay. Pam had gotten a hold of me, or our friend and other people, and
I didn't tell you this. I got 17 phone calls over the next 2 hours.
Oh, good.
From friends going, "Are you alive?"
Okay.
And friends posting on my page going, "Talk to Lily. She's in Vegas."
All right, good. Well, good. I just want to make sure. Well, because I deleted the post right away. Once I heard from you, I took it down.
It was just so funny.
Yeah, that's fine. So all right, let me cut ahead to this real quick. Sunday, I wake up. I came home from Canada, whatever. I'll get back to that in a second. But I wake up Sunday and I got a voicemail on my phone, and I don't recognize the number. So I listen to it, and it's a voicemail from Delaware. It's a Delaware cell phone number. So I hit the voicemail. It's Angel.
No, she didn't call you.
I guess I left my number. I didn't think I did.
That's awesome.
But I mean, I must have put my number in the email. But she called me Sunday. Now, mind you, I sent her a note Thursday morning.
She has no internet access.
Mm-hmm. She called me on Sunday. I almost want to play the message. It's about a minute long. And she does not assuage any fears at all. She basically says, you could be dead.
I love her.
I'm not kidding. Like, she basically says, I haven't heard from her. She could be lost in the desert for all I know. I don't know where she is or what she did. Take with that what you will.
I love her so much.
Do you really? Do you? Really? You love this senile old bat who called and left a fucking message on my machine when I was worried about my friend? Really?
She doesn't know who you are. You could.
I don't give a fuck if she...
Stalker.
Fine. So all you got to do is say, you know what? I don't have any information. Or, you know what? I've checked with Lily. Anything. Yeah, that's awesome. It's the best. It's great.
She's batshit crazy. I love her so much.
Sure, she's great.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, good thing is I have her phone number now, so I can call her in the middle of the night and spook her like the voice of some long-lost love that disappeared in her past that she doesn't realize is still alive and looking for her and stalking her and trying to find her. Maybe I'll call her and just say, hey, you know what? We want to book you for a gig over here at the Copacabana. My name is Rico. I need a showgirl.
Oh my God.
Furious. Because I'm listening to it and I'm in my head, I'm going, this woman's insane because she continues to, it unravels. She's like, she gives it, the weird thing is she gives it rundown like a cop. Like she's just like, I last saw Lily at 21 o'clock, like military time. Like it's just fucking brutal. And then I haven't seen her in 4 days. She could be in the desert, lost or dead for all I know. And I'm just like, no.
That's fucking hysterical.
No, nah, not even.
Oh my God, I think it's awesome. She could be dead.
Yeah. I'm surprised she was able to get her gnarled claws around the phone to dial my number. So I saved it. I'll play it for you before I split. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
Because I couldn't even put it together. It was such a crazy, rambling fucking message. Whatever. So the show went up. I was in the room on Thursday. And in the meantime, I should tell you this. I put up on Facebook, hey, does anyone know where the best breakfast in Toronto is? On a side note, does anyone want to pick me up and take me to where the best breakfast in Toronto is? And the entire town shrugged. And no, not interested, not getting you. Which was fine. Because people will say to me before I come to town, they're like, dude, we got to get together. It'll be so great. It'll be so fun. And then I throw it out there and it was like, nope, no, sir, not interested. So I got some suggestions from people. Like literally I was like, hey, does anyone want to take me to breakfast? And some guy just wrote French toast. Like, I mean, it had nothing to do with anything.
Breakfast.
So, well, because I said, where's the best? And bring me to the best. French toast, just as in caps. So I go, well, fuck this. I got to get a notebook. And I knew I was going to the Jays game that night. This guy Ken was picking me up. So I'm like, I'll go find a notebook now. So I go out on Yonge Street. And the weirdest thing is I go out on Yonge Street and look, there's filth there. We know that. I'm well aware of the filth. But I'm just wearing a pair of shorts and a fucking t-shirt. And I walk out and for some reason everybody goes, you from the States? Like there were all these homeless dudes and there's a mission. Like I said, there's this filth, but then there's like a homeless, like a young person's mission. And they're all hanging out front smoking and just looking French and angry. And I'm walking and they fucking suss me out from the jump because right when I'm there, these homeless guys are like, are you from the States? Where are you from? You from the States? Stop, man. Stop and talk to me. You from the States? Because I just kept walking. And then finally I go to cross the street because there's a bunch of shops. And then this guy looks at me. He's homeless and he walks up and he's like, hey, man, you from the States? Can I get some money? It was so weird. And so I get my wallet out. And I should tell you, I didn't bring... all I brought was my wallet. I didn't grab all the fucking clinking. I just grabbed my wallet. So all I've got is I got a 10 and a 5 in toy money. And then I got my money. I got some 20s and then I got some singles. So I had 2 singles from America and I picked them up. I pulled them out of my wallet and I said, here you go. And I handed him the singles. And the homeless guy takes the singles and there's like a beat as he looks at them. And you're not going to see me, so this is not going to do it justice. He tears them up into shreds in front of me. Not coolly rips them like whatever. Like I pull out 2 $1 bills from America and I hand them to him and he just goes, and he just rips them as if it was a child opening a present on Christmas morning. He just destroys them like, and then just fucking confetti and bits and he just like, he throws it on the ground. He's like, fuck that. Ha ha.
Wow.
Tore the money up and as if he just went, you know what? Fuck George Washington and fuck the movie Singles and fuck the very concept of one and fuck Three Dog Night. Fuck everything to do with that number. I'm tearing these the fuck up and throwing them on the ground. And I'm staring. I'm just looking at him like he did it. And all the kids at the mission are like, ha ha ha. They start laughing and smoking. And I'm like, am I going to get stabbed in midday? What the fuck is happening here? But he rips it up and he throws it on the ground. He's like, fuck that. And he stomps off. And I was, all right, well, fuck you, dude. And I turn around and I walk up the street to go find my notebook. And I went looking into shops for notebooks and no one had a fucking notebook. There was a record store I was told would have notebooks like rock stars on it. They had nothing. Nowhere had anywhere. There's a bookstore. I go to a fucking bookstore and I'm like, hey, I need a notebook just like to write in. And they go, sure. And they bring me over to journals, hardcover journals. And I look at it and I go, I don't need a journal. A hardcover. Believe me, nothing I ever have to write is worthy of hardcover. Nothing at all. I tried in the past when I first moved to California. I bought a hardcover journal to write stand-up stuff in, and I think like the first joke I ever wrote in it was something like, I don't fuck her if my dick's on fire and I need to put it out. Like I just jotted that idea into my journal, and my journal snapped itself shut and leaped into a fireplace. Like it could not bear to hold any more of my nonsense. It just said, I am out of here. So I can't get something with a hardcover, so I'm looking around all over the place. And then I'm looking for shops. Dude, they had all these multi-level shops, and then there's a sign. And it said XXX downstairs, movies. And look, I don't mind XXX. I'm excited. I'm interested in that, of course. Perhaps they'll have a notebook. Or at least a porn copy of The Notebook. Like a porn parody of the movie The Notebook. I'll grab that at this point. I don't care. So I walk down, and you got to go on like 3 flights of stairs. There's a basement, like this basement of a mall. So I go in, and I have to walk through a front shop. Okay, and in the front of the shop, they've got like this. It's like it looked like gun clips, but it might have been lighters disguised as gun clips. And then they had like bongs and head shop stuff. And then there was these big notebooks too, and I didn't want to look in those. So I go in the back, and it's at XXX in the back. So I walk in the back, and all it is like the storeroom. Like if you had a shop and you had a storeroom in the back, they had converted it into a porn house where there's just tons of porn DVDs sitting there. And then there's another door. So I open this door, and they're showing pornographic films on the wall, on a bare wall, with guys sitting in lawn chairs. There's like 6 lawn chairs and 3 dudes in the dark, solid dark, with just the porn on the wall. And you can see like the cracks in the, in the cement. Like, and I just opened the door and I looked in, and everybody, of course, immediately turns to look at me, which you do whenever there's a porn theater. And I just nod. I'm like, yeah. Close the fucking door, because I was not going to sit down on a lawn chair and watch porn on a wall. So I turn around and I look, and I just bail. I walk out of the XXX shop, and as I'm leaving, they have the notebooks, and now there's people looking through the notebooks, and I see what it is. They're selling American IDs. The notebooks had IDs from every single state, and you could pick them out, and they would take your picture and make you fake IDs for America. And I'm like, I'm going to get fucking shot in this place. Why the fuck am I in this palace of inequity? So I get out and I bail, and I go back out to the street. And I wanted to get some sleep before the Jays game, so I went back to my hotel. But to get back to my hotel, I had to walk past Zanzibar,
Of course.
which is a strip club. Now, I wanted to go to the Canada strip bars. I told you, because I had heard they were full contact. They were pretty heavy. But Atlanta pretty much nipped the strip and vice thing in the bud for me. But, I mean, it's so close to the hotel. So I go walking by, and it's daytime. Now, it's like 2:30 in the afternoon. But Zanzibar's open, and their neon sign is still blaring. So I walk up to the door of Zanzibar, and I turn the corner, and there's a girl there, and she had her tits in like a tit sling, and she's wearing hot pants and fucking boots. And she's just texting. She's not naked, but I'm not in the club. I'm in there. There's like a foyer, like a hallway. So I turn the corner, and she's standing there, and she doesn't even look up at me. And I said, "Hey," and she's still texting. I go, "I have a question. How do you tip in here?" The reason I'm asking is, like I said, I wanted to go to the strip clubs because I heard they were full contact. But at the same time, I was talking with a friend of mine, and told me someone had hurt his pride. Told her that she loved him, so he turned around and let him go. He's got to watch his step. He's going to get hurt himself. Someone's going to tell him lies, cut him down to size. Don't do him like that. So I see her standing there. She doesn't even look at me. She's still texting. The reason why I wanted to find out about stuff was I had talked to a friend, and she was like, they have those coins there, like $1 coins and $2 coins. How do you tip in a strip club? And I was like, I don't know. They have the loonies and the toonies, but I don't think they have anything else. So I think you tip with coins. But that just seems ridiculous. Like, girls are on the pole and you're winging fucking coins at them, skipping them off their taut stomachs, which sounds great. But I go and I poke my head into the hallway, and the girl's there texting, and I go, "Hey, I have a question." And she doesn't even look up. She goes, "Yeah." I go, "How do you tip in here?" And like she was waiting her entire life for that question, or like she gets asked it every 5 minutes. I said, "How do you tip in here?" And she glances up from the texting and just goes, "Well." And just continued texting. And I felt like such an asshole, and I'm like, because you know what, I'm wearing shorts and white socks, you know what I mean, with black. I'm certainly not dressed for a strip club, or I don't look rich, and so how do you tip here? Well, and I just looked and I went, no, I get that, I understand, but what I'm saying is, like, you have the coins, and I don't know if I'm supposed to put the coins. I don't know how it works. Is there a box? What's happening? And she goes, no. She goes, if you come in with the coins, we exchanged at the bar. We'll give you money to tip with. The girls don't want the coins. And I was like, okay, thanks. And I just turned around and scurried away before she made fun of me a second time. And I went back up to my room, and I crashed before the Jays game. Ken picks me up. Ken treated the whole night. I'll tell you this. He's like, you want to eat before the game? And I said, yeah, probably. He goes, because the ballpark food's really bad. I said, okay, yeah, I'll eat before the game. And he goes, well, there's places down there we can look. And he goes, is there anything you want? I go, I want poutine. I'm in Canada. I got to eat poutine somewhere. So we asked the cab guy. Cab driver's like, yeah, down by the park, there's probably poutine at the Loose Moose Saloon. And there was a couple of restaurants. So we get out and we're walking. And there's the CN Tower, which is this really tall, crazy tall tower. And we're walking. I'm taking photos of that. I'm taking photos of other things. And I notice on my right-hand side, there's a statue of a guy, like a workman, and he's on a knee or something, and he's fixing something. It's a statue of a guy at work, and there's a plaque, and it says "Tribute to the Working Men Who Built Toronto," which is nice. So as I'm looking, there's plaques. Now here in America, we have the shitty stars on the Walk of Fame in California. And then Guitar Center has that Walk of Fame with the names of guys. So when you see plaques on the ground, you just read them because it's a tribute of some sort. So I look down, and there's a sign, and it's a plaque, and it just says, and I'm not going to get the name right, I won't say the name, but it said something like, Robert Jenkins, killed in a threshing machine, 1811. And I'm like, what? That seems really specific for a tribute to Robert Jenkins. So I look, and there's this never-ending, there's like 100 of these plaques. So I look at the next one, and it says, jugular severed by nail gun. 1911. And so I look at Ken and I go, did you read these? And he goes, oh yeah, it's that tribute thing. And I go, I got to film these. So I got my camera out and I walked and I filmed all of them, and I just would read them aloud. And it was, guy fell off a horse and smashed his head on rock, and tree falls on guy during storm. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just put in memoriam or his wife's name? But all of them have these ridiculous deaths. And to the point where when I would see a guy and it said died of cancer, I'd go, good for you, John. You escaped the threshing machine. But I filmed like 60 of them. I just kept walking and reading. I kept laughing, and people were looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with that dude? He's laughing at nail gun murders. But I didn't care. It was fucking hysterical. So we walk, we go to the Loose Moose. I order some poutine. They bring me my menu at the Loose Moose. This is weird. Kiss was on the menu. Like, Kiss finds ways to make money anywhere. But they were on the front of the menu. Kiss, Sonic Boom. I'm like, okay. And so I ordered some poutine, and it was great. It tasted just like the poutine I've had at Animal, but Animal has meat on it. This stuff did not. It was just gravy, cheese, and fries, but it was fucking awesome. We go into the park, and Ken's like, yeah, I got some pretty good seats. Really, Ken? We were fourth row behind the dugout. Fourth row behind the fucking dugout. And the stadium was great because it used to be Sky Dome. I don't know what it's Rogers Center, I think it's called now. And it's got that retractable roof. So you get in and the roof is open, and it gives the illusion of massiveness because it's so high, but the park is still kind of intimate and small. And just over, you can look, peeking into the park is the CN Tower. You can absolutely see it. It's looming over everything. We watch the game. Again, fourth row behind the dugout. Just amazing seats. And then we're sitting there, and then we turn into we start playing like musical chairs with this gay couple. This gay couple comes down and they sit next to us. Again, Pride Week, and I see one of them, and he sits behind his buddy as a little joke, or his boyfriend, and then he nuzzles his neck, and they kiss each other, and he nuzzles his neck. So I looked at Ken and I go, oh, we got Pride right here at the ballpark, Ken. And he's like, what? I go, that's a gay couple that just sat down. And he's like, oh, I don't think so. And I'm like, no, they're gay. And he goes, those guys aren't gay. And I'm like, Ken, I just saw them kiss one another. And he's like, oh, well, they don't look gay. So, so we watched the game, and it was great. Game was great. We went and walked around the park, and he's like, hey, after the game, we'll go eat street meat. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. He's like, no, we sell dogs and stuff. It's like the death dogs in America. They have street meat. I said, great. So we go up and we walk around, and then I see a concession stand that's selling smoked meat for $12. And everybody's like, dude, if you go to Montreal, you got to eat smoked meat. So I'm like, dude, I was told I'm supposed to eat this smoked meat. He's like, well, if you want to get it, get it. I don't want any. I go, you won't split it with me? And he's like, nah. And I go, well, it's $12. I go, fuck it, I'm getting it. I'm supposed to eat it. So I get a smoked meat sandwich, which is it's like basically shaved pot roast, like, chipped pot roast with barbecue sauce and melted cheese on an onion bun. And I get some, fucking grilled onions and peppers on it. I go down to my chair and I eat it. It's fucking awful. It's disgusting. And it's because people said, hey, you get smoked meat if you're in Montreal. I'm in Toronto. Forgot, folks. I'm in Toronto, not in Montreal. Canada's a big place. So it was an awful sandwich. He had one bite of it, and I threw it away. $12, retarded. We go to leave. We go outside, and the pride couple goes to cut in front of us, and I go, oh, make way for the pride couple, to Kenny. And he goes, who? And I said, those guys. He goes, they're not gay. I go, Ken, I saw them kissing. And he's like, all right. He was just like the skeptic. So then we leave. We go walking outside, and we can't find any street meat. Like, it's all shut down. We walk past some at the park, and then we get further out. But then finally we find one truck just before we have to get a cab. And he orders a Polish sausage, and he just throws some onions and mustard on it, and it was the fucking greatest thing ever. Because I was full. I had eaten smoked meat. I'm like, I can't get a sandwich. So he got it, and he gave me a couple bites. It was real good. Hopped in a cab. We go back, and I go, look, dude, I need to find a notebook. And by the way, the reason I need a notebook is on Friday, I jot down all of the things that I'm talking about, so I kind of have a general working knowledge of what happened to me while I was in town. I don't want to forget stuff. My bit book, that. I talked about it last week. So we go looking for a notebook. We get back to my hotel. There's a couple of like convenience stores, but they're, they sell ice cream and bullshit. And it was funny when I was looking around, you know what? There's no fucking place to buy paper in your town, but in Toronto you can get a kebab every fucking second door. Every second door. There's Mediterranean food. I almost wrote my notes on flatbread. Fuck. So I'm walking, I'm looking. He and I go to a couple places, and he's like, nah, I don't think we're going to find one. And by this time, it's 11:30. So I'm like, well, I'm going to head upstairs. And he's like, all right, man, I'll take off, because he had to be up for work in the morning. I said, cool, nice to meet you. Thanks so much for bringing me. He was coming to the show on Friday. That was great. I go up to my room, and it's 11:30, and I'm not that tired. And, I'm remembering Zanzibar was across the street. But also, there was the Love Shop across the street and the Loft Cinemas. And look, folks, I'm a cinema buff, which means I enjoy cinema in the buff. So in my head, I'm like, fuck, I don't want to sit in my room. And I could have gone online. There's a million things I could have done. I could have answered emails. But, when I went to Atlanta, I went and did a ton of Vice, and it did not go very well. I've explained that to you folks. And since then, I've been to Kansas City, and I've been to Boston, and I did not go anywhere terrible. So I'm like, all right, well, I haven't been anywhere terrible. We're in Canada. Things are different here. Go do something terrible. So I got dressed, I grabbed my stuff, and at this point I had spent money at the ballpark too, but I'd used American money, and they gave me more of their money back, more toy money, so I throw that in my wallet, and then I got more clinking, like more change. So I grab, and I'd collected it from earlier. It's all sitting on my desk, so I scoop it up and I throw it into my pants pocket, and I grab the toy money, but I left my wallet in the room, just in case. Because, I was out on the street earlier, and a guy ripped up money in my face and threw it in the ground. And that's in the daytime. So I don't want to get fucking rolled. If I'm going to get rolled, all they're going to get is their toy money, and fuck them. So I grabbed one American 20, and I had like 40 Canadian, and then a bunch of Canadian coins that I don't know what the fuck they were. So I go outside, and I'm not even joking. It could not have been more convenient for me to get to the filth. They should have had a red carpet from my room to the filth, because there was a Yonge Street exit that if you walked out and went directly across the street, you walked right in the door of Loft Cinemas. It was fucking ridiculous. So I go out to Yonge Street, and now it's filled with like young people, and I noticed there's Zanzibar, and there's a girl out there trying to get people into Zanzibar. Then there's the Love Shop, and then there's the Loft Cinemas. And 2 doors down from the Loft Cinemas, there's like 8 dudes in tuxedo bow ties and leather pants, and nothing else. They're just wearing leather pants and bow ties. And I look up, and it's the Kensington, and they have a chalkboard, and it says all nude males inside. And I'm like, should I go in there? I mean, for a story, you go in there and just to see this, but you can't go in there, right? You can't go in there. So I go, no, I can't go in there. You came to see cinema. You're a cinema buff. So, but I thought it would be funny to still go into the all nude male thing just to see. But then I'm like, you can't do that because then you look like a tourist asshole. Then you're not only like an American in Canada, but now you're like a straight dude in an all nude dude place. And it's like, and then you're like you're like, oh, penises, how quaint. I mean, it's like, yeah, you can't be that guy. So I'm like, I can't fucking go in there. And just on the off chance that also it turns into Bronx Tale. And the gay version of Chaz Palminteri, when I walk in the door, he closes it behind me and locks it and goes, "Now you can't leave, eh?" And by the way, the gay version of Chaz Palminteri, you know what his name is? Chaz Palminteri. There is no doubt. He might use a third Z. I have no idea, but there is no doubt the gay version of Chaz Palminteri is named Chaz Palminteri. With a wink. It doesn't use a period. Just as a wink at the end. A winky emoticon. All right. That's actually a letter in the gay alphabet. The winky emoticon. All right. So I thought about it. I'm like, God, I should go in and check out some naked dudes, right? Because that'd be funny. But it's not funny. It's not funny or at all. People would hate me. And also because part of me is just like, how do you explain that away? Because it's like you can't say that was for the story. It's not for the story. You went into a naked man strip club. At that point, I think the gravitational pull is a little stronger than I just went for the story. At that point, you're kind of checking out the merchandise. So I said, all right, I can't do that. As funny as it would have been, I think funny is not the right word to use in that sentence. But I looked at all of them outside, and I will tell you what, like I said, there's like 8 dudes naked from the waist up, except for bow ties around their thick necks, and buffed out and leather pants, and like I said, 8 dudes up front. How many dudes are inside? How many helicopters, how many Blackhawks are in there just swooping around on the audience, for fuck's sake? Because, well, I mean, that's what the guys have. They have to do like a helicopter, right? What else can you do? Because chicks can do the pole. I don't want to see a dude on the pole, and that's going to get a fucking nut thing happening anyway. Are you going to rack yourself? I don't want to see some dude rack himself. And they can't have like Jello wrestling. Dudes can't Jello wrestle. I don't care, because it would just get, there's so much testosterone, it would turn into a thing. Although, actually, I apologize. If it was a fight, like a big naked fight to the death, maybe I'd go in there. It should have said that outside. If it said all nude fight to the death, I'm in the goddamn door. I'm there. Toonies and loonies abound. I bet you can throw the coins at the naked dudes. They don't care. They just grab a fucking 2 hands full of cock and swing on it and hit it out of the park. All right. So, folks. So I decided, no, I cannot do it. I need to go, because again, I enjoy the cinema. So I go next door. I go to the Loft Cinemas. And the weirdest thing was, I think it was named the Loft Cinema 18. All right. So I'm in my head, I'm like, 18 movie screens? I don't think there's 18 pornos you could show at once without there being noise in the building that would conflict. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm trying to enjoy the blowjob adventures of Dr. Fellatio. Could you turn down Nurses too? I mean, it bleeds in. I don't get your chocolate on my peanut butter is my point. So I go in, I walk into the fucking Loft Cinema, I open the door, and there's like, this is the weirdest thing, all right? Because it's a skinny doorway. I opened it, and I will say this, I also hung out waiting for people to walk by, because it was super busy outside, not to mention the fucking phalanx of nude dudes next door, but outside it was young people walking and experiencing Toronto and enjoying life. Well, I don't want those people to look at me and go, look at that fat guy from the States, he enjoys cinema from a la nude. I mean, I don't want to go in there and get fucking fingered. Well, I mean, all right, you know what I mean. I don't want to be fingered as a nude cinemaphile. Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing. And I don't know. Like, if I ducked in, would somebody point at me and be like, "There's a nude cinemaphile from the States. Do you have any money we can tear in half?" Furiously. I wish you could have seen that dude. Oh my Christ! All right, stop saying dude. All right, so I opened the door to leap in, and I did leap in. I opened it and I jumped in real quick because I didn't want anybody to see me. Even though it's a glass door, they can now see me in there. But now it just looks like I was super excited to get in there. I open the door and leap in. I jump in. And then the door closes behind me, and I look, and in front of me is a staircase that's got like 20 stairs. Easy. And I'm like, oh, well done, Love Cinemas. You're going to make me work for it. So I scale the 20 stairs. I go up and I clip-clop all the way to the top because I'm wearing clogs. And I get to the top and there's like a first floor, okay? And on my right-hand side, there's change machines, but they're half in French. Dicks. And then there's it's a theater, okay? And it's got 2 doors. So it has I don't know if it's 2 entrances for movies, different movies, or if it's the same theater. But again, with 18 screens, who knows at this point? So I look, and the thing is that you can't get in there. There's like a subway terminal, like a spinning gate, and there's a box attached to it that you got to throw money into to go in to check out the movie. So I look around and I'm like, well, I got to do some more exploring. And in front of me, there's like a restroom. There's a bathroom right there with a ladies' room. Sure, good for you. I'm glad that you thought ahead. That's never happening or never being used, but good thinking. There's a men's room and a ladies' room. And then there's another staircase. So I see that staircase and I'm like, well, you know what? I've already scaled 25 stairs. Why not scale more stairs? So I do. I hop on there and I clip-clop to the top and I get up there. And this time there's more change machines. And then there's a big grouping of domed bubblegum machines that you would, like you would see in a store. But these sold rubbers and lube. And they were empty too, I should tell you that. So unless maybe there was a run on them. I have no idea if the theaters are packed full to the brim with dudes with rubbers and lube. I have no idea. Or maybe some enterprising young man came in and bought them all up and now he's selling them down at the street. Or maybe the Love Shop came in and stole them. I don't know. Look, folks, I don't have a lot of time to think of it. So I get up there and this time there's 2 different entrances, spinning subway gates with the box attached. And it was $7 to get in and check out the movies. So in my head, I'm like, $7. I don't even know what's in there. I don't know what I'm doing. If I walk in and it turns out to be, it could be a trap. I mean, honestly, I could walk in. It could be a slide down. All of a sudden, I'm on stage with the nude dudes next door. That's terrible. It's a trick. It's a trap. That's where they get their new talent. So as I'm standing there, 2 guys make their way out of one of the theaters, and the 2 guys walk out, and they are, how do I put this? 90. I mean, they're old. These guys are fucking old. It looks, you know what? With all the stairs and the twists and the turns, they may have come in like 1981 and gotten lost. And they're trying desperately to find like something to eat. They're getting protein. They're staying alive. At least they're getting protein to stay alive. But they were frail older men and they were together, but I don't know if they were together like a couple. They were just there together because they walked out kind of chatting and they were dressed like they were going golfing. Like they had not Payne Stewart golfing, like nobody had any duffer pants or anything, but they had polos and like nice sweaters, and one of them had one of those taxi driver hats, and they walked out just looking like the Hope and Crosby on the road to gayness. I mean, it was like they walk out and they are so together. And like I said, I don't know if they're gay together. They could just be pals who really like watching X-rated cinema together. I don't know. They could be cinema buffs like myself. So they come walking out, and as per usual in every adult bookstore, they stop and stare at me. They're talking, they're having a nice chat, and then they stop and freeze and just glare at me. And I don't know if it's because they're worried about being discovered, or if they are just looking at me like, are you coming in here, or who are you, or why are you investigating us? I don't know. It just turns into a thing where they're looking at me and I'm uncomfortable. So I want to get away, but I don't want to dump $7 into the box and go to the other theater. So I look, and you walk forward, and there's more stairs. So I come to those stairs, and I look, and they go straight down. And there's like 50. I mean, I half expected them to open up and Spot from the Munsters lives under them. I mean, that's how big this fucking staircase is. So I walk down, and it's getting darker as you go down there. It's because it's like a basement. The only thing missing right now is a candelabra. I don't know how they didn't give me a candelabra to walk down the steps and like half a white mask. You know what I mean? It's like so I'm walking down, descending, into the basement or whatever, the bottom floor of the Loft Cinemas. Now, mind you, I've only seen like 6 of the 18 screens. I don't know where the other 12 screens are. And so I guess I'm assuming they're down the stairs, unless there's going to be like another sub basement. But as I walk down these 50 steps, I get to the bottom, and it's a small area, and there's a door. It's not a subway spinny gate. It's like a bank vault door. And it's got a box attached to it. And this one's only $3 to get in. And I look, and it's dark in there, and I don't know what's happening. I don't know if there's movies. I have no idea. But I decide, well, I look around. There's nowhere else to go. I mean, there's like an emergency exit, but I'm not going to hop out there because there's no emergency just yet. But it's good to know that it's there just in case anything happens. So I go over to the door, and it says $3. And I got to be honest with you, folks. I don't know what $3 is in Canada. I've got, like I said, I've got the toy money. I got a 20 American 20, and then I got some toy money, like, 10s and 5s, and then I got the handful of fucking metal that you guys use. So I just start pumping money into the box. Like, I don't even know how much it was or what it was, but I'm just dropping coins in, and they're landing, and they're not making anything happen, and I just keep dumping money until I hear a click, and the door kind of, I realize I got to pull the door, and I pull the door, and it opens. I think I put $90 in the box. I have no idea. Toonies and loonies and quarters and dimes. They have pennies up there. So why do you have pennies? Don't be us. Be yourselves, Canada. Although they don't have Abe Lincoln on their pennies. They do, but they've put a lumberjack hat on him, so you don't recognize him. He just looks like a Canadian. Got a big fucking toque. All right, so I go in, and I open the door, and I slip in, and it's dark. And I see, as your eyes adjust, I start to see, as I always do, shadows lurking. And they're all off in the corner or off to the side. And so I take a lap. And I notice these are rooms that have porn. And I'll be honest with you, I've just scaled like 100 stairs. So I've gone up and down all these different stairs. And I'm a little winded. And that's a lot of work just for porn, folks. I could have sat in my hotel room and just seen porn, which I should have, quite frankly. But instead, for some reason, there's this weird trigger. It means like, go find some filth. Go do something awful. So I go walking around in the thing, and I'm looking, and everything's empty, but there's all these dudes are in the hallways. And as always, so I'm actually kind of tired. It sounds so stupid, but there's empty rooms, and they have couches in them. Along with a little TV set. So I get in and I sit down at like the first available one that I can find, and I jump in and I sit down. I don't jump in. I leaped in just like earlier. I walk in and I sit down, and there's a TV, and I'm on the couch, and then there's a porn, a box for money. So I've got the chain. I just start dumping money into it. Again, it could have been $1,000. I have no fucking idea how much I put in. I just start putting it in until porn show starts on the television. And so if porn comes up and I'm sitting on the couch and I'm winded and I'm just like, all right, good. And I relax. And I reflect on what's going on. I'm in Loft 18, and I think the 18 cinemas, like I said, I think there were 6 upstairs. Well, I think these rooms down here count as cinemas. So there's got to be 12. I didn't do a head count because I found one room with a couch and I sat the fuck down. And I'm sitting there, and porn is playing, and it's dark. There's no windows. The only exit is outside of that other locked door. And I start to gather my thoughts a little bit, and I'm, because I'm used to being in those situations, but I always have a clear idea of where my exits are. Well, there's only one exit here, and there were shapes, so those shapes could mass in front of the door. This could break bad, is my point. This could break bad at any second. I'm downstairs. I don't know who's there. I just see dark shapes, and it dawns on me, you know what? I am a renegade pawn shop owner and a security guard with a motorcycle and a gimp mask away from living in somebody's floor. That's how close I am. So I'm sitting there, and the porn is on, and I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm like, all right, well, I just dumped this money, and the porn's going to end. You're just going to get the fuck out of here. Why are you even here? Your hotel is 5 minutes away. And as I'm sitting there and the porn is playing, I mean, as if on cue, I have that thought where I'm like, Zed and this kind of thing, and 2 guys come to the room where I'm sitting, and they just stand in the doorway, and they stare at me. And out of the corner of my eye, I notice it's not the 2 frail gentlemen from earlier, because I would have just gotten up and run through them like a fucking blocking sled. Who cares? But these two dudes were just like, they filled the doorway, certainly. And I don't even look at them. Like, I'm sitting on the couch. I've got my legs crossed like an erudite gentleman. I start smoking a pipe and reading some classic literature. And the porn is on and it's flickering. It's in my face. And I see them. I can see them out of the corner of my eye, but I will not look. I will not make eye contact. All right? You never make eye contact in the porn store. So I'm staring straight ahead, and they're looking at me. And the best part is I can see them out of the corner of my eye. There's one dude in the doorway, and his friend is like behind him, looking over his shoulder, just like peering at me. Like he's got like his chin on his buddy's shoulder, and they're both like looking as if I started to feel like I was in a zoo, like I was in a porn zoo, and these guys are looking around like, here's the one rare guy who's not jerking off. I mean, like I was that exhibit. So they're looking and they're staring at me. And it's funny, out of the corner of my eye, like I said, I see them and the porn is in front of me. So here's what I did, folks, because I don't know why. I reached over because the porn box is on my right-hand side. And all I did was I started changing channels on the porn box. But I started changing them with no regard for watching anything. I only did it so there would be light in the room. Because I was uncomfortable that there was no light and it was dark and there was porn. And I just felt hinky about it. And they were sitting there staring at me. So I just started going click, 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 pushing porn. And it's flipping through the thing. And it's causing a strobe light effect in the room. And I'm hoping that it will hypnotize them. They'll pass out and I'll be able to just run out of here. Maybe the two of them have a Pokemon thing. Well, actually, let's be honest. If they're down there staring at me, they definitely have a Pokemon thing. I just don't want to be the mon at the end of their Pokey. So I'm flipping the channels and I'm hoping the strobe distracts them in some way. I can zip out the back, even though there isn't a back. I'll have to go through the roof. I don't know. I just don't know why my instinct was to just turn the channels just because I wanted light. So I'm like, and I thought maybe, I guess part of me was like, if I act stupid, maybe they'll bail. Like if I act like a weird dude, they'll just take off. But they're staring, and I should tell you this, as I lit up the room with the constant, loop of porn, I realized there's a fucking door on this room. I could have closed it. Like I could have gotten in and closed the door behind me, but nothing else. There were no doors closed anywhere else. There were guys sitting on couches watching and looking at their shows. But I didn't realize that, they're advertising. They're looking for friends or whatever the fuck, or willing to share their porn. I could have closed the door and reconnoitered and come up with something. But instead I left it open because I fucking didn't even look. I just sat down on the couch because I was still groggy from 80 stairs. And these dudes are staring at me. I'm flipping the porn. And I'm like, I'm hoping that these guys, I'm hoping it's not Zed and the pawn shop owner. I swear to God. Because I guarantee you, I was upstairs. All I saw were two dudes in golf clothes. Bruce Willis with a samurai sword is not going to make the scene and save me. So I'm flipping the porn, I'm staring, I'm watching, and in my head, you know what's funny? I'm thinking about Atlanta. All I'm thinking about is, dude, you're not supposed to do this anymore. Atlanta, it killed it for you. You knew that, right? You weren't supposed to go to these fucking places. But you know what? Fuck you, Canada. Why would you build it 5 minutes from where I'm living? That's your fault. So I'm flipping the channels, I'm waiting. And the porn's not ending, which is good because it shows that I must have put $1,000 in the box. And finally the two of them they don't say a word and they just silently walk off. And they walk off, and the second they're clear and they're not in the doorway anymore, and I have a wide berth, I get up and I'm gone. I walk the fuck out, and I look, and they're still in the hallway. And there was still porn playing in my room. I don't care. Here, hey fellas, free porn. It's like, it's like throwing a steak at a dog. I'm like, there you go, folks, free porn. And I just ran for the fucking bank vault door. And I made my way through the shifty hallways, and there were guys emerging. It's like a shooting. Well, it's definitely like a shooting gallery. I mean, I've talked about that before. But heads are emerging out of everywhere, and I got to the bank vault door, opened it, and I said, "Fuck it, I'm leaving." And I walked out, and I went up the stairs, up to the regular cinema. Just get me out of the basement. That's all I fucking wanted to do. Get out of the basement. So I go up those stairs, and then I have to climb up 50 stairs, and then I slip through, and there's a couple of guys there just like standing there again, that weird zombified stare that you get at the fucking adult bookstore. And I make it past them, and I take the other stairs down, and I go to that floor, and there's nobody there. And then I go to the other stairs down, and I get to the front door. And at this point now, I'm kind of moving rapidly because I'm almost running out of the place. And because I'm feeling, I'm feeling suffocated by porn. I need to get back out into fresh air. And I get down to the front, and I burst out of the door. Like I'm surprised I didn't do a somersault. Like it was that, I was like running down the 20 stairs, and I hit the door, and it's like, "Wah!" And I like almost like like as if it was the you know, the rarefied air of the real life was saving me from the porn cinema. And so I come outside, and I must look disheveled and horrible because I'm sweaty from taking all the stairs. And I burst outside. I'm just standing there. I'm like, and I turn around, and there's just like 8 half-naked dudes with bow ties laughing their asses off as they watch me burst out of the goddamn cinema. Because I either looked like I was trying to escape whatever the fuck was happening in there, or I looked like I had just done like a crazy porn workout. Because I came out kind of sweaty and disheveled and like, woo, finally. And I look around, and 8 fucking half-naked dudes just like, all pointing and laughing. And so I look around, and I gather my bearings, and I get the fuck out of there. I split. I go across the street. I get into the hotel, and I didn't like. I get into the, and again, it was Pride Week, so you get into the hotel, and there's tons of gay dudes in the hotel, and at all hours they were there, and I made my way through, and they were celebrating and having a good time, and I'm just like, I got to get to my room. I got to get to my room, and I do. I get in the elevator. I go upstairs, and I get in the room, and I just stand there, and it's like, whew, safe. But safe from myself, because I was the idiot who put myself in that situation in the first fucking place. And there was no threat. There was nothing else. It was just weirdness. But I like weirdness. I like chaos and strangeness, but not that kind anymore. But I do, but I don't. Look, if I'm coming to your town, clean it up. That's all I'm saying. Indianapolis, I don't know what you've got there, but shut it down while I'm in town. Let's all have malteds together. So I go to the hotel Thursday and stay up. Go on the internet. Wake up Friday. And I didn't go to bed until like 6, I think. 5:36. And I said, well, I'll get up at noon. Got up at 2. And I got to put this show together. So I get up and I start doing that. And I had to print the sales list. I have to print the will call list. So I called down to the front desk. I'm like, hey, where's the business center where I can print? And they said, oh, we don't have one. I said, what? They said, yeah, that we have you have to come to the lobby and use the computers down here. I said, okay. So I went downstairs, and I get into the lobby, and I go to print the sales list, and you have to use your credit card to use the computer in the lobby. And again, I'm printing 5 sheets of paper. It takes 90 seconds, maybe 60 seconds, probably. Minimum charge $5. So it cost me $5 to print a document, and I think it also cost me like 38 cents a page or something ridiculous like that. So I got that, and I'm grumbling, and I go back upstairs, and I'm in the room, and I'm starting to put together material, and I'm hanging out, and then in my head I'm like, you know what? I can't. I usually sit in the room like the whole time I'm there, but I didn't want to be in the room. Look, all right, I liked my room, but and it was really nice. It was very nice, but. Here's what I discovered on Friday. Well, first of all, I discovered this on Wednesday when I checked in. You know how you have a bathtub and you have a lever that you can pull the lever and it closes the plug? You can take a bath. Well, I get into there, and my bathroom did not have a lever. It had a chain with a plug, like a chain with a stopper plug. And there was rust all over like the drain. And again, nice room, but still, I was like, oh, well, that seems weird. So I took some pictures of it. I was actually going to tweet them and be like, boy, you should see the toilet mule. I mean, like, it was like that old looking. But what happened Friday was, like I said, I was out, Thursday I wasn't on the bed, but then I went, so I get up Friday and I look at freaked me out a little bit. My comforter in my room had a blood stain on it. And when I say a blood stain, you're just like, oh, well, you sissy. No, it looked like a blood waffle. I mean, it was like square and big. And I took photos of it. You can, if you don't believe me, I'll put them on Facebook. Although I'll tell you what, you need to write me and tell me that you don't believe me, because I'm not just going to put a picture of a blood waffle up on my Facebook page for no reason, folks. I need someone to show some doubt so that I can go ahead and throw a blood waffle up for all to see. But it freaked me out because I had 2 beds in my room, but I'd been sleeping in the blood waffle bed, which is fine. Again, it wasn't like fresh. And I don't give a fuck. I was so tired, I passed out both fucking nights, So I look, you're in a hotel, believe me, there's more jizz in there was on the couch I sat on Thursday night. I mean, honestly. Yeah, exactly. I'm hanging out in adult bookstores and I'm worried about the blood stain on my comforter. I don't think so. So I didn't want to sit in my room. I was like, well, I'll go downstairs. And also it was nice. Like I've been trying to make myself get out of the room. Like when I go on the road, like I learned my lesson in Kansas City because I just don't think I saw enough in Kansas City. All I saw were the inside of barbecue restaurants and the baseball game, which is great. It's not exactly high culture. It's not exactly anything I can take away and go, hey, I was in Kansas City. What'd you see? A rib? I mean, it's nothing. Dude, what'd you see in Kansas City? I saw a roll of paper towels and a Master Z sandwich, or the Big Z fucking sandwich with Texas toast. I feasted my eyes on Texas toast. That's what I saw in Kansas City. I mean, so in my head, I'm like, I should start looking for things to do, like really crazy things to do. So I should tell you, all right, which brings me to this. All right. When I had been out with Ken the night before at the Blue Jays game, I'm sorry, I'm getting away from where I was, but I forgot to tell you this. When I was at the Blue Jays game with Ken, we saw the CN Tower, which is the really tall tower. And he goes, hey, you can actually walk on this. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, you can actually go out on the roof and walk around. It's like a thing that they offer. I said, that's crazy. He goes, yeah, it's great. He goes, well, you can tour it because it's amazing. You get the view of Toronto, but they actually have a thing where you can buy tickets and you can walk around on the perimeter of the CN Tower. So I said, that's insane. But at the same time, I'm thinking of Kansas City where all I'm doing is staring at a fucking jar of sauce. And I'm like, that actually sounds like something I could do. And this is going to sound ridiculous too. At the time, I was worried that I did not have enough to talk about at the show that night. So in my head, I'm like, you know what? That would be an amazing story to tell on stage tomorrow night. So I got home from the Loft Cinemas. I went into my room, and I looked it up, and it turns out the Edge Walk, you Google, because there's CN Tower, but then you Google Edge Walk, and there's a website for it. Now, what's funny is when I put in CN Tower Edge Walk, you know how Google will autofill for you? I was typing CN Tower Edge Walk, and it filled in death. That was the word it used. CN Tower Edge Walk death, which I, of course, clicked on because I wanted to see who had died, but it turns out no one had died. But it had the website. I clicked on it, and it turns out tickets were $175. And I looked, and there were appointments the next day in the morning on Friday. So I bought a ticket to do the CN Tower Walk. It's $175, but I bought it. You buy it online, you have the appointment, and I made the appointment. But I made it for early, like I made it for like 11 o'clock in the morning. So then in my head, at this point, it's like 4:30. So I'm thinking, because I almost made it for 9 a.m., and then I go, I'll just stay up. And then I'm like, wait a minute, you asshole. You're going to go on the CN Edge Walk Tower fucking bullshit with no sleep. Like completely... You need to get at least some rest, but I'd stayed up all night like reading Twitter and doing some shit and being, of course, visiting the Loft Cinemas and making that climb up the stairs. So I knew I was healthy. I was ready to do this. I was physically fit. But I paid the $175 and I had to pick a time. And like I said, I was going to go 9 o'clock with no sleep. Then I went, fuck it. I can go noon. I can go 1. But then I settled on 11 o'clock. But then I usually take, like I said, Fridays, I sit in the room and I fucking get stuff figured out. I figure out what I'm going to do. But instead, I paid for the ticket. I bought it. And then I Googled video of the CN Tower Edgewalk. And videos are on YouTube. And I found, I guess there's a famous one of a newscaster freaking out. That's not the one I found. I found a podcaster guy or something. And it's shot from a camera on the head of the tour guide who brings you out there. I start watching the video. Now, I should tell you something about myself. I don't care for heights. I have a weird vertigo thing where if I'm on the second floor of a mall, I want to throw myself off. Like I want to jump over that. I was on my 22nd floor balcony and I would lean and be like, and I didn't want to hold my phone and take a picture in case I somehow dropped my phone off the balcony, even though I'm on the balcony. Like it didn't make any sense, but I get this weird thing of anything could fucking happen right now. Like I'm not even in control of my own body. So I start watching the video and these people they're tethered to a circle, like an iron circle, and then they have ropes that they hold on to too. And they bring them out, but the guy who's the tour guide, you can't see him. All you can see is his view. So he's got the camera on his head. He looks like he's just ethereally floating in space. He walks to the edge of the tower and he looks down, and it's, oh my Christ! I can't even. Again, I think it wasn't a mile in the air. I think it was like half a mile in the air, or I don't fucking know. It's high. It's fucking high. And my hands, I'm sweating now telling you the story about the video. My hands start sweating in the room, and I'm alone. All right, I'm alone. I've already bought the ticket, and I'm looking at the video, and I go, oh no. Like out loud, I go, oh, I can't do this. Oh, I'm going to cry. I was talking to him. I was like, you're going to cry. I'm going to cry. I can't do this. Oh my God, I can't do this. I'm going to cry. Because I knew I would. I knew I would get out there, and just because it was crazy how high it was. I didn't realize, I mean, I guess I did. But then there's no cage. There's nothing. You're tethered to a thing. And then they make the guy. He tells him, hold on to your rope. He goes, we're going to do a thing called Heels Over Toronto. And the guy, they make you go all the way to the edge of the building and just stand on your toes with your heels off and lean as far back as you can, holding onto the rope. You're going to throw up. Exactly. I felt the same way. I'm watching it. And I'm like, my hands are pouring sweat now. And I watch it. I'm like, oh my God, no. And I knew I would lay down and they wouldn't be able to get me off of the building. Like I would freak, but I already paid $175. So I'm watching it and I'm like, how can I get out? I got to get out of this. How do I get out of this? So I go to their website and I'm looking, and it says, read our rules and regulations before you buy. And I did not. I just bought a $175 ticket. So I click on the rules and regulations. There's a weight limit. And I'm over it by about 20 pounds. And in my head, I'm like, and then I'm like, are you being a pussy right now? Like, could you don't have to tell them that you're over by 20 pounds. I mean, you could be able to pull it off. But then in my head, I go, wait a minute. What if it's calibrated right to the final pound and you go up at the 20 and you slip off and fucking die? Ridiculous. But I will be honest with you. I did not need to convince myself not to do it. I was thrilled when I saw that it was the fucking weight thing was an issue. All I knew now is I was like, I'm going to lose $175. I figured I was going to lose $175. But the next morning when I woke up, like I said, I woke up at noon and then I slept until 2. So I slept through the appointment anyway. And then I called up and I went to get I talked to them and I told them I had made the appointment for 11 o'clock. And it turned out that because I had sent them an email the night before as well, telling them that I was too heavy. And then I told them, look, I'm over the, and they gave me like a refund right away. Like they were, I tell you what, you know where they don't work? Yonge Street, because Yonge Street was full of evil, angry people. But fucking, they were very nice Canadians who just gave me a refund right away, which was great. I was thrilled. It was very nice of them. So then, like I said, I woke up and there was a blood waffle, and I was hanging out in the room. And I'm like, I don't want to be in the room. I want to go downstairs. So I go downstairs, and as I've mentioned, my lobby is fabulous. It is full of pride. My lobby is so full of pride. And there are more people checking in because some of them are arriving on Thursday, some have arrived on Wednesday, and this is Friday, and there's a line, and like I said, the Cologne Tornado, and really hot guys in tank tops. So there were several restaurants in the Delta Chelsea, including one called like the Garden Market or the Market Garden, I don't know. But it had a buffet where you could go ahead and just pick up food and sit down. So all I did was I went and grabbed a couple of bananas and sat down. And that's not a euphemism. I grabbed. I brought my notes downstairs and I grabbed a couple of bananas and I sat in the Market Garden. So I'm going through stuff and I don't have a notebook still. So unfortunately I have all of and this is weird. Their stationery at the hotel was not on a tablet. It was individual pieces of paper. There was a stack of it. There was maybe 200 sheets, but it was all, you had to pull one sheet and write on it. I think it was to keep people from stealing the tablets. So, but I grabbed a fucking handful of sheets and I'm scrawling stuff because, when I'm preparing for the show on Friday, there's the narrative show and then there's the stuff that happened in Toronto. So I'm just trying to remember everything. I will sit down on Friday and I will, from memory, remember everything that has happened and just kind of write down beats and figure out what I'm going to talk about. So I'm sitting down there and I'm doing that. And, the market was busy with people who work at the hotel and other tenants. And there were a lot of guys there for Pride Weekend, and they were coming into the garden market and eating. Well, as I'm looking at my notes and I'm sitting there, there's a table like 4 tables away from me, and it's 2 really hot dudes. Like, they're really good-looking guys. And they're looking right at me. They're just staring at me. And I got my notes, and I look up at them, and I kind of smile like, hey, fellas, how are you? And I look down, and in my head, I'm just like, oh, this is going to be awkward. I said, because they're going to hit on me, and I'm going to have to try to, like, gay. I'm not gay. I know it's Pride Weekend, and good for you, and I'm proud of all of you. Because they're looking at me. Now they're like talking back and forth, and they're like kind of looking, and they're whispering back and forth, and then they'll look back at me. And I'm writing, and I look up, and I make eye contact again, like an idiot. Because, again, I'm trying to prove that I'm okay with everything. So I look up, and they're looking at me, and I look at them, and I just kind of, like, smile and nod my head, and I keep writing. And, again, in my head, I'm like, I can't believe this. I'm going to get hit on. I'm going to get hit on. Right? And, I guess I should have expected this. I mean, it is Pride Weekend. There's a lot of gay dudes here. I mean, and there's... but these guys are really good-looking gay dudes, and it seems weird that they'd be into me, but that's fine. I knew this was going to happen eventually. I was probably going to get hit on. It is Pride Weekend. So I'm writing my notes, and they're sitting at their table, and they're looking at me, and I'm looking at them. And then I'm like, don't look. And I look down at my notes, and they get up. And they're going to leave the restaurant, but they don't. They come right over to me at my table. And I'm sitting there, and I'm writing, and I see them coming in my head. I'm like, oh, this is going to be so awkward. How do I, because this has happened to me before. I had a guy once grab my hand, like hitting on me, and I immediately went, I'm straight. Like, I jerked my hand away. So I'm like, you got to play this as cool as possible. Don't be a jerk, and don't let them down easy, and you got to be whatever you... So don't make this awkward. Just, it's going to be fine, and they're nice, and you're nice, and everybody's fine. So they walk over to the table, and they got to be like 22. I mean, they're just like these young, gay, really good-looking guys. And in my head, I'm just like, I'll let them down easy. I'll try to be as funny and cool about it as possible. And they walk over to the table, and I'm writing my notes, and they walk right up to the table. I look up, and the guy goes, excuse me, sir? And I look at him, and he goes, do you have any poppers? And it dawned on me they didn't want to fuck me. They I'm not even fuckable to those guys. That's like, I'm literally out of the stratosphere of them. They're like, I'm the creepy old guy who would have to hold their party favors and watch them fuck. That's who I was. That whole discussion was whether the solo alone guy over there writing, scrawling furiously, I know it's had some party favors or poppers. I'm glad they didn't ask if I had rubbers or lube or anything, because again, the machine was out of them over at the Loft Cinema, so I don't have any to share with them. But yeah, do you have any poppers? They just dropped that on me, and I'm just like, no. They're like, oh, okay, well, sorry to bother you. And they just walk off. And it might have been Pride Week, but I was not proud of what had just happened. Either the build-up or the rejection. Not happy about any of it. And I'll tell you, that blood waffle wasn't looking too bad at that point. I think I should have stayed upstairs with the blood waffle, for fuck's sake. So I packed up my stuff. I go upstairs. Like I said, I ate a couple of bananas. And again, not a euphemism. I go up to the room, get ready, go down, grab a cab, get to the theater. And the whole way on the way to the theater, in the cab, in my head, the whole day, quite frankly, I'd been saying, you know what, dude? Because I've told you guys about what had happened with the owner of the theater. He kept harping on the 3-hour thing, and every email, every phone conversation, he said, that's awful, terrible, whatever. So in my head, I go, you know what, just ignore it. I'm not going to bring up the 3-hour thing, and if he does, I'm not even going to worry about it. It's not going to be a thing. Just let it slide off your back and do your thing. So I take the cab, I get to the Comedy Bar, and it's a neat little venue. It's downstairs. I'm on the marquee at 7:30. Even though the show was at 8, but that's fine. Beer Prob is after me at 10, I think it's at 10:30. I don't know. So I go in, and I meet the bartender, Jenna. She's very nice. And I said, hey, and I ask if the owner's around. And she says, yeah, he's over there on a computer. Now, I don't know if I told you guys, I knew from talking to him, I knew him. Like, I knew who he was going to be. I just from talking to him on the phone. And sure enough, I turn around, and there's a computer, and there's like a 30-year-old guy, maybe, might have been 28, and baseball hat, polo shirt, shorts, and he's working on the computer, And in my head, I go, he's this young guy. I knew it. And so I walk over to him and introduce myself, Mike Schmidt. He tells me, he says, hi. I said, hey, I don't mean to interrupt you. I know you're busy working. I need to touch base. On the marquee, it says 7:30, but I am going at 8. I had mentioned in the emails. He goes, oh, that's fine. 8 o'clock. I go, well, I know it's fine. I told everybody they know they're coming at 8. But I'm more worried about the guys after me because, with the time limit, 8 o'clock, and if I'm done by 10:45. And he goes, oh, no, well, it's okay. He goes, but, as long as you're still sticking to this 3-hour thing, then as long as you can do that, if you think you can pull it off. And I had told you I wasn't going to worry about that. If he was going to bring up the 3-hour thing, I was just going to let him shine it and just do my show. And he mentions the 3-hour thing in the first 30 seconds that I talked to him. And I think we all know that I'm very restrained and I'm able to hold myself back. I'm the epitome of calm, folks. You know that. I'm calm all the time. This is the same guy who burst out of a fucking Loft Cinemas into the middle of the street to save himself. You think I know how to handle myself in a pressure situation? I just immediately start flicking the porn channel so there's a strobe light. That's what I do, folks. Unfortunately, there is no porn channel switch thing for me to flick here in the club. At least I haven't seen one yet. I've only been there 30 seconds. But that 30 seconds didn't stop him from bringing up the fucking 3-hour thing. At literally the first 30 seconds, the second sentence he fucking said to me, he brought up the 3-hour thing. And again, as you know, folks, I can restrain myself. I told myself in the cab, I said, don't take the bait, do your show. And he mentions the 3-hour thing, and immediately I go, dude, you got to drop that 3-hour thing. And he looks at me, he's like, what? I said, you keep bringing it up. Every time we talk, there's a phone call, any email, you bring up the 3-hour thing. I'm telling you, it works. I wouldn't book it if it didn't work. I do it in other cities. It's going to be fine. I promise. And he's just like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's your show and that's cool. And like he completely retreated. But at the same time, there was still that weird air of, I don't believe you. And what's funny is 2 listeners to the show, Derek, who has seen me now, I think he saw me in Cleveland and in Chicago and now in Toronto. He was there. Derek and Michelle, 2 listeners, were there, and they heard it. They heard the whole exchange. So I thank him, and he walks away, and then I turn around and I go to the green room. I put my stuff in. I try to find a box office chick, and I walk out and make eye contact with Derek, and I wind up talking to him because again we've talked before, and I said, you heard him, right? You heard him bring up the 30-second. He goes, yeah, I heard the 3-hour thing right away. Not the 30-second, the 3-hour thing. He brought up in the first 30 seconds. So I had validation. I had proof. Somebody else heard it. I got ready for the show. Just waited. I walked outside. It was like I said, I got there. Show was at 8. I got there right around 10 to 6. I walked out of the green room once at like 6:15, and there was a guy, and he said hi to me. And unfortunately, I forget his name. But he was very nice, and he was there to buy a ticket, and there was nobody in the box office. And he's like, I just want to make sure I get a ticket. I don't know if there'll be walk-up seats. And I said, there will be, I promise. I go, if you want to leave, you don't have to sit here and wait. I don't know when the box office person shows up. Because this place was run by young people. You know what I mean? Which is great. No problem. If that's how they do it, and that's the way it works. Because Jenna was great. The box office woman shows up eventually. She's really cool. She's very young. The only one who was worried about me was the owner. But then I meet Mark, the tech guy. And, he's going to run the lights and the sound. He takes me in the showroom. I go, you want to run the beats? I go in the back with him and I start explaining everything. He's taking notes and he's like, I got it. And I go, all right, well, you want to practice it? He goes, no, I got it. I said, all right. I go, and I tell everybody in every city, I go, there is no wrong answer here. I go, if you screw it up, and I'll make fun of you, and that's fine, and we'll just move on. I go, but I'm going to make fun of you anyway. I'm going to make fun of the room. I'm going to make fun of pretty much everything. And he goes, I don't care. And then he says, but I might make fun of you back. Like I might do some stuff with the lights or whatever like that. And I'll admit that threw me because they're all comics there. That's the whole thing. And so, we're all great and funny. And I said to him, and I go, yeah, if you do something with the light, I'm going to make fun of you again. And then you stop. I go, we're not a team. You understand that? And he just started laughing and he goes, oh yeah, of course. I go, all right. I go, I'm just telling you, don't cut the spotlight or follow me around or turn my mic off. I go, we're not doing that. I go, if something screws up and you turn the lights off because I say so, he goes, yeah, that's all I want to know is because I will do it with comics and they'll say stuff like, hey, can I get a little more blue up here? And then I'll turn the blue up and they'll go, I was kidding. And I go, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I go, if I say something, it's, you do it. And he's like, yeah, of course. He could not have been cooler. And I'll tell you what, I was happy he was there because I was fucking furious at the owner again. But Mark held my hand through it, and he's like, I got you. It's fine. He goes, and I mentioned, so then I said to him, and I go, he's really freaked out about the time of my show. And he goes, you know why? Because he's never heard of anyone who could do that. And I said, I understood that. And Mark was like, okay. Well, he goes, don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. I go, well, I'm worried about the show after me. He goes, dude, they always go late. They're like a standard show here, and they go late into the night. So please don't worry about it. You're not putting anybody out. So I go, oh, so, all right, so I don't have to be done by 10:45, really? Like, I mean, if I start at 8? And he goes, well, no. He goes, you know, don't bury them. And he goes, and I'm like, all right, cool. That's fine. That's all I want to know. You know, because if I go on at 8 and at 10:45, it's whatever. Show's too long. I get it. It's too long. So I go in the back. I go in the green room, and people are in out the whole time. Improv groups. There's another show in another theater in the same place, and they're coming in because they run the place. It's their. I'm on their turf, so I need to just go. Okay, even though I had paid and everything else, you still have to recognize it's their building, and they're the swinging dicks. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, this is my room. How you doing? You know, yeah, I'm good. So I'm getting ready for the show. I'm going through notes, and show finally starts. I told Mark what the last song would be. Last song ended. He brought me up, and look, I do this every time I talk about going to a city, but it was amazing. The show was fantastic. The crowd was really enthusiastic, and you guys could not have been nicer. Toronto was, I mean, they went above and beyond. I couldn't see anybody, which was great. I prefer that, quite frankly. I'd rather just talk to lights. But then all of a sudden, in the middle of it, some ethereal guy appeared in the front. Like, all of a sudden, his shape showed up. Like, my eyes adjusted, and there was a guy right in the front row, and I'm like, that guy's close. But then I did the show, and it did exactly what I wanted it to do. I just talked, and everything went great. And Mark, I wish I could hire him to come with me, because he hit every cue. He hit the music perfect. He turned the lights off perfectly. Everything was spot on. And this is a guy, I had just met him that day, walked him through it once, and he fucking had it down cold. So that was fantastic. So, and so people in Toronto, you got actually the closest representation I've had toward what I thought the show would be with the blackouts and the music. And everybody was very generous. Show finishes. Everybody was great. I go into the green room, and I said to him, I said, I'll do a meet and greet afterwards. The only thing that bugged me is it was loud out in the lobby, because there was another theater and then the people waiting to get into my show, and it's a bar. I mean, it was like Philadelphia, but Philadelphia had just a curtain separating me from the people out at the bar, and it only had like 8 people. Okay, you okay? Poor Lily. She's like, this is a forever show, and her back is all screwed up, so she keeps standing up and bending and twisting, which is fun for me. But she just dropped the pad of paper. That's what you heard, and now she's like, she made a face like she interrupted a fucking church service. No, you didn't. It's fine. That was funny. It made me laugh. All right, so. So sure enough, where the fuck was I? I finishes the show. Oh, and I told people it was going to be like a meet and greet. But it was loud. It was loud in the bar. And that I heard it the whole show. Like, I could hear the noise, the outside noise. And I just hoped it didn't take it away from the people watching the show, but they didn't. Afterwards, I talked to everybody and they said it didn't. But they did notice that it was loud, But I actually didn't mind doing it in a venue with booze. People drank and they were respectful to listen to the show. Who cares? You don't care. It was fine. It went great. It was fantastic. So I go into the green room and I just like kind of sit down, and I did 2 hours and 55 minutes. So right, just almost 3 hours. And if I hadn't forgotten to tell them that I bought the tickets for the CN Tower and walked around, it would have come to 3 hours. So I'm just sitting there, and the improv group is in the room getting ready. And this woman was very nice, and she goes, "Oh yeah, we're going on in just a minute." And I said, I made some small talk because I'm just winding down. And the guys come in the room, and this guy comes up to me and he goes, "Mike," and I go, "Yeah," and his name was Nug. He's like, "Hey, I'm Nug," and I go, "Hey, nice to meet you." He goes, "I'm a huge fan. I've been a huge fan since Never Not Funny." He goes, "I've listened to you, listened to the podcast, and I think it's great that you're here." And it was amazing. He goes, I just said, "Did you watch it?" He goes, "We were able to pop in periodically and see stuff." He goes, "But everybody in the lobby, they can't stop talking about how great it was." And from what we saw, he goes, "I loved it. It was just so great." He was very nice. Nug was great, and then the other people in the improv group were all very friendly, and they just started their show almost like right away. So then I walked outside, and people were waiting by the green room door. And I met them there. And again, it was a bar. So it was full of people. And I didn't expect it to be that. Normally I have a theater, so I get to talk to people. But I went off. I kind of tried to find a quiet spot off to the side. And everybody hung out. Because I wound up selling like 60 tickets, I think. 60, 65, 60, something like that. I don't know. But it was good. I couldn't see, because the room, I think, held 100 if you really wanted to cram them in. But hopefully everybody wasn't too fucking inconvenienced. But I go to the side, and I wound up meeting people. People are very nice, and they're shaking hands. Derek and Michelle, I said, were there. And look, I'm going to say names. I'm going to forget names. I do apologize. I think I met 3 Adams who came out. There was an Adam there in an old school Skull Pie shirt, like the old one, the first one we ever sold. And he got one of the great ones because the jeans were still blue and it was like, red. He got one of the first batch, obviously, before they decided to throw in the towel on making the good ones. So I took photos with Adam. I met Catherine and Ty, who are our best friends. Ty works at Medieval Times. And Ty's a knight at Medieval Times. And he's also, he's the MC. The only thing is Ty does not realize that the rest of the world is not Medieval Times. Because he's talking and his voice is so fucking loud. He had met me earlier in the night. And I even said to him, and I go, I'm going to need you louder, Ty. I said that this is before the show started. I met him out by the green room and I go, I'm going to need you louder, Ty. And then even after the show, he's just, you know what I wanted to call him, but I didn't think anybody else would get it? Vavoom. Because there was this little cartoon character who would go, Vavoom! And he would break mountains with his voice. That's who Ty was, fucking Vavoom. And Ty and Catherine were there. They were very nice. Oliver. Oliver came from Germany for the show.
Yeah.
He came to America. He's going to be in America for like a month. But he specifically came to Toronto just to see the show, and then he's leaving. He was going back to New York, or where the fuck he was going. I don't even know. 19-year-old kid, like traveling the United States, or 21. He might have been 30. I don't fucking know how old Oliver is. He's a kid. Oliver's the guy, he bought a shirt in Germany, and I made a joke on the show about how much the shipping was, and then the next day he sent more money. It's like Sarah, our friend Sarah in Australia did that too, where I made a joke about the shipping and she sent me $100 the next day. And I'm like, it wasn't that much. But she's so nice. So Oliver was there. I met a couple of Mikes. I met Keith. Keith was very friendly. Leanna came in from Buffalo. She drove in. And then Scott, who had picked me up at the airport with that guy, and Sabrina, and Ian. Ian was there. Zelda came with her husband. I met a guy named Reverend Steve, and these guys just really friendly. Ken came from the Jays game. Tons of people. They were really nice, really friendly. And again, Derek and Michelle. Reverend Steve was really friendly. He comes up to me and he shakes my hand. He gives me money, and I look at him and I go, "Is that money?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's my donation to the show." And I go, "Is it toy money or is it real money?" And he goes, "It's money." And I looked at toy money. I go, "It's toy money, Steve." And he goes, "It's fine. You take care of it." But I posed for photos with as many people as I could. I shook hands. We hung out. And John was there. I've mentioned John. John has seen me in Cleveland and in Boston. And he's from Toronto. So he started to organize stuff. As we're all waiting there, we're kind of just talking. And people are drifting apart. I signed some books, the Comedy Film Nerds books. There was a guy named Brendan who was there, who came up to me. And he goes, I just got to tell you, this exceeded anything I could have ever thought. The show. And I was like, oh, and he goes, yeah, I didn't know. He goes, it's not that I didn't think it would be good. He goes, but I didn't think it would be this good. Like I didn't know what it was going to be. And because you talk about it on the show and I don't know what it's going to be, but I go, well, you probably didn't expect much. He goes, no, I did. I guess I did, but I didn't expect this. And he was real friendly, and he's a professional photographer. And he goes, hey, I would like you to come outside and we would use like the natural light. And I want to take some photos and I could send them to you and see if you could use them. So we went outside and we took a ton of photos. I don't know, a cop car went by. I was up at a street sign. It was, it was nighttime. And he that like that kind of camera. And so he emailed them to me. I haven't seen them yet because I didn't download them, but and then he wrote me. He's like, yeah, I kind of misjudged the lighting and the autofocus on some of them. But there might be some that you can use. I'm like, okay. So I'll see those photos. If there's a good photo, I'll put it up on Facebook, and you guys can check it out. And by the way, if I don't put them up on Facebook, it's not that they're not good. It's that I don't put them up. I don't put shit up on Facebook, except a blood waffle. You got to let me know. And again, I know I'm talking in circles here, but everybody was so gracious and so great and hung out. And then John was like, I know you want to just go eat or hang out somewhere. There's an Italian place up the street. It closes at 2:00, and by this time it's like 12:30. And I said, yeah, I whatever you want to do, man. And then it turned out they were closing. They couldn't accommodate because it turned out like 13 of us were going. And so then John said, there's a diner called Lakeview Diner. It's 24 hours. I said, great, I'm in. Whatever you guys decide is fine. Because I'm hanging out, talking to people, posing for pictures. I go outside, take my photos. I come back inside, and we decide we're going to Lakeview. We're starting to break up into cars. I go, you know what? I can't go just yet. I got to talk to the owner because I wanted to give him a chance to eat shit. Quite frankly, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted him to eat a little crow in front of me. So I found him. He's drunk. He'd been drinking pretty much all night. He was pie-eyed, And I shouldn't have even cared. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have even cared what he thought or what he did because I proved it. I did it. You know what I mean? I fucking did it. And I know I've done it. I did it. I did 3.5 hours in Atlanta. I know I could do it, but it was just the constant doubt it drove me fucking crazy. So, but I needed an invoice anyway because I needed an invoice for for paying for the room. So I went up to him and he looks at me and he just goes, hey. And I go, hey, I need an invoice for the room. And he's like, okay. He goes, you know what? You got to send an email to my business partner and he'll take care of it. He'll send you an invoice. I said, because honestly, he didn't look like he was in a condition to even write his fucking name. He had some drinks. So I said, okay, well, no problem. I want to say thanks for having me. I appreciate it. And he goes, hey, the buzz out here was amazing. Like everybody said that it was really, really good. And he goes, I said, oh, good. I'm glad. He goes, yeah, I respect you, man. I said, yeah. He goes, you're doing it. You're out there doing it. You're booking it yourself and you're doing your own thing and you're doing something different. And I respect your work ethic. And, which was nice and was about all I was going to get pretty much. But that was fine. So I shook his hand. He was very nice. And then, I went and said goodbye to Jenna and everybody else. And then I went and found Mark, the sound guy. And, he could not have been nicer. He's like, I hope you come back. That was a great show. I really loved it. Here's your CDs. And he had to actually run the sound on another show, but then that had finished while we were hanging out and he was sitting in the bar and he goes, yeah, you were great. And I would love to have you back. And I said, great. So it was really nice to meet them. We split. We go to this diner. Like I said, there's like 13 people were waiting to be seated. And then they finally put us in 3 separate booths. There weren't giant tables. And we just started ordering food. Like they had deep fried pickles and fucking chicken sandwich and breakfast and everybody's just ordering. It was so fun. The people who went, I've already said the names, Leanna, Oliver came and I felt like I had to watch out for Oliver. Like he was, he was in the big city, even though he wasn't really. I mean, this guy's from Germany. I'm sure he's taking care of himself. He was here. I found he was in America with a host city. He's been here before, but it didn't matter to me. I'm just like, Oliver, are you okay? What are you eating? What do you want? Because Oliver's a vegetarian. So then he's like, I'm getting poutine. And I'm like, you can't get poutine. It's got like beef gravy. And he goes, no, they have a mushroom gravy. I go, all right, that's good, Oliver. I'm just trying to babysit him. Terrible. He's a grown man. But we all ordered food, hung out, and we're eating. And then it was just fantastic. I mean, I had such a great time talking to Ty, Catherine. I kept getting up and going to the different tables and hanging out. And afterwards, people started to drift off, and it turned out then it was just me and Leanna, and then there was John, Sabrina, that guy, and Scott. And I'm talking to Leanna, and the other 4 people are at a booth next to us. Now, I had talked to them. That guy said, hey, look, I got to give you some stuff before you leave. Like, I'll come back to your hotel and we'll hang out. I said, great. So I was up for whatever. So I'm talking to just Leanna. We one-on-one at a booth, and the other 4 people are all together at a booth when they're not talking to us. So we're hanging out, and I would say about a half hour goes by, 45 minutes almost it seemed. And then all of a sudden, John looks and goes, hey. He leans over to me, And he looks at Leanna. He goes, do you think you can get Mike back to the hotel? And Leanna's like, well, I don't know, because she's from Buffalo. She doesn't know where she is in Toronto. He goes, yeah, we're fading, so we're going to take off, and we'll just leave you guys alone. And look, you know me. I'm irrational. All right. So when the 4 people who are from Toronto that had picked me up at the airport and had taken me to the airport in Boston and had come and visited me in Los Angeles and all this, they're leaving me with Leanna, who's not even from here. She doesn't even know. She had to have somebody from Canada in the car to get her to the diner. And that guy had already told me he was going to go back to my hotel because he had to give me some stuff. They're leaving. And look, it was 2:30 in the morning. All right, I get that. But I was furious. I know it sounds stupid. I was fucking furious because I'm like, because I'm a child and I have abandonment issues, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it, but they were leaving. Like, they just decided, like, because they didn't talk to us for half an hour. It was me and Leanna talking. And all of a sudden, the 4 of them were just like, yeah, we're taking, like, I pictured, like, the 4 of them went, hey, we're getting along great. Why don't we get out of here and go somewhere cool and leave shitty Mike behind? And I know they didn't feel that way. I guess they didn't feel it, but it didn't matter. I was 9 years old, and I wasn't getting picked for a team. Like, I just felt like a fucking asshole. And so they said, we're going to take off and stuff. And I go, oh, all right, cool. I said, you're leaving? Fine. And they go, yeah, well, we're just, we'll make sure we'll get Leanna to get you to the hotel. And I go, no, that's fine. I'll get there. And they go, well, no, we can give her directions. I go, it's fine. I'll find out a way and I'll get there. So the 4 of them sit down and they start talking again at the booth. And I look at Leanna and I have a really strong personality, whether I'm being gregarious and fun or whether I'm being a fucking storm cloud. So they tell me they're leaving. They say that, well, we'll get you. I go, no, I'm good. And I sit there and I look at Leanna, and poor Leanna, I think she's, 23. She drove in from Buffalo for the show. She's she loves the show. She's someone I called out of the blue once. She made a crack about me calling her. So I found her phone number on Facebook and called her. And I got her voicemail and left a voicemail. And she's just like, she called me back. She's like, I'm here if you want to call back. Nope. Called once. So she's sitting there at the booths because she and I had been talking for about a half an hour about cats and marriage and just visiting, having a really good time. But when those 4 people said they wanted to go, it changed the complexion of everything. And so I'm sitting there and I'm silent and I'm not saying anything. And Leanna's kind of looking at me and we'd make a little small talk. And I look at her and I go, look, I'm not going to lie. I am fucking furious right now. And she's like, why? And I said, they're fucking leaving me here. They're leaving me here. You don't know where you're going. You have no idea where the fucking hotel is. They're dropping me in your car and they're going to take off. The 4 of them just get to leave? That seems ridiculous. I said, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I want to walk out right now. Like, I want to take a fucking cab. I don't want to say goodbye. I don't want to say a fucking thing to anyone. I want to get in a cab and just get the fuck out of here. And Leanna, who was just visiting with her podcasting internet chum, Mike, and having a good time, shrinks in the booth because she's withering under the onslaught of rage that I can't contain because I'm a fucking asshole. I was so hurt and sad and mad and upset, and because I was being like, why are you rejecting me? It was a great night. We all had a great night. Everybody ate and had fun, and we all came together as a group. And now the 4 of them are going to light out and leave me with Leanna, poor Leanna, who doesn't know where we're going, doesn't know anything about it. And so I go, look, I don't mean to vomit rage all over you. I don't mean to dump this in your lap. This has nothing to do with you. I apologize. But I'm so fucking mad right now. I go, I don't even need a cab. I could fucking run back to the hotel. That's how mad I am. And she's like, well, and poor Leanna, what do you say? What do you say? She doesn't know me. And she's just like, all right. Well, do you want to go now? Or I go, no, I go, yeah, you know what? Yeah. I want to fucking leave. I just want to leave. So I go, but now I go, and then I go, and it dawned on me. A light went on in my head. And I go, you're ruining this girl's night. You're ruining this girl's experience. She drove from Buffalo to see you. came and saw your show, hung out, had a cheeseburger with you. You were just getting along. Everything was great. And now you're ruining it. And so I stopped and I looked at her and I go, I'm fine. I'm good. And she goes, what? I go, I'm good. I go, I'm fine. We'll figure it out. We'll get home. Everything will be fine. She goes, are you sure? Because and I go, no, I'm good. I swear. I'm so sorry that I did that. I lost my mind there for a second. We're fine. She's like, okay. And then the four of them lean over and they hand us a map. They drew a map of the city streets. Like that guy, for some reason, is Rain Man, and he drew a map of where we were and then the streets that we had to go to get home. Like, not written directions. He actually drew like lines, vertical and cross lines with like wording and street lights and almost like a you are here. Like, it was that. And he leans over and he's like, here, this is a map that'll get you back. And I go, we don't need a map. Like, because I'm not mad at Leanna and I'm trying to, but I'm still fucking furious at them. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I go, it's fine. We'll get there. We'll find it. How far could we be? Take the map. We don't need it. And they're like, no, take it. I don't want it. I don't fucking want it at that point. Because I don't care. I don't give a fuck if I drive off a cliff and die. I don't care. I'm that mad. Yes, I am. But what do you want me to say? All of a sudden, the four of them decided I wasn't worth hanging out with anymore, so we're fucking done. See you later. Just dumping me in a fucking ditch. So I stand up and I look at Leanna and I go, I'm ready to go whenever you are. Because they're still there, like in the booth. So I stand up and there was something else I had to pay for that I had ordered, because I ordered deep fried pickles and I had ordered them earlier and Leanna did not try them. And it was when we were talking for it was awesome. We were getting along great. And so I looked at her and I go, I can't believe you would eat the deep fried pickles. And she's like, well, I don't know. And I go, if I order them now, will you try them? She goes, what? I go, if I got one more order, would you try them? She goes, I would. I said, great. So I ordered them. And then in the interval of my ordering them and then being prepared by the kitchen and then being brought, these four people decided I was not fucking worth their time and they were going to bail. So they brought the pickles and I'm like, I don't even want to bite them. I'm so furious. They're scalding hot. I want to throw them at someone. I'm mad. So Leanna, she tried the pickle. She's like, this is really good. And then I threw rage in her face and she's like, I can't eat another pickle. I'm choking to death on your hate. So I got up to leave. I was like, I read, and I go, I'm ready to go when you are. And she goes, okay, great. So I got up to walk out and, I didn't say anything to anybody. And the four of them got up to walk out with us. So, I walked out with Leanna and I said, where's your car? She goes, it's right across the street. And they're all gregarious. They're like, oh man, okay, well, that was awesome. It was a great time. And I went, uh-huh. And I go, I need my bag out of your car, John. And he goes, oh, well, you know what? I'll tell you what, I can go grab it. I go, no, it's fine. I'll get it. And he goes, no, it's fine. I'll go grab it. I go, I'm fine. I can get my bag. So I go walking across the street with John. And John was taking me to the airport the next day. And we had talked about maybe going to that CN Tower, hanging out, having some lunch. Because he took me in Boston. He was the guy who bought sandwiches, and we hung out at that one diner. We had a great time, which goes a long way toward understanding why I can't understand why I'm getting blown off in his hometown, why they're cutting me loose. I thought we were getting along. So we go walking to his truck. I go, how far did you park? He goes, I'm right here. I said, okay. And he goes, all right, so what time are we on for the airport tomorrow? I go, I'm fine. He said, what do you mean? I said, I'm fine. I can get to the airport. I'll take a cab. And he says, what are you talking about? What changed? And I said, nothing changed. I go, it's just, I don't know what time I'm going to get up. It's already 3. You've been out late enough. Obviously, you've got somewhere to be tonight. So I'll get my bag, and that'll be fine. And he stops. He goes, stop. He goes, what happened? I said, nothing happened. I said, it's fine. You've got stuff to do. I got stuff to do. I'll get to the airport in the morning. I'll grab a cab. No problem. Just let me get my bag. I'll get out of your hair. And he goes, this is, no. What the fuck is going on? And I go, you know what? You tell me. The four of you decided that I'm not worth fucking hanging out with anymore. So you're going to just fucking take off and do your thing. Go do your thing. I certainly didn't mean to hang up, to keep you here this long. So go ahead. The four of you can take off, go do your thing, and I'll get back to the fucking hotel. And he goes, you've completely misunderstood the situation. And I go, all I know is you told me that you're leaving me behind. And he goes, no, that we're, all right, I'll just tell you. He goes, while you were talking to Leanna all that time, the four of us were talking, and we decided that we all have had our Mike experience. I hung out with you in Boston. Sabrina hung out with you in L.A., and Scott and that guy picked you up at the airport and hung out with you Wednesday for dinner. Leanna, this is her first time seeing you. So we thought it would be nice if she got to spend the time with you alone as a fan and we weren't cutting into it. And I looked at him and I go, well, who decided that? Why would you decide that? And he's like, well, we decided while we were at the table. I go, nobody fucking told me. I go, I was told by that guy that he had to come back to my hotel and give me some stuff tonight. Like, I thought we were all together, and then we were all going to go together as a little group to my hotel and hang out. And then eventually we'd all be together and we'd go to the airport. We're all friends now. We're all pals. And he's just like, well, no, we just wanted Leanna to have a nice time with you. And I go, she's having a nice time with me. Everything's fine. We don't have to break this up. I mean, why didn't you tell me? And he goes, don't do this. He goes, I'm taking you to the airport tomorrow. I'll be at your hotel. I will find you in the lobby. I'm taking you.
Oh, shit.
He goes, don't do this. And I went, I just, all right. I just, you gotta tell me this stuff. And he's like, well, it's fine. Everything's fine. Are you fine? I said, I'm fine. He goes, you sure you're fine? I said, I'm fine. He goes, all right. So we go get the bag out of the truck and we go walking back. And I said I was fine, but I wasn't really totally fine. Because I didn't like not being part of the decision process. You can't just decide what I'm going to do with my night. You got to include me in that. So I went and said my goodbyes to Scott and that guy and Sabrina. I'm like, all right, take care. Nice to meet you guys. And that guy is like, I got to tell you something. And he's like, I'm going to write you a note because I want to talk about the show tonight. But I have to give you some things. And so he gave me some gifts, and Scott did too. They gave me the new Rush album because I was in Canada, which was awesome. And then he gave me a Danko Jones album, which was really nice. And I wish that guy would let me say his name because he was so great to me, picking me up at the airport and then coming to the show and just being encouraging. And afterwards, just, I think this is going to sound fucking ridiculously arrogant and weird. But I mean, I get this vibe from a lot of people, but especially from him. I think he cares about what I do. So that's why it's so odd to me that he doesn't want me to identify him. It's like, he was so excited and happy and into it. And so it just seems strange to me that I can't say, whatever the fuck, that's fine. I don't care. But I could tell when we were saying goodbye, because I was still kind of blowing them off, because I was still, I told John that I was fine and everything was okay, but I was still pissed a little bit. I'm sorry. That's who I am. I was pissed because I didn't like I felt being like I was being used. I was being jettisoned. I know I wasn't now, and I knew that I wasn't, but still. But then as I was saying goodbye to them and they gave me gifts and then he started to talk to me, I could see how much he cared that I was there. And in my head, while he's talking, and I'm hearing every word he said, but at the same time in my head, I'm going, you need to fucking throttle down. You need to recognize that this is not about you. This, because you're you all the time. And I see me constantly. These people are seeing me for first, second, third times in a couple days. And this is an experience for them. This is because they know me through the show. All right. But they don't know me. But still, we hung out for like 6 hours that night. So they sort of know me, which means that they really shouldn't blow me off, quite frankly, but who cares? But I knew in talking to them that Sabrina, because then I was talking to Sabrina. Sabrina and I were exchanging emails. And we were exchanging texts for a while, even after she went back to Canada. And then I got my phone bill, and it was like $95 extra from texting Canada. And so I kind of backed off on the texting, and then she's written me emails that I have not answered because they're long, and I feel like I need to respond in kind. Well, because I did not respond in kind and I did not answer her emails, she thought I was mad at her. Because she's me with awesome hair. But as I was talking to Scott and to her, to Sabrina and to that guy, like I said, it struck me that they care about what I do. And to dismiss them out of hand because of my personal bullshit, I needed to stop. I needed to stop. So I thawed. It was like, you ever see that fucking Winter Warlock when his heart thaws and it turns back into a thing? That's what I did. I just thawed. I was like, all right, well, you know what? And I turned back into me. And it was funny because that guy then he's telling me all this stuff, and he's like, and then I told them all, I go, I'm pissed that you were cutting me loose. I just fucking laid it all out there. And he's like, no, we would have hung out. And it's just, but we had our time with you. And I just want to make sure, I didn't want to come to your hotel and be weird and invite myself. And I go, you're not. I thought that was the plan. He goes, well, I'm just telling you now that I didn't want to. And I go, I'm telling you now, don't ever think that. You're not an inconvenience. The only reason I'm able to do these shows, the only reason I'm able to do this show is because of people like Sabrina and Scott and Keith and John and Leanna and fucking that guy. I mean, this is the only reason I'm able to do these things. So when I'm out and you see me, talk to me, please. If I'm in Kansas City, wherever the fuck I'm going to be in Indianapolis, Philadelphia, all these shows coming up, talk to me, hang out with me, do what you can to get across to me that you want to see me, and I will do what I can to meet you, take a picture, sign anything, because you are the most important aspect of this show. You're the only reason I do it. And you're the only reason that I can continue to do it is because of your support. So don't ever think that I don't want you around, or don't ever think that you're inconveniencing me in any way, unless you decide that we've had enough time together and you cut me loose, because that'll be a problem. So we hang out and we're talking there on the street, and then we came up with a pact we were going to beat a guy up to death, which was fun. There was a dude who just shambled past like in a white hat, and I looked and I go, what if we beat that guy to death? And everybody's like, what? And I go, how great would that be? No, seriously, let's follow him down a side street and stomp him to death. Like, just beat him to death. And then we take his hat. And then every year on this night, we get together right here on this corner, and somebody else gets to keep the hat. Like, we trade the hat among one another. It's like a special club. And they're all just like, yeah, that's a great idea. I'm like, come on, that'd be awesome. We can curb stomp that fucking guy. Nobody's going to miss him. He's dead. We take the hat as a trophy, and then every year we gather on this corner, and a different person gets to keep the hat for a year. That's awesome. It's like a club. And they're like, ha. Like, they were like, yeah, that's funny and great. But I know in their head, they're just like, I think you would do that if we said yes. That's how much of a team we were at that point. I was feeling, yes, let's do this. I'm in a different country. Let's kill someone and leave. So we hung out and we're talking. And then I was like, all right, well, goodbye. It's nice to see everybody. And Sabrina was just like, well, because I was teasing her about the fact that I put up the breakfast thing, and she was staying like 2 blocks from my hotel. I go, I didn't get a phone call, but that's fine. And she's like, well, what? You put up? I couldn't believe that you put on Facebook that you wanted to go to breakfast, but you didn't call me. You knew I was close. I go, well, you saw that I put it on Facebook and you didn't contact me, so you knew I was close. Well, that bullshit. And she goes, I go, so well, you're going home now? And she goes, well, I'm not tired. And I go, well, you want to go to my hotel and just hang out? And she's like, yeah, I'll do that. And Leanna goes, because Leanna had to drive back to Buffalo that night because she had to work on Saturday. She goes, I'll hang out. I said, all right. I go, so we'll hang out. And then John's like, well, I'm in. I'm not going anywhere. And Scott and Michael are like, yeah, all right. Yeah, let's hang out. I'm like, yeah, let's hang out. Awesome. You can't get, it's 3:30 in the morning. We're standing on the street. We're going to beat a guy to death. And we're like, let's go back to Mike's hotel. So they go, all right, let's go into separate cars. John took Scott and that guy, and I jumped in the car with Sabrina and Leanna. And I go, meet me in my hotel in the Delta Chelsea. So we roll, and we're driving. And there's a Tim Hortons, which I did not get to, unfortunately. But then we turn down the street, and this is not a joke or a lie. There's like 8 hookers. 8 like crazy dressed, turquoise blue fucking tits hanging out hookers. And Sabrina's like, yeah, because there's trannies and hookers all over the place. And I'm like, well, we need to slow down then. And poor Leanna's just like, no, I'm okay. She's driving. And the 3 of us get to the hotel. And we're hanging out and just talking in the lobby, and it's fabulous. Not as fabulous as it is during the day, but there's still elements of fabulousness making its way in and out. We saw a working girl, definitely. I guarantee this girl was a hooker because she was really cute and in a great outfit, and she walked outside to try to get a cab at fucking 4 a.m. Alone. So the 3 of us are just waiting in the lobby, and then finally, Sabrina calls John or texts him, and then John shows up, and Scott, all right, he's the name I can say. Scott and that guy bailed. They went back to their hotel. And you know, I told you I always bring home like hotel stuff for Karen now, like you know, shampoo. John went into their room and stole their stuff.
That's awesome.
And goes, here, I got this. Give it to Karen. So I said, great. Well, John was out with Scott and that guy. We had been looking for a parking spot before we went into the hotel, Leanna and Sabrina and I. And we're outside, and we drive on Young Street. And it's kind of deserted. There's some homeless people out there and just some stragglers. But the Loft Cinemas are open. So I said, well, I go, look, the Loft Cinemas are open. We got to duck in there, right? Don't we got to go to the Loft Cinemas? And Sabrina and Leanna are like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. And Sabrina's like, I don't care. My ex used to work at a shop, so I'll go in one. And Leanna's just like, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's go in there. I go, well, let's wait for those guys to show up. So we parked, we went into the hotel lobby, and then John showed up without them. And John's like, well, what are we going to do after we talked for a while? I go, well, we were going to go across the street to the Loft Cinemas and go watch some porn. And he's like, you serious? I go, yeah. I go, right across the street. It's still open. I go, I got to run upstairs first. And then, so we ran up to my room, and they went out on the balcony. We were taking pictures of because it was like amazing twilight sunrise blue in my room. And down on Young Street, you can see the Loft Cinemas. It's all lit up with neon. Zanzibar is there. Not open, but still lit up. And so we're in the room, and I'm dropping some stuff off, and then I'm grabbing some Canadian money. And they're like, well, is that where we're going? I go, yeah, let's go. Let's go across the street. So we went downstairs. We go across the street, and we're going to go to the porn theater. And it was funny because John even said, he goes, I think this is like a game of chicken with Leanna because she's not going to go. And I go, no, I think she really wants to go. I think she's never been in one, and she definitely wants to go now just to see what it is. So we cross the street, and there's a homeless dude just sitting on the fucking sidewalk. And we go to it's all lit up. We get to the Loft Cinemas, and we go, and the door's locked.
All those bastards.
Yeah, because I had seen the sign that said it closed at 1. But it was all lit up, and it was closed. Furious. So the four of us are standing out there on Young Street, and a guy rides up on a bike. This is great. He rides up on a bike, and he goes right up to the door, and he tries it. Nope. And he just goes back on his bike and drives off. I'm like, boy, you really got to want to jerk off if you ride up here on your bike. So the four of us are sitting there, and we're trying to figure out where we're going to go. And Sabrina says, there's another one just like right up the street here.
Really?
I said, really? And she goes, yeah, there's another porn shop like right up the street. That's the one where my ex worked. I said, okay, well, how far is it? She goes, not far. It's walking distance. I go, look, I was on stage for 3 hours. I'm old and broken down. I'm not walking. She goes, well, and John goes, well, I'll drive. I said, all right, let's go. So we find his truck. We all pile in. We drive down Young Street. Now it's like, it's about 5:30. Okay. We're driving, and sure enough, there it is, all lit up like lights, 24-hour porn shop. We walk in, we park. First of all, we park down the street by the YMCA. There's people sleeping on the fucking stoop. We go walking up. We turn the corner. It's all lit up. We go inside. And it's all DVDs and regular shopping. But then you can, there's booths, but they're upstairs. But you have to buy time in the booths. You can't just put money in and watch shows. So it turns out that for 12 minutes, it's $2. Exactly. I was shocked. So John goes up and he buys porn all around. He buys 12 minutes for me, John, Leanna, and Sabrina, which I'll be honest with you, kind of bummed me out.
Separate booths?
Yes, exactly. See, thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what I thought. Why the fuck are you separating us? Then it's ridiculous. The whole fun communal experience of all of us watching porn together is gone, and now we're in our own little cubicles. I could do this by myself. So he pays for the 4 booths, and we go upstairs, and we're in 15, 16, 17, and 19 or whatever. So I walk around, and I'm looking for the numbers. I can't find them, and they all find their booths immediately. Like I'm the guy who's been in these places, but they all fucking slip right in. So I'm walking around. I finally find where I'm supposed to be. I climb in, and I lock the door. I close the door, and we all could have fit in this room very easily, or 2 and 2, however you wanted to work it. But no, we're all in individual goddamn booths. Who fucking cares, right? So we're watching the porn, and it's this weird thing where it's like 100,000 channels. Like you just keep flipping. And also, my favorite part was you could watch porn, or you could watch regular cable TV. So you could actually pay $12 or $2 for 12 minutes of ESPN SportsCenter if you wanted. But I'm flipping through porn, yeah. And the porn were like the channels. They had like 30 different categories, oral and bi and all this different shit. You could jump around. So I'm watching the movies and I'm flipping around and I can you hear of course all the moaning and shit from other rooms, and they knock on my door. So I'm like, finally, fucking, because they must have got bored on their own or whatever the fuck, come and visit me. So I unlock the door and I open it, and not them. It's another guy, just a black guy who'd been watching movies, and he's in a pair of shorts and a shirt. And I open the door and he's just standing there and he goes, "Hey." And I just look and I go, "No. No." And I close the door and I lock it. Just no. I said no right in his face. No. Close. And I don't know if he was knocking on everybody's door, but he knocked on mine. And finally my movies end. I open the door, and then he's in the booth directly across from me with his door open and doing things that he shouldn't be doing probably. And I go walking, and I look, and everybody's gone. They're gone. And I'm upstairs. There's like a second floor. I'm on the third floor. There's a third floor, a second floor of booths, and then the ground floor. So I go walking down the stairs, and I get in, and they're not there either. And I'm like, what the fuck? So then I go in. There's a next door shop with all the fucking, fake cocks. They're in there. They're all in there looking at fleshlights or whatever the fuck they're doing. And I'm like, who leaves me upstairs? Why did you leave me upstairs? Sabrina goes, they left me upstairs too. I just got down here. So the four of us decided to walk around and look at dildos for a minute. And it's now 6:30 or something, 6:15 maybe. And we walk outside and I'm like, all right, we can't go home yet. It's breakfast time, right? Let's have some breakfast. And John goes like, I'm actually kind of hungry. And I'm like, see, exactly. We ate what we ate 5 hours ago. Let's do this. Let's get some breakfast. And Leanna's like, I'm in. And Sabrina's like, I'm in. So we go and find the car. And I go, where are we going? And John's like, you know what? Because he had written me, he goes, there's this quintessential Toronto meal that you have to have, a Toronto sandwich. I said, all right. So we find some market, and it's called the he was talking about the Newcastle market, and then this was the Saint something. Fuck, I forgot it. I don't even know. But he parks, and we walk into this market, and it's a market of tons of shops, but it's enclosed. And it opens at 5 a.m. And it's like, there's just a cheese shop. There's Ukrainian food. There's all these different booths. And he's like, we're looking for Carousel Bakery. So we go walking, and then there's this Ukrainian booth, and they have pierogies. Cooked pierogies. Sauteed cooked pierogies with like sauteed onions. And it was potato and cheese, but then they had potato and onion, which is, I told you, potato and onion, that's the holy grail for me, of pierogies. So I said, do you have any potato and onions that are cooked? She goes, no, just potato and cheese. I said, would you cook? Like if I bought them, could you cook them for me? She's like, no, I'm sorry. So I said, and it was only 6 for $2.50. And they were good sized pierogies. So I said, what kind of cheese? She goes, cheddar. And I'm like, oh, I don't know why anybody uses cheddar. I said, you know what? And John goes, get 12 of those. I go, nah, I'll get 6 because they're going to be awful. So I bought 6 and I ate the first one and they tasted exactly like my aunt's. The weirdest coincidence in Kansas. Remember, I said I've been looking my whole life for pierogies, and I came close at a Polish deli in L.A. or in Chicago. I tasted these; they tasted just like my fucking aunt's, and I'm like, to the point where I wanted to buy them raw and take them home, fly them home with me, and cook them. I mean, they were that good. So we ate them. I didn't get 12, but then I ate 3 of them, and I gave one to Sabrina, one to John, and I gave one to Liana, and she took like a little bite, and then John ate the rest of it. Leanna, I think, was starting to fade at this point because then we're walking around. We're like, I'm like, what else is there? What else is there? And she's just like, I just need a muffin. She's like ready to pass out. So we finally go upstairs and we find this Carousel Bakery, and they sell pea meal bacon, which is, I guess, a Canadian. Now, look, we have Canadian bacon down here. It's round bacon and it's fucking horrible. It's got rainbow on it. It's terrible. But up there, pea meal bacon is, I guess, that's the Canadian bacon. But it looks like Spam. It's square. But it doesn't taste like Spam. It tastes fucking amazing. So John tells the guy behind the counter, who's like this kind of older guy, and John says, hey, this guy's from L.A. He thinks he's had bacon in his life. Set him straight. So the guy goes, you never had our bacon? And I go, no. And he goes, I'll give you a sample. Let's do that. So he turns around, he talks to this lady. He goes, yeah, I tell you what, we were in New York one time, and we're setting up a table for Condé Nast. Like, they had a big thing and a big event. And so we got the bacon down there, and a woman looks at the bacon, and I go, I don't mean to interrupt, but I hear a lot of talking and not a lot of sample getting. And he looked at me, and I go, you're doing a lot of this and not a lot of that. And the greatest thing ever, he just looks at me and he goes, listen to the story. And I just went, okay. And he finished his story about New York and Condé Nast. But it was so perfect because I just said to him and I go, yeah, I'm hearing a lot of talking, but not a lot of sample getting. And he kind of made a squiddy face, and I made my hand like a mouth, and I go, a lot of this and not a lot of that. And I pointed at the bacon. Listen to the story. Great. Loved it. So I stood there and waited. He finished his story. And then he got the bacon, and what it was, he took the bacon and he cut it in 3 strips. He's like, all right, the first one you got to eat with the honey mustard sauce. The second one you eat with our like spicy sauce. And then the third, you eat this one plain. And I did. And they had 2 different sandwiches. They had just a bacon sandwich for $5.40. And then they had a bacon fried egg and cheese sandwich for $5.17 or something like that. And I'm like, why is that cheaper? I get a fried egg and fucking cheese. I'm in. So Sabrina got just the bacon. John got just the bacon. And I got the fucking, the egg sandwich. And then John goes to find his drinks. So he comes back up and he brought me like a blackberry water. He's like, hey man, it might be like Propel. Drink this. I drank it and I'm like, oh dude. And I go, and I looked at him and I go, John, that tastes like a wake. And because it was awful. And he drank it. He's like, that is grim. And I'm like, yes, it's terrible. And then I go, why is my sandwich less than yours? I got an egg and cheese. And he goes, well, let's take a look. So I unwrap the sandwich. My sandwich has 2 pieces of bacon. Theirs has 8.
Oh Jesus! Oh my God!
Just a heart attack and a fucking roll. And it was homemade bread. And I bit it, and I mean, it was so fucking good. My sandwich was so goddamn good. And I even said to them, I go, look, if I had a choice between, if they said to me that we will murder everyone in your family except for Karen and your mom, but you get to eat fried eggs every day, perfectly made for the rest of your life, I said I would really have to think about it. I would have to think twice about it. And everybody's just like, oh, well, all right, I'm glad you went to that extreme. But we sat there and ate, and we hung out, and we finished eating. We walk out to the car, and now it's like 7:30. And, Leanna has to drive back to Buffalo. She's got to work that day. And we get back to my hotel, and we said our goodbyes. We dropped Leanna at her car first, and I got out and hugged her and thanked her for coming and stuff, and she was going to drive back. I said, you make sure you let me know when you get back to Buffalo, because I'll worry, And she's like, no problem, I'll be fine, I'll stay awake. And she got in the car. I think she had a good time. I hope she had a good time. And then they dropped me off at the hotel, and I hugged Sabrina, said goodbye to her, said goodbye to John. He's like, how do you want to handle today? And I go, well, my flight's at 5. I got to be at the airport at 3. He goes, well, do you still want to try CN Tower? Because he actually said in the car, he goes, if we stayed up like 2 more hours, we could be the first in line at CN Tower. And I said, I got to sleep. I honestly, I'm dead. I wish I could do it. And I'm sure I'm kind of a pussy right now, but I have to just crash. But if I grab 4 hours, I'm fine. So I went to my room, and I just fucking literally sleptwalked, and I just laid right on the blood waffle and crashed. And I had a wake-up call. I woke up, got showered, dressed, packed everything. Went down and met John at 1 o'clock. Packed the car, and we went to CN Tower. And we were worried about the fucking length of the line and all that stuff, because I had to be at the airport by 3, so I only had a couple hours. We were going to eat at the top of the place, because if you did that, you guaranteed you were able to see everything. But lunch would have been $65 each. So he went and asked, and it didn't matter because there were no openings for lunch. But the line was really short. It was only like 15 minutes. Took the elevator up, and we went out to the CN Tower, and you go to the observation deck, and it's all even dudes, even blocked in. You can see for miles, and the wind was awesome. It was so great. It was blowing in my face. That's exactly what I wanted. Inside, it was too sterile. When you went outside on the observation deck and the wind was blowing and stuff, I'm like, yeah, this is what it's supposed to be. Then you go inside, and they had a glass floor that you could stand on and look down on the city. And I walked over, and the only problem was, everybody was on the glass floor. Like, there were people laying down on it and like posing and taking pictures. You couldn't get a clear shot. But it didn't matter, because I go to the glass floor and I stepped on it, and I couldn't bring myself to put my second foot on it and put all my weight on it, because I thought I would crash through and die. And then I had to close my eyes to put my other foot on the glass floor and take pictures. And then I just walked away. I couldn't deal with it. But John and I hung out and had a good time at the CN Tower. And then when we left, I was like, "You want to get some lunch?" He's like, "You got to get to the airport." So it's right by the baseball stadium. So they had street meat, and I had almost had a Polish sausage with Ken. So I went up to this booth, and the guy running it was, when I think of Canada, this is so weird. I told you, I think of mooses and fucking hockey and brown bacon and goalies, whatever the fuck. But I also think because there was a wrestler named Dino Bravo. He was a wrestler from Canada, from Montreal when I was a kid. And he got involved with Montreal gangsters smuggling cigarettes. So I always think of gangsters in Canada smuggling cigarettes. I don't know why. It's just I always think there's this really lurid nightlife and this mafioso thing. So I go to buy the street meat, and the guy, he looks just like a fucking mobster. He's got the Italian hair, and they had Polish sausage and Italian sausage. And I looked at him, and I go, "John, you eating?" And John wasn't. So I look at the guy and I go, "First time here. Am I getting an Italian sausage or a Polish sausage?" And he goes, "You're getting what I fucking give you." And I went, "Ha ha! All right. Sounds good." And he took a sausage, he fucking chopped it up, and he threw it on a bun. And he goes, "You ask a question like that, you're going to get what I give you. You're going to eat it." Then I go, "All right, fine. I'm good." And he handed it to me, and I threw, onions on it, and I ate it, and I didn't even ask. I didn't even ask which one it was. I just started eating it, and we went to walk away. He goes, "By the way, that's the fucking Italian." And I'm like, "All right." Because at that point, I'm a little sick of his act, quite frankly. I'm like, now, a mobster or no mobster, spatula or no spatula, I think I want to fucking tackle this asshole. Because it's like, dude, I paid for the sausage. Give me what I want. But yay, we're having a good time in Canada. So I walk out. We get in the car. John takes me to the airport and drops me off. Could not be more friendly or nice. Again, he's Santa. He's fucking Santa. And he talked me out of my rage fit the night before, my fucking, losing it. He looked at me, he stopped me in a parking lot. So good for him. Good for John. He's the idiot whisperer. That's what he is. He fucking he talked me out of it. He's the fucking idiot whisperer. So, I go to fly home, and I wound up buying 2 exit seats. I should tell you that. I went ahead and paid extra to be in the exit rows, and because there was nobody sitting next to me when I bought those seats, and then I flew on both flights, and there was nobody sitting next to me either time. The only problem, it was American, so it wasn't an armrest. It was that fucking wedged in stupid exit seat. But I didn't give a fuck. I just wanted to sleep. I was so gassed. So I slept. But it was phenomenal. The trip was amazing. The show was great. Meeting everyone from Wednesday dinner and then all the way through Thursday, the game. I mean, Ken paid for everything. Everybody paid for everything. It was so ridiculous. You don't have to do that, but everybody considered it a donation to the show. And I was so happy. I was happy that the show went well. I was happy that I'd proved myself, because every time I do the show, it's all about proving myself. And you guys hear about the show on here, and you're like, well, I mean, some of you might doubt it, some of you might not. And I do appreciate the fact that a lot of you have now started bringing girlfriends or friends who have no idea who the fuck I am. And then after the show, they come up and they all say, "This is my first exposure to you, and I want to hear your podcast now. I want to hang out. I really enjoyed what you did. It was amazing." And like I said, fucking between Catherine and Vavoom and Oliver and Ty, sorry, I don't want Vavoom to get pissed. Well, Ty to get pissed. Vavoom, whatever. Who cares? I don't want Vavoom to get pissed, because he'll scream at me from Toronto and burst an eardrum here in Los Angeles. It was that crazy, his voice. But everyone was so nice. Derek came out a third time, and I can't thank him enough. John saw me for a third time. Everyone came out. And I actually have to apologize to somebody here. Everybody came out. We had a fantastic time. We hung out. We went out afterwards at the diner. People saw the show. We got along great. There was a listener who sent me an email, probably 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And then he sent me another email. And then he sent me another email reaching out. He wanted to hang out in Toronto while I was there. He contacted me. It was funny. He contacted me while I was in town. And in my head, I was just like, well, dude, you got to get me a lot earlier than this. And then I went through my backlog of emails, and it turns out he did. He contacted me 3 different times. A guy named Brock. And Brock wanted to show me Toronto. He wanted to hang out a little bit. And it just turned out that it didn't happen because, unfortunately, I didn't get to return his email. So the reason I bring up Brock is because the morning after the diner, when we returned to my room, it was me, John, Sabrina, and Leanna. I opened my door, and there's an envelope on the floor in my room. And usually when you check out at the hotel the night before, they bring you your bill and the incidentals, they slide it under the table. So I pick it up. I just figured it was the bill from the hotel. And I open the envelope, and it's a personal note to me in my room where I didn't tell anybody where I was staying or what I did. And I open, and it's a note, and it's from Brock. And it was a very nice note. It was Brock explaining, he wanted to tell me that he thought the show was great. And he regretted that we weren't able to hang out because unfortunately I didn't get a hold of him. He didn't mention that in the note, but I found it out later. It would have been nice to hang out while I was there, he said. But he said he didn't hang out at the bar because it was so crowded, and he doesn't do very well with crowds. But he wanted to make sure that I heard from him exactly how much he enjoyed the show, and he wanted to thank me for coming to Toronto. All in a note that he slid under the door of my hotel. I won't lie to you, it fucking freaked me out. Like, because I never said Delta Chelsea. I didn't say any of that, but I did mention going to a porn shop 5 minutes from my hotel, and I mentioned the Loft Cinemas. So I pictured Brock in the audience just going, "Oh yeah, I know where that is. That's the fucking Delta Chelsea." I lost it. I looked at John and I go, "How did he know what room I was in? I mean, it makes no sense." And he goes, "Well, it's in an envelope, right?" And I looked at the envelope, and it had the number of the room. He goes, "He just left it at the front desk," and the front desk brought it up here and slid it under the door. And so once again, John is the cooler head that prevails and keeps me from leaping off my balcony before Brock shoots me from a window across the way. But I felt awful that I had not contacted Brock, but it was so nice of him to write me a note and slide it under my door. And I admit, when I saw the note, I was a little freaked out that he knew where I was and that he would leave me that note. But I also have to admit, I was a little disappointed that it wasn't from the two guys who had met me in the market garden earlier that day on Friday. Because I thought maybe they'd finally come to their senses and realized, you know what, he wasn't so bad. It's Pride Week. Let's give everybody a chance. Everybody gets a day in court on Pride Week. Poppers or no poppers. Nope. It was a note from Brock, which is fine. I appreciate it, Brock. Thank you so much. But when I read it, I was still a little crestfallen it wasn't from those two guys, because it dawned on me that on this trip, nobody wanted to stick anything in me other than an elbow on the flight out. You guys can get me at Mike at MikeSchmidtComedy.com. You guys can follow me on Twitter at Twitter.com/the40yearoldboy. You can be my friend at Facebook at Facebook.com/the40yearoldboy. You can follow our friend Lily Von Stupp on two Twitter accounts, Twitter.com/MNTs and Twitter.com/Lily Von Stupp. You can be her friend on Facebook at Facebook.com/Lily Von Stupp. Be David Mex Hernandez's friend at Facebook.com/David Mex Hernandez. And if you'd like to write Lily a personal note and find out what day I started this podcast and what day I ended it, you can write her at Lily at burlesque411.com. That's Lily, Lili, at burlesque411.com.
Drink your coffee, don't hold some pencils, let's soak your false teeth, don't hold more pencils, throw a garbage bar on these mugs, there's flame bush mini on these mugs, go buy these wicked awesome mugs, at MikeSchmidtComedy.com,
Want to remind you folks about the Monday Night Teas every Monday night at the 3 clubs on Santa Monica and Vine in Hollywood, California. Not Ontario, not Toronto. Although continuing on to Toronto, if you'd like to. Hey, I happen to know the producer of that show. She's a fantastic talent, an amazing woman. She is the godmother of Los Angeles burlesque, according to Brown Paper Tickets. Her name is Lily Von Stupp. Hey, Lily.
No, according to the LA Times, I'm the buxom foul-mouthed godmother of LA Burlesque.
Oh, I'm sorry, because the tweet from Brown Paper Ticket said the godmother of LA Burlesque. So they shortened it because that's a lot of characters. You're too much character for Twitter.
Foul-mouthed out so they wouldn't offend their children.
Ah, all right. Well, that's good. Hi.
Hi!
How are you?
Fantastic.
That's good news. How was last week's show, the Monday Night Tease? How was it?
Spectacular.
Really?
I closed the show and tore the fucking house.
So you performed in last week's show,
And I hosted.
and you hosted?
I was the MC and a performer.
Sounds like double duty.
It was.
Sounds like double D's.
It was.
All right. Well, that's good. Which routine did you do to close?
Wherever you're going, I'd like to come.
Filth.
Filth is right.
Everybody enjoys filth, particularly out of the mouth of a Lily Von Stupp, the buxom, foul-mouthed godmother of Los Angeles burlesque. We're familiar with that title. Well, awesome. I'm glad it turned out well. And there was a bunch of, it was a good crowd. Because there's a great picture, if you go to Lily's Facebook page or the Monday Night Tease Facebook page, of everybody lined up for spankings.
Yes.
And I would prefer photos of asses. I mean, look, I like that. I like the tease part of it. But I would much prefer that we got to see the actual spankings photographed and put up.
You would have enjoyed the spankings because we had, it's my birthday girl! And she got really, really drunk and, like, pulled her skirt all the way up. And
Nice.
wearing a labia catcher, if that. And then she pulled the girl next to her
Hold on,
skirt up, too.
Well, before we get into that, really quick, first of all, that's great. She pulled up the other girl's skirt. That's awesome. Now, is labia catcher, is that an elected position, or does the city council have to just appoint somebody?
So that is,
It's an appointed position. All right, good. Why? Because I've never voted in the labia catcher election. I've never been. I don't know who's running. I've never seen those yard signs. I have to be honest.
honestly, Mike, it was so tiny. I had to go, yes, it's pink underwear. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah, like what the audience like.
You couldn't tell she was wearing underwear because it was just so tiny.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was she someone who should be wearing that tiny underwear, and you were excited that she was?
I hope she's not listening to this show. Eddie referred to her as what I think is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. A tamale mommy.
Tamale mommy?
The tamale mama. That's
Okay.
what they're called. They're hot Latina girls that I guess look like they could be 2 months pregnant or maybe have had a baby, so they have that cute little baby fat on them. But they're
Dude.
not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those cute little fresh face that are just a little, and I was like, that's the cutest term I've ever heard.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then she revealed her labia to the world.
Well, she was extremely hot. I will say that. It was quite nice, and she was adorable through the entire show, yelling out titties and vagina through the whole show.
Now, all right. Now you wonder why I won't host this fucking show. All right, because you'll ask me to host. Of course I would have.
Great drunk. She was the perfect drunk audience.
No such thing.
Yeah. Because she helped you just move it along. It wasn't.
She helped you. You're a good host. You're someone who can do something like that. I'm terrible. I just want to vomit. It's like last week I had an incident on this show where I opened the floodgates a little bit on somebody who had insulted me, or I felt insulted, and people wrote me and they're just like, Jesus Christ, were you really mad? And yeah. And so sometimes I'll say, I'm not really mad, or ha ha ha. But I kind of wanted to give people a taste of why I don't play comedy clubs anymore. Because that would happen. That's what I want to do to hecklers. We're not all having fun. You know what I mean? It's like you open your mouth and eventually verbal machetes are just going to come fucking flying at you. So I'm indifferent to that. Like,
You would have played with her because she was cute and fun.
well, because it's my job, I would have done it.
I mean,
But
she actually got picked for one of the things to come up on stage, and she was priceless with it. Scott Land, who did all of the puppets for Team America, was at my show.
oh, okay. Performing?
Amazing, yes.
No way.
Amazing.
Jesus.
He brought a flasher character out that he has, and she was the girl, and it's like, here's this hideous, disgusting puppet with a penis that lights up, and it's in her face, and she's just like, drunk. I mean, it was just priceless. She was not an offensive drunk. She was
I
not,
see.
oh my God, she's so cute. I just want to put my cock in her mouth to shut her up drunk.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'll be honest with you.
Cute stuff.
All drunks are like that. I don't. Ugly, depressing, quiet, passed out, male, female, doesn't matter.
Adorable.
All of them are that kind of drunk for me.
She was adorable, and everyone had fun with her. It
Good.
wasn't annoying.
All right, well, good. Well, I'm
it was a
glad
great
it.
show.
So it sounds like it went well. Now this week
Yeah.
is July 9th,
Yeah.
and if I remember correctly, this is the week of erotic titty. Am I correct?
Yes, it is. I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's the Prince tribute show,
Yes,
which
it
is really cool. And I've seen this take shape over months and formulated in your brain and what you're going to do. Are you still doing what you were going to do? Because I know there've been a lot of roadblocks.
Depends on how rehearsals go
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Wow. All right.
It's a tough number. Really tough number.
Well, it's a tough number, but let's go ahead and throw this out there. But I won't tell them what it is. All right. But I will tell you it was my idea.
Yes,
That's
it
all I'll
was.
say.
It's a brilliant idea.
I was like, you know what, you should have somebody do this, and Lily's like, yes, I'm doing it immediately. So after next week's show, if it gets done or even if it doesn't get done, I will tell you what it was. But it was but I was like, when I heard that she was doing the Prince show, I go, you should do this, and yay, she thought it was a good idea. So so are there tickets available for the show this week?
There are 14 tickets left. That's it.
And that's SRO though.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
it.
There are 14 standing room only tickets available for the Erotic Titty Show July 9th at the 3 clubs in Santa Monica and Vine. It's the Prince Tribute Show. I will be there. I thankfully will not be working. I will just be going to enjoy the show. So if you see me, say hi. And for this week only, if you smack me on the ass, you get in free to the show. So that'll...
No one gets in free.
what the hell? Not with
If
only...
they smack you on the ass, they pay double.
Oh, all right. I'm excited about that plan. And then after the Monday Night Tease this Monday, we're going to go back to my hotel and talk for a while, and then we're going to go and find a cinema together, and then we're going to go ahead and watch the sunrise while we're eating square bacon. So that's going to be exciting. we're going to have so much fun. So that's great. So this week is the Prince show. Only 14 tickets left available at brownpapertickets.com for, and you can just look up Lily Von Stupp on there or Monday Night Tease. And you can also go to MondayNightTease.com for any information about upcoming shows. And also there's the Facebook page. Become a fan on there. Go ahead and become your friend, and you'll get all the information, and you'll be in the feed. And not only will you get information about shows or see possible pictures from shows, you'll see Lily ripping apart internet companies that she's wound up having a discussion with, or debunking some political myth. So it's good. You get all of that from Lily in one spot right there on Facebook. Want to remind you folks again, like I said, on Facebook, while you're there being friends with her, you can be friends with me, as I've mentioned, at facebook.com/the40year-old-boy. There are plenty of pages on there to bring me to their towns. There's Detroit, which is still active. There's a Eugene, Oregon page. San Antonio. There's tons of cities. And I'll tell you what, going to Toronto just made me wish that I was doing the show every week. So if you think of a city that I can go to or that you want me to go to, you can either start a page or you can contact me and I can look into starting a page or gauge it out here on the show, try to figure out if anybody's interested in having me come to that town. Because, again, I really want to book it. I'd love to get Detroit booked. I'm trying. That's all I can tell you is I'm trying. There are 3 dates coming up. Indianapolis at the end of July, July 27th at the Indy Fringe Theater. They just called me today/yesterday and had questions on the phone. She was like, hey, just touching base with you and your movements. That made me laugh. And then she's like, hey, your check finally turned up. Now, I think I talked about this. I sent them a check, and they said they never got it. So then I canceled my check and sent them a new check. So I'm wondering if the old check finally showed up and if they cashed both. I got to check my bank account, but it just seemed weird that she would tell me that the check showed up. I know it did. I have a bank account. I check it all the time. So I don't know. Whatever. So who cares? Indianapolis is fine. The theater's paid for, so you know I'm coming. I bought a plane ticket. Indianapolis, July 27th at the Indy Fringe Theater. I will say this, Indianapolis, buy some tickets. You were one of the first cities, along with Kansas City and I forget, Austin, I think, and buy some tickets. Again, I can't stress enough. It's about a month away, but still, buy some tickets because I'm coming. I'm not too excited about it right now. I'm excited to see my friend Heidi, I can tell you that, and of course our friend David Kemp. Why would I be? I've never met David Kemp, but God, I'm excited. I'm so excited to see David. Sounds stupid. And now I make fun of it. How ridiculous is that? Like, no, I'm excited to see everybody. Come out to the show. I just spent a segment of the show going, hey, I'm so excited. I want to meet everybody. Make sure you come up and talk to me. And now I'm like, aha, David Kemp, jerk. It was stupid. I'm excited to come to Indianapolis. I can only hope that I sell tickets to make it, not a horrible, crazy, empty experience for all of you. So buy some tickets. That's July 27th at the Indy Fringe Theater in Indianapolis, Indiana. We will move on to September 14th. That's at the Venture Theater in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm excited to come out there. I'm coming to Milwaukee first, then driving up to Green Bay. It's a whole mess. Still trying to make plans now. And then after that, October 19th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at the Latvian Society. And of course, when I say Latvian Society, I mean the Latvian Society. That's a Friday night, shows at 8 o'clock. Tickets available for all of these events, Philadelphia, Green Bay, and Indianapolis at brownpapertickets.com. Search me, search the 40-year-old boy. I think I actually tagged Lily in them too, so if you want to search for her, you'll find her and me. Tickets available now. Go ahead and pick those up, Philly and everybody else. If you go to MikeSchmidtComedy.com, I will remind you that in the upper left-hand corner there is a donate link. You can click on that and donate to the show. There is a $2 option where it's $2 a month, $5 a month, $10 a month, and the new $25 a month option. Go ahead and click on that and donate to the show every month. I would appreciate it. Everybody else here would as well. I don't know what that means. That could mean just Lily. It could mean everybody in this building. I just know that it's appreciated if you go ahead and donate to the show. Oh, there's also a single-time donation button where you can just donate once, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Also, while you're at MikeSchmidtComedy.com, go to the Joe Business page. There will be new Joe Business artwork soon.
What?
Yes. I can tell you right now at Joe Business, you can go to click the tweakedaudio.com/40 link and pick up some autoerotic asphyxiation earbuds and cock-ring watches. Those are available from tweakedaudio.com/40. You can go to the Zazzle.com link and get a Thorgar and Yeep mug or a Fireboy mug. And also, we have the download sets on sale, year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4, or combine them all and get the Podcast of the Caribbean set with On Stranger Mics and Curse of the Black Schmidt and all of those amazing titles. So go ahead and pick them up right now, year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4. And it's basically you're getting 4 years for the price of 3. So those are available. Now, I have to address this because people have asked about it in the past. And I've always kind of said no or ignored it or gently said, nah, that doesn't seem like anything we're doing at this time. Well, now it appears that this is something we're going to do at this time. Folks, just this particular week, as a matter of fact, I had 4 people request they want to purchase artwork from the show. Either the explosion of ids, or they want to buy actual artwork that has been used for the show. And I've always begged off and said, no, well, I'm here to tell you now that we are going to start selling artwork. We're going to sell prints for the show, and we will autograph them. They'll be autographed by me and Lily and David. We gave them away on Kickstarter, and people really liked what they were able to get. So you will be able to select. The way it will work is that, you'll do it through the website. There will actually be a button on the Joe Business page in a couple of weeks, and you will go ahead and fill it out. And it'll be an autographed print. And then you will have to contact me and tell me specifically which print you want, because I can't throw them all up on PayPal because right now I think there's got to be over 300 pictures, ids, artwork, all of that stuff. So anything you would want would be available. Just go ahead and tell me. I think it's an 8x11, 8.5 by 11.5, something like that. And you can frame it. You can put it up on a fridge. You can put it up on the wall in your dorm room or in your office, whatever the hell you want to do with it. I don't care. I'm just excited that so many people have reached out and mentioned it because they've asked over the years. Everybody's asked us over the years, and we've always kind of said no. But then I was talking to David, and he's like, yeah, I could do that. Let's do that. Because this particular week we got 4 people, 4 or 5, was it 5? It might have been 5 who wanted something. And I said, Dave, is that something we can do? He's like, yeah, let's do it. So we're going to incorporate it into the website. But for now, if you want to make a request or a donation, then send me. Some people already have. There was a woman, our friend Catherine from Toronto, who I just met, actually donated to the show and then wrote me after the fact and said, hey, can I get this print? And use the donation toward it. So yes, Catherine, you can. But it'll be a while because I have to get, I'm in LA, Megs is in Chicago, and he's got to take care of it and get it to me and blah, blah, blah. But I have your address. So, that'll be squared away. So at the Joe Business page soon, you'll be able to click an artwork link as well as the other links. And then you'll be able to send me more money. And won't we all be excited about that? Remember that the Los Angeles Podcast Festival is coming up in October. I don't know the exact dates on that, but if you go to lapodfest.com, tickets are on sale now. And the actual shows, I don't know if there's a listing or a schedule, but tickets are on sale now. Just know that I'll be performing that weekend. Mark Maron, Jimmy Pardo, and Never Not Funny, Greg Behrendt and Dave Anthony and Walking the Room. Everyone will be there putting up their podcast, and it's all, Graham Elwood and Chris Mancini and Andy Wood, along with Dave Anthony, are the guys who are kind of behind this. And if you go to Los Angeles Podcast, it's lapodfest.com, You'll be able to buy tickets for the events, and I don't know if there's a listing of events, but there might be. Also, to remind you, the Comedy Film Nerds podcast is great, and the Comedy Film Nerds website is also nice. And I've written reviews for that website, and now they have a book out. The Comedy Film Nerds books about movies, or book about movies. Why would they be called books? It seems weird. It's not a volume. It's not a bound library of Comedy Film Nerds movie knowledge. It's one book, and I've written 2 chapters in it. So if you want to go ahead and pick it up, it is available at Amazon.com. It is also available at ComedyFilmNerds.com. If you buy it via ComedyFilmNerds.com, I think you can get signed copies from Graham and Chris and whoever else happened to wander by the backyard studio and sign something. And I'll tell you what, I live close enough to Chris where if you order it from them and you request to them that I sign it, I will make a trip to Chris's house and sign the book for you. So yeah, if you want to buy something from Comedy Film Nerds, well, preferably a book, don't buy a cozy because I'm not going to sign that. But if you want to buy the book and want me to sign it, buy it from the website, not Amazon, and request of those guys that I sign it. They'll contact me and I'll zip over there and sign it real quick for you. I was supposed to do the podcast. I was supposed to be on the Comedy Film Nerds podcast 2 weeks ago, and I walked out to my car and I had a flat tire. And I called Graham and Chris, and I'm like, and they're like, "Can you get here by 4?" And it was like 3:20, and I go, "I have no clue." So then I get into a fucking hassle with my auto club, and now I want to cancel them. It just turned into a fucking thing. But the bottom line is I didn't get to do their podcast, and they wanted me to do a special DVD episode, which would have been cool. Because they have people on talking about the summer movies every week, and you can only have so many people talk about them. And I haven't seen enough of them. I saw how many times can you have a guy come on the show and go, "The Avengers is great"? I mean, it was just so fucking awesome. And I haven't seen really anything else. I'm waiting for Dark Knight. I'll see Spider-Man this week. Even I don't want to see Spider-Man. I mean, I do. I have to see it. The trailer got me, but it's the same. It's the origin story. We've seen it a billion times. I don't fucking get it. I don't know why they had to go back and reboot. And Dark Knight. I can't wait to see Dark Knight. I saw Ted. I'll tell you that. I saw Ted just a couple days ago. And I look, people are like, "Oh, did you like it or was it funny?" Do you like Family Guy? If you like Family Guy, you're going to like Ted because it's written by 3 of the guys who write Family Guy. If you don't like Family Guy, don't see Ted. Don't fucking see it and complain because you're going to just go, "Oh shit, it was just like Family Guy." Yes, it was. Because it's a movie. It's so weird. I liked it. It's funny, but it doesn't seem like a movie. It'll be 2 people sitting on a couch making jokes, and then there'll be a shot of the Boston skyline, and then it'll be 2 people in an office making jokes, and then there's a shot of the Boston harbor, and then 2 people sitting in a car making jokes, and then there's a shot of the Boston sky. I mean, it's and I'm not even joking. It's all these individual scenes of 2 people exchanging ideas, and then there's just these things, but it's still funny. It made me laugh. I won't lie about that. Why would I lie about that, folks? I refuse to lie. I have to be as honest as I possibly can with you folks, and I bring to the table this non-lie about Ted. I enjoyed it. I thought it was funny, and folks, I can't lie to you anymore. I want to. Because I have a tone. Because you know why? Because I talk quickly and I don't fucking think. That's why. I think that's what it means when you have a tone. Is you don't fucking bother to care what comes flying out of your goddamn mouth. I try to grow the show and I want people to get on board and they're like, I listen to it and you talk too fast. Really, I talk too fast. How the hell else am I supposed to cram all of this into a small 3-hour window? Dude, there's no script. I just go over this shit on the fly. It makes me laugh. If it doesn't make you laugh, turn the fucking station. And by turn the station, I mean turn the wheel of your car right into a guardrail. Jesus fuck. Hey, where you going, boy?